The story begins with a man leisurely driving a car. The wheels screech to a halt on the road, and a buzz of chatter erupts around him, pointing at the stopped supercar. The young man steps out of the car, a confident smile on his face, stunning onlookers who exclaim, "It's Shenyuan." The top rich second generation in school is changing supercars again. From inside the car, a pair of white high heels slowly emerge, followed by a girl with a full figure, a smug smile on her face as she steps out of the car. The boys in school, witnessing this scene, are envious and discuss, "He just entered the school and already managed to get a top-quality girl from the flight attendant department. Shenyuan, that damn guy." A few other young men, their faces red, add, "He's a rich second generation, handsome, so naturally he has the priority to choose his other half." He doesn't just have the priority to choose his other half, he's about to monopolize it. I heard many goddesses like him. The two then leisurely walk inside, under the buzzing chatter of the students present. The girls on the upper floors are also envious of the girl walking beside Shenyuan, leaning on each other. Joe wanting, "Isn't that girl not as pretty as me? I were just a little hesitant to make a move, so annoying, do you think I still have a chance?" The girl beside her says, "Opportunity is for those who are prepared, don't lose to those bitch." Shenyuan, with a confident look, glances up at the girls who are gossiping and gives a smile that attracts bees and butterflies. The two then happily stroll through the shopping mall, but that is just a memory of Shenyuan's past. He thinks back, regretting his lavish spending, his good life envied by everyone, which ended in his third year because of that calamity. Not only did his family's 3 travel companies go bankrupt, but they also incurred an additional debt of 100 million. Returning to reality, Shenyuan walks inside and loudly asks, "Brothers in the room, did Lo Jong go to the night shift?" He turns around and coldly says, "Shenyuan, I don't think we're that close." Another person leans back and leisurely says, "Do you think you're still the rich young master you used to be? We come when you call us, and we have to leave when you tell us to." Shenyuan is speechless and has to go to the rooftop to get some air. He thinks to himself, "Those bad friends from before have all left one by one, avoiding me. What can I do now my parents and younger sister have to live in a rented room? Before, I went out to rent a room every day, but now I can only return to the school dormitory. In this state, don't even mention being as carefree and wasteful as before. I don't even know if I can live a good life." Until the next moment, Shenyuan is called out by Joe wanting to a corner to talk. When he arrives, she says coldly, "Shenyuan, stop it. Don't contact me anymore. I wish you find a more understanding girl." He is stunned and doesn't know what to say. His face darkens in disbelief. Shenyuan says, bewildered, wanting, 3 years of relationship, you say stop and it stops. Are you so heartless? Joe wanting looks at him with extremely cold eyes and replies, saying it like a pure love warrior, "How much love we have, don't you know?" She smooths her hair and looks at the luxury car waiting on the side of the road. Before leaving, she reminds him, also, "Don't call me Joe wanting anymore. If we meet again in the future, it's best if we don't meet again." Then she leisurely opens the door of the luxury car waiting for her. Shenyuan, hearing these words, loses hope and sighs. Joe wanting says before leaving, "My friend is here to pick me up." Shenyuan quickly pushes the door to stop her and says, "Wait, wanting." Joe wanting is startled, sweating, and turns her head to ask, "What else do you want?" He at this moment has no love in his eyes, his tone cold as he makes a suggestion. "Those designer bags I bought for you back then, I think you won't use them anymore in the future, so return them to me." Joe wanting is poked at her sore spot and scolds Shenyuan, "Do you have any shame? I was with you for 3 years, and you only bought me a few ragged bags. Now that we're breaking up, you want them back." Shenyuan's face darkens, and he forces a smile, saying, "If you really don't want to, I don't need the money. Let's relive the old dream one last time." Her face flushes, and she says with disgust, "Get lost." Suddenly, an old voice from inside the car says, "Wanting, get in the car." "No need to get angry, young man. Where are you going now? Do you need me to give you a ride?" Shenyuan glances at the old man huddled in the car, secretly mocking himself. "When I call you wanting is rustic, but when he calls her wanting, it's not rustic, right? Ridiculous, he coldly replies, no need, my home is very close. The old man, with a provocative tone, says, wanting and I are busy. I'm just worried you'll be hit hard and can't think straight. Young man, I feel I should take you home safely. Shen Yuan, hearing these words, feels more bitter than eating chili peppers, thinking, killing someone and still stabbing them in the heart. If I don't retaliate, I'm really a fool. Thinking this, Shen Yuan lowers his head to the car door and politely replies, brother, you're a good person. I appreciate your kindness, but my home is really close. It's just a few steps away. Shen Yuan then turns to her and continues, wanting, you're a good girl. I hope you take good care of her in the future. Zhou Wanting is bewildered, not understanding what Shen Yuan wants to do. She gets into the car, and the man inside says smugly, don't worry, I'll take care of Wanting. Shen Yuan, at this moment, starts his move. We men must give women the best. Wanting has many habits, remember them. First, she likes to use Durex condoms. Second, she likes fishnet stockings. No need for good quality because good quality isn't convenient. Also, she likes to wear nurse and police uniforms during sex. The old man, sitting in the car, is so angry that his face turns pale. He stammers a retort, you can only talk big now. After saying this, he rolls up the window and steps on the gas, speeding away. Shen Yuan, seeing the car speeding away, can only stand behind and sigh, muttering, uncle, I just said the important points. Zhou Wanting, maybe your choice is right. The sun is scorching overhead, making him squint. Covering his eyes with his hand, Shen Yuan says indifferently, forget it, it's no longer related to me. I hope your choice can give you a perfect life. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rings out from nowhere, that's right, everyone should strive to live their perfect life. The perfect life system starts downloading. The sun overhead disappears, replaced by a golden-orange system panel, causing Shen Yuan to gape. Information starts appearing above. Host, Shen Yuan age, 21 height, 182 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, asset value, 87, health value, 72 physical strength value, 75 skills, none. Shen Yuan sweats, pointing at himself and asking, confused, host. Me, I'm not asking to live or die, so why is there an illusion? The system panel appears again, along with a long list of tasks. The perfect life system download is successful. A perfect life not only needs money as a foundation, but also needs to value the opposite sex more. Start the limited time task. Spend money on the opposite sex of the same age nearby with a favorability rating exceeding 60 and gain the respect of the opposite sex. Task reward. The money spent on the opposite sex will be returned 3 times. If the favorability rating of the opposite sex increases by 3 points during this spending, the money will be returned twice. Note, spending can only be done with an account or cash. Shen Yuan doesn't believe what's in front of him. He repeatedly hits his head, thinking me. I have a system. Hack. Is this real? Illusion. Disappear. Suddenly, a soft voice rings out from behind. Shen Yuan. A girl is looking at him with worried eyes, reminding him, a boy should have the appearance of a boy. It's just a breakup. It's not that serious. The system, at this moment, also displays the information of this girl. Academic advisor. Lizzie. The girl walks to Shen Yuan's side and says, I saw everything just now. At times like this, using the words of male friends is the most accurate. Bye-bye is bye-bye, the next one will be better, right? Shen Yuan blankly turns to look at Lizzie. Suddenly, he notices the pink number 65 above Li Xio's head. He is surprised and thinks, above teacher Li's head. The system also rings out a notification. Li Xio's favorability rating towards the host is 65. Shen Yuan is startled and analyzes the number above teacher Li's head and the note. That means the perfect life system from just now isn't an illusion. It really exists. Li Zi, at this moment, still doesn't know anything and is smiling, encouraging him. Li Mu's friend, Shen Yuan, cheer up. Shen Yuan, happy, scratches his head and replies shyly, I'm okay, Teacher Li. He thinks to himself, so, I really have a hack. Lizzie smiles kindly and asks, Right. What about the scholarship I told you about last time? Have you thought about it? The documents were submitted early. This is one of the few things I can help you with. Shen Yuan honestly replies, a few thousand yuan is nothing compared to my family's debt. It's better to use the scholarship money for other students who need it more. Li Zi is silent for a moment and then says, since you've said that, I won't persuade you anymore. She smiles gently and advises Shen Yuan, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me anytime, including relationship problems. I'll go first. Remember to come to me if you have anything. After saying this, she waves goodbye to Shen Yuan and then turns to leave. He observes Li Xia for a while and then looks at the system panel in front of him. He thinks to himself, the system's limited time task, can the system's task really be returned twice? Or should I take the opportunity to verify it? Thinking this, Shen Yuan runs over and grabs Li Xiao's hand and says, Teacher Li, thank you for caring about me so much. Wait a moment, I'll buy you a cup of milk tea. Li Zi is surprised and replies, no need to be so polite, student Shen. Before she can finish speaking, he runs away. After a while, Shen Yuan returns with a cup of milk tea in his hand. He hands it to her and says, Teacher Li, please. Li Zi reaches out to take the cup of milk tea, her face red, and says, thank you. After this, Shen Yuan takes out his phone to check the notification. The notification on the phone shows, Construction Bank, card with the last 4 digits 098 of yours received 18 yuan at 16:40 on May 10th. Account balance, 99 yuan. He reads it once and calculates. Originally, the balance was 87 yuan, spent 6 yuan to buy milk tea, leaving 81 yuan. Now, he received 18 yuan into the account, and the balance became 99 yuan. The double return is real. Shen Yuan's eyes widen in surprise. He thinks to himself, as long as Teacher Li's favorability rating for me always stays above 60, can't I spend money on her multiple times and then continuously receive the system's returned money? Shen Yuan looks at Li Xiao's leaving back, his heart filled with joy and thinking, the debt in my family has a chance to be paid off. As long as I operate properly, my family will become even richer than before. Shen Yuan's eyes light up, and he thinks, I have to go back to the past. No, I have to surpass the past. He pauses and calculates, but my current capital is only 99 yuan, too little. The urgent task now is to have enough capital and find a suitable younger sister and then spend money on them. Shen Yuan stands leaning against a nearby wall, scrolling through his phone, pondering. The credit limit can only get 8,000, the loan from JB is 20,000, the business loan is 21,584, adding the initial 99 yuan, the total amount of money in my hand is 49,684 yuan. Shen Yuan smiles slyly, thinking in his heart, in Teacher Li's eyes, I'm just a poor student from a bankrupt family. If I want her to receive a precious gift from me, then I have to think of a way. After a while, an exquisite box lies completely in the trash can by the side of the road. Shen Yuan looks at the bag in his hand, thinking in his heart, the bag costs 39,800. It's the model from this year's spring. I have to say it's a high-end imitation so that Teacher Li will accept it. Holding the bag in his hand, Shen Yuan goes to Li Xiao's office. He knocks on the door, thinking in his heart, I don't know if Teacher Li has a boyfriend yet. Li Zi comes out to open the door, still wearing a tight apron. Seeing him, she asks in surprise, Shen Yuan, why is it you? Shen Yuan politely asks, Teacher Li, am I bothering you? Are you cooking? Li Zi looks at the bag on Shen Yuan's side and asks curiously, what's the matter? Shen Yuan doesn't beat around the bush, handing the bag over and saying carefully, Teacher Li, you've cared about me a lot during my 3 years of university. I always felt that I should do something. Today, I finally understood the preciousness and warmth of helping others. This is a little something from me, you must accept it. Li Zi looks at the bag in Shen Yuan's hand in surprise, thinking, this bag looks very expensive. No, thinking this, she says, I'm a teacher. These things are all my responsibility. There's no such thing as special care. I treat other students the same way. It's not necessary. Shen Yuan had anticipated this and says, this bag is a high-end imitation. It only costs 200 yuan. Teacher Li, you know my family's situation. How can I have money to spend on random things? You've helped me so much. If I don't do something to thank you, am I still human? Although this bag isn't worth much, it's still a little bit of my heart. If you don't mind it, please accept it. Lizzie looks at Shen Yuan, thinking, he's already said this much. Not accepting it would be looking down on him. At times like this, I can't stimulate him anymore. Thinking this, she takes the bag from Shen Yuan's hand and says, well, I'll keep it for now. Later, on your birthday or a holiday, I'll give you another gift. While talking, suddenly, a fragrance wafts from the kitchen. Li Xiao immediately runs inside, shouting, oh no, my braised meat is burning. He also takes this opportunity to take off his shoes and go inside. Li Xiao pokes her head out from the kitchen and says, Shen Yuan, you haven't eaten yet, right, stay for dinner. Shen Yuan smiles, thinking, as long as her boyfriend doesn't have a problem, it's okay for me to stay for dinner. After all, close contact can increase favorability, thereby getting more returned money from the system. Suddenly, the system's notification rings out. Construction Bank, card with the last 4 digits 098 of yours, received 119 yuan at 1845 on May 10th. Current balance, 12,203 yuan. Shen Yuan picks up his phone, happily thinking, it's transferred into the account. The bag of 39,800, a triple return is 119,400, subtracting the capital, I earn nearly 80,000. It's not like I've never spent 80,000, but earning money is still the first time. Moreover, it's earned by myself. This is youth. This is victory. He's been thinking about it for a long time and doesn't know that Lizzie has finished cooking. She turns around and calls, Shen Yuan, sit down and eat. Why are you standing there? He is startled and turns to ask, are only the two of us eating? Where's your boyfriend? Lizzie turns her head, taking off her apron, and replies, what are you talking about? I don't have a boyfriend. Why can't I take it off? Shen Yuan puts his hand on the table and goes to Li Zhao's side, offering, Teacher Li, let me help you. Lizzie shyly refuses, no need, but Shen Yuan is faster, going behind her to help her take off the apron. Shen Yuan looks the graceful figure behind her and says, it's okay, it'll be done soon. Suddenly, a loud shout rings out from outside, what are you two doing? Appearing outside the door is Li Meng, Li Xiao's younger sister. Shen Yuan is startled and stammers, no, nothing. Li Xiao, with a smile, asks, why are you home so late today? Come eat. After taking off the apron, Lizzie runs to hug Li Meng's arm and introduces, she's my younger sister, Li Meng. Shen Yuan forces a smile, raising his hand and saying softly, hello, Li Meng. Her face gloomy, looks at him coldly and says, I'm not good. Shen Yuan, seeing that the situation isn't good, makes an excuse to leave. Teacher Li, I already ate before coming, I'll go back to school first. Lizzie looks at his leaving back, a little surprised, thinking he ate. But clearly he wanted to sit down and eat just now. Li Meng, hands on her hips, looks at Shen Yuan's back and says coldly to Lizzie, sister, I think he has bad intentions. Lizzie immediately retorts, he's just my student. Li Meng, hearing this, is even more angry, scolding loudly, so bold, a student wanting to hug his teacher. Lizzie, hearing this, is also embarrassed, pushing her younger sister to the table and urging her to eat. Shen Yuan, on this side, is still pondering, walking on the road. He walks and thinks, who should I spend money on next? On one hand, Teacher Li is just a teacher-student relationship. On the other hand, she's not a money grubber like Joe wanting. Suddenly, a man from the front inexplicably falls straight into Shen Yuan's arms. He quickly recognizes the person in front of him and asks, hey Bao, what's wrong? The man extends a trembling hand, his face pale and lifeless, towards Shen Yuan, pleading, brother Shen, my goddess, Fang Minhui, went to see a movie with that damn Li Zhongpeng. This withered man is none other than Shen Yuan's roommate, Huang Heibao. These words of his remind Shen Yuan of Fang Minhui, the class beauty of the International Trade Department of the class of 20, Huang Heibao's goddess. The two have never had any relationship, not even talking to each other. Thinking of this, he is speechless and asks, "That's it." Huang Heibao, seeing Shen Yuan's indifference, is surprised and asks, "Brother Shen, what's with that expression of yours? You're not laughing at me, are you?" Shen Yuan glances to the side and says, "Don't make a fuss, look who that is." Suddenly, Huang Heibao's eyes light up, staring at the two beauties with hot bodies walking in front of him. His face suddenly turns red, and his complexion is also rosy and full of life as he asks Shen Yuan, "She's just going to see a movie with that Li Zhongpeng, right, Brother Shen? They didn't go to rent a room. I'm so happy. I still have a chance, right?" Looking at Huang Heibao's pathetic appearance, Shen Yuan thinks, "Liking a girl and making yourself so humble. Huang Heibao, how can you have sweet fruit to eat like this?" But when his eyes look forward, the number 70 to above that girl's head surprises Shen Yuan. He exclaims, "Oh damn. She also has a number, moreover, it's higher than Teacher Li's." The girl beside Fang Minhui secretly glances at Shen Yuan and says, "Minhui, do you know? Shen Yuan was dumped by his girlfriend." Fang Minhui, hearing this, is surprised. Her friend winks and says, "Shen Yuan." Fang Minhui doesn't know if she heard it, but when she passes by Shen Yuan, she blankly turns her head to look at him, secretly confirming, "Shen Yuan." Her friend recounts, "At the military training during the orientation, I shouldn't have encouraged you to take the initiative to contact him and even give him water." The bad habit of the rich second generation, having money can be understood, but being so arrogant after going bankrupt, anyone would break up with him. It's good that the two of you didn't love each other, otherwise it would be a waste of 3 years of youth. Fang Minhui, hearing this, also sighs, not knowing what to say. Shen Yuan, on this side, is still surprised, looking at Fang Minhui, thinking, "It's rare to meet someone with a favorability rating that can create benefits. Why is the number decreasing so quickly?" The number of Fang Minhui gradually decreases from 72 to 69. Shen Yuan is a little anxious, thinking, "No, I can't sit still and wait for death." But he still thinks of his roommate's feelings and turns to ask Huang Heibao, "Huang Heibao, I'm asking you, if Fang Minhui becomes a couple with me, would you mind?" Huang Heibao rubs his chin, looking at Shen Yuan, and asks, "The important thing is that you can't get the class beauty. Do you think you're still the rich second generation driving a BMW for series? But if I have to tell the truth, I don't mind. As long as she's not with Li Zhongpeng, then I don't mind who she's with." Shen Yuan, as long as he has this, quickly turns around, leaving only one sentence, "Good brother, I was just waiting for this sentence from you. I have to rush up." Huang Heibao calls out in surprise, "Brother Shen, are you serious?" Shen Yuan, with the fastest speed, runs to Fang Minhui and seriously calls out, "Minhui." Fang Minhui blankly turns her head, her face red, to look at him. Her friend is also startled, instinctively wary. She immediately rushes up and shouts loudly, "Shen Yuan, what do you want with our Minhui?" Shen Yuan, using his trustworthy face and physique, says, "I want to ask you, are you free tomorrow? I booked a spot at the Star Sushi Kaizeki restaurant. Can you go with me?" Fang Minhui is surprised, her face red, wondering, Shen Yuan is asking me to eat with him. Her friend asks suspiciously, "Sushi, the restaurant with an average spending of 1,000 yuan or more, do you have money?" Shen Yuan completely ignores her friend, scratching his head and giving a heartwarming smile, saying, after eating, "Let's go for a walk, okay? I want to ask you to choose a birthday gift for my younger sister. If possible, please answer me tomorrow morning." After saying the main thing, he turns around and leaves. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to wave goodbye. "I'm leaving first. We'll contact each other tomorrow." Huang Heibao, seeing this scene, is shocked, his jaw dropping, not knowing what to say. Fang Minhui, her face red, turns to ask her friend, I just went to see a movie with Li Zhongpeng, and now I'm going to eat with Shen Yuan like this. Is it okay?" Her friend supports her and says, "What's not okay? That's a high-end Japanese restaurant." She frankly analyzes, Shen Yuan is a little arrogant, but at least he's handsome. Li Zhongpeng only has a little money at home, but if Shen Yuan's family gets better, he will definitely surpass Li Zhongpeng. Her friend takes the phone from Fang Minhui's hand and continues, "If you don't go, it's a waste." Anyway, it's just eating and walking around. It's not like you're doing anything. I'll answer for you tonight. Fang Minhui is still blank, stammering, okay, then. The next day at dusk, Fang Minhui and Shen Yuan are out. The two stroll to the restaurant that has been booked. The two sit at the table, and the waiter quickly brings the menu, enthusiastically introducing, "Hello, Mr. Shen. This is the menu for today that you ordered. I hope you enjoy your meal." Fang Minhui smiles, sitting next to him, and says, "Shen Yuan, I heard that your family is having a hard time now. No need to waste money like this." Shen Yuan turns to reply, "It's okay. The Japanese food at this restaurant is extremely delicious." Speaking to hear, he is stiffened by Fang Minhui's plump body. Shen Yuan, his face red, thinks, "Am I in Hui's posture? It's only been 2 months without doing it. Don't be impulsive." "I have to calm down." "Calm down." Fang Minhui, at this moment, asks, "Why did you suddenly invite me to dinner? Is it really to choose a gift for your younger sister?" Shen Yuan, at this moment, is taking a sip of tea to calm down. He honestly replies, "I always wanted to invite you to dinner, but I couldn't find the opportunity." Suddenly, the number above Fang Minhui's head plunges, leaving only 66. Fang Minhui lowers her eyes, pondering, not knowing what she's thinking, and only says, "Oh, Shen Yuan," seeing this scene, is startled, thinking, could it be that this answer made her unhappy? The favorability rating decreased again. Shen Yuan quickly regains his spirits. He clears his throat a few times and starts talking about the old days. "During the military training, you often bought me water. You also texted me at night. I always remember it in my heart." The favorability rating immediately increases to 67. The girl, her face red, asks back, "You still remember?" Shen Yuan scratches his head, replying, "How can I forget that?" The number above Fang Minhui's head increases to 69, then to 70. Only Shen Yuan, on this side, is still trying to calm the devil in his heart. "Calm down. You have to be calm." Time passes quickly. 40 minutes later, the two finish their meal and go to the cashier to pay. The staff says with a smile, "Hello, sir, the total is 2,920 yuan. You are a member of the store, so after the discount, it's 2,770 for yuan." Shen Yuan nods, replying, "Okay, thank you." The number above the girl's head increases once again to 73. Fang Minhui looks at Shen Yuan, thinking, "My living expenses for a month are only 3,000 yuan. The money for one meal is almost equal to my living expenses for the whole month." On the contrary, Li Zhongpeng, when going to see a movie, casually said to eat at the school cafeteria next time. Clearly, he has money at home, but he's so stingy. After the message of the money being added rings out, the system's notification also appears. Limited time task. Spend money on the opposite sex nearby with a favorability rating exceeding 60 and gain the respect of the opposite sex. Task reward. The money spent on the opposite sex will be returned 3 times. If the favorability rating of the opposite sex increases by 3 points during this spending, the money will be returned twice. Shen Yuan, at this moment, turns his head to look at the number 76 above Fang Minhui's head, thinking, "When I first met her, it was 72, now it's 76, so that's how it is." This feeling of earning 10,000 from one meal is crazy. Fang Minhui looks at Shen Yuan, her face red, and gives a gentle smile, thinking, he's becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Maybe this is the power of money. Thinking this, she takes Shen Yuan's hand and says, "Let's go." Shen Yuan still has to go to Gojin to choose a gift for his younger sister. A moment later, at the Gojin shopping mall, the old man sees Shen Yuan and says to Zhou Wanting beside him, "Hey, Wanting, why is that guy here?" Zhou Wanting is also surprised, saying, "Shen Yuan." She looks at him with disgust, thinking, "Why is he here? I just broke up with him yesterday, and today he's already taking a new girl out." The old man scorns, thinking, "What a loser. A poor student dares to come to a place like this to spend money." In his heart, he is bitter, thinking, "I worked like a dog, buying so many bags to coax Zhou Wanting before I could get along with her. This kid has so much debt, but he still has girls following him." Shen Yuan sees the two people and says to Fang Minhui beside him, "Let's go to another store." Fang Minhui nods in agreement. Yes. The other side, of course, the old man can't swallow this anger and goes to block Shen Yuan. Since you're already here, why don't we go in and take a look anyway? Looking doesn't cost money. Zhou Wanting beside him also speaks. Shen Yuan, what are you doing here? Who is she? Shen Yuan replies indifferently. What a coincidence. I came to stroll around and choose a gift for my younger sister. The old man says arrogantly, if you're buying a gift, you should go to the wholesale market to see. Can you afford to come here? He says, pointing to the high-end store behind him. Zhou Wanting also attacks, shamelessly going straight to Fang Minhui. She says with a smile, little sister, although I don't know you, I'm kind enough to remind you, don't be deceived by this kind of person. Shen Yuan, of course, won't let it go. He immediately stands in front of Fang Minhui, coldly retorting, what does it have to do with you? Moreover, what do you mean by deceiving? Who am I deceiving? Who are you deceiving? The old man spits out a few sentences. Shen Yuan, you shouldn't talk to Wanting like that. A man should have style. Moreover, Wanting is still your ex-girlfriend. We all know your family's situation. You're bankrupt and in debt. No need to pretend to be a big shot. No one is laughing at you. Shen Yuan is angered by his words, thinking, these two people are truly disgusting. A perfect match. Suddenly, the system rings out a notification. A perfect life shouldn't be looked down upon by others. Limited time task. Spend money on the opposite sex with a favorability rating above 60 while creating negative emotions in the people around you. Task reward. If the value of the negative emotions of the people around you increases because of the host, for every 5 points increase, the host will be returned twice the amount of money spent on the opposite sex. Note, this task can be stacked with the return of money when spending money on the opposite sex. At this moment, the two numbers of the couple also appear, respectively -30 and -35. Shen Yuan, as if catching a weakness, smiles, thinking, at first, I wanted to leave some face for the two of you, not wanting you to be embarrassed in a crowded place, but you to just want to cause trouble. Now that the system has issued a task, then there's even less reason not to take action. Shen Yuan gently takes Fang Minhui's hand, smiles carefreely, and walks forward, saying, well then, let's go inside and stroll around. Inside a designer store, the two receptionists, having just finished gossiping, push Shen Yuan, who is considered an old customer, to go and greet him. The girl beside her scoffs, I'm not going. What's there to serve about a bankrupt rich second generation? Last time, the person pretending was me. I took care of everything, but he only tried and didn't pay, so it's your turn. The receptionist gives a threatening look and says, I told you to go, so you have to go. On this side, Zhou Wanting sweeps around the store and takes a bag, handing it to the man, saying, honey, I'm done looking. Can you pay? The receptionist, hearing this, is overjoyed, saying, right away, Miss Zhou, please wait a moment. The remaining receptionist, with envy, thinks a high-quality customer with stable payment is hers, and a poor customer with no sales is mine. She goes to Zhou Wanting's side and starts flattering, Miss Zhou's eyes are so good, it perfectly matches your temperament. Unlike some customers who have no taste at all. Another receptionist also takes out jewelry and invites, Miss Zhou, this set of jewelry also matches the bag you just chose. Would you like to try it? The effect on you is also very good. It's just a little expensive. If you add it all up, it's about 100,000 yuan. Shen Yuan, on this side, doesn't bother to pay attention to the two showy people. He looks at Fang Minhui and whispers, Minhui, no need to save money for me. Fang Minhui, hearing this, points to the bag in front of her and says, I feel this bag is also not bad. The style is also very young. Maybe your younger sister will like it. The receptionist, hearing this, scoffs. These two together are more than 50,000, very expensive. The old man looks at her unhappily, thinking, 100,000 for broken things? Originally, I came today to get the 20,000 bag, and I could coax her. Now, she wants a whole set of 100,000. Zhou Wanting makes a decision and says to him, swipe the card, honey. Shen Yuan is still looking. Hurry up and show your boyfriend's strength. He thinks bitterly, 100,000 is the strength of a boyfriend. I don't have that much money in my card. Suddenly, Shen Yuan's powerful voice rings out, Miss, I'll take both of these bags. In addition, the accessories that the girl over there just introduced, I'll take them too. The two fat cats, hearing this, are as if struck by lightning, turning their heads to look at Shen Yuan with surprised eyes. Fang Minhui, at this moment, is no less surprised. The receptionist who was praising Zhou Wanting also turns her head in surprise, thinking, what? He's taking the accessories too, doesn't he not have money? The receptionist, with an arrogant face, is now so happy that her whole body is trembling. While pressing the calculator, she says, Mr. Shen, the two bags and the accessories total 131,000. Shen Yuan is amused, thinking, interesting. After eating, I get a return, just enough for this amount. Shen Yuan hands over a normal card and says lightly, swipe this card. The receptionist is overjoyed and says obsequiously, yes, I'll pack it up for you. She is so happy that she is about to cry, thinking, I thought I was working for nothing. But as a result, he not only bought two bags, but also added accessories. One order is more than 130,000. Unexpectedly, this Mr. Shen is even more generous and arrogant than before. Zhou Wanting is more bitter than eating chili peppers. She cannot accept the reality and yells, Shen Yuan, didn't your family go bankrupt? Where did you get so much money? The man behind her adds, probably borrowed it, right? Shen Yuan raises his eyebrows and replies coldly, think what you want. I'm not short of money, or should I buy another bag for you? It's only more than 20,000, after all, it's just a small amount of money. The old man hearing this, feels like he is about to burst into flames. Shen Yuan still doesn't stop there, adding, a man, besides style, must also be generous. That aid of yours is at least 600,000 or 700,000, you wouldn't mind this little bit of money, right? Zhou wanting to win, immediately turns her head and urges him, honey, quickly show your strength. Don't let him, the man thinks angrily, that aid of mine was bought on installment. I can't tell Wanting about this, annoying. I'm about to explode with anger because of this kid. Not knowing what to do, he takes out his phone and says, oh wait, I'll take a call. Zhou Wanting says anxiously, Ho Jun, what are you doing? The receptionists behind them also have a field day gossiping. The man, while walking out, loudly answers the phone and runs away. Who gave you the decision? Didn't I say that projects over 100 million can't be done without me? Zhou Wanting, grinding her teeth, says, Shen Yuan, you just wait. Looking at the humiliating back and the increasing numbers of the dog couple, he thinks, the negative emotions reached the goal so easily. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with them, completing the task is enough. After paying, Shen Yuan hands the bag to Fang Minhui, saying, Minhui, take it, it's for you. Fang Minhui hearing this, is startled and waves her hands, saying, no, Shen Yuan, it's too precious. Shen Yuan hands the bag to her, taking another one from the receptionist. While doing so, he says, it's nothing, just a bag. Following me made you be laughed at and humiliated by those two bad people. I feel embarrassed too, consider it my apology, please accept it. I'm begging you, accept it. Fang Minhui hesitates and accepts, saying, well, then, thank you. Shen Yuan says happily, don't thank me so quickly. There's also this, along with these things, all for you. Fang Minhui asks in surprise, hey, isn't this for your younger sister? Shen Yuan replies gently, I don't know if she likes it, but I know that at least you like this bag. On the surface, he says this, but in his heart, he thinks, what are you joking about? Really buying it for that little devil? That kid won't scold me for wasting money and will conveniently complain to my parents. From the beginning, these two bags were bought for you. Quickly accept them. After accepting them, I can get the return tonight. Fang Minhui steps back, thinking, one is already too exaggerated, and now you're accepting the whole set like this? Wouldn't that leave a bad impression on him? The girl says shyly, no way, Shen Yuan, this. Before the girl can finish speaking, Shen Yuan takes Fang Minhui's hand, smiling, and says, it's okay, this is just the beginning. We still have a lot of time, accept it. If you refuse again, I'll be sad. With his enthusiastic pleading, The girl also accepts the remaining bag. Immediately, the system message rings out. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. This task has a total of 15 negative points. The money spent will be returned 3 times. Adding the money spent on the opposite sex, the total return this time is 6 times. Construction bank card with the last 4 digits 098 of yours received 786,000 yuan at 21 o'clock on May 11th. Current balance 786,356 yuan. Shen Yuan holds Fang Minhui's hand in his hand, thinking, now, Minhui is my money tree. I have to protect her well. I can't let the favorability decrease just now happen again. He says gently to the girl, Minhui, let's go back to school. It's getting late. In Shen Yuan's heart, he thinks, although I really want to hit the sheets, this kind of thing can't be too rushed. It's better to let it happen naturally. Fang Minhui is also moved by this action, thinking, Shen Yuan is completely different from Li Zhongpeng. He didn't mention going to a bar. If not, I really want. After a while, Shen Yuan finally returns to the male dormitory. At the same time, a group of young men are walking down the stairs, continuously praising, Zhongpeng, I really admire you. You quietly got the class beauty. We're still single now. That's right, unexpectedly, you took the lead. This is worth celebrating. You definitely have to treat us. Moreover, it has to be a fancy meal. Li Zhongpeng, seeing Shen Yuan passing by, deliberately raises his voice so that he can hear. At that time, call the whole class to make it lively. Shen Yuan sullenly walks to his dormitory room. Inside, a roommate, seemingly bitter, takes off his headphones and says to him, did you hear everything? That damn Li Zhongpeng, he just went to see a movie with the class beauty and already can't wait to let the whole school know. It's very clear that he's targeting our room 503. Shen Yuan knows everything and smiles, reassuring him he won't be jumping around for long. Fang Minhui won't be with him. The other side turns back and says to Shen Yuan, don't talk nonsense. Fang Minhui went to see a movie with him last night. Who knows what else they did? Moreover, didn't she also not agree to date you today? That proves that she's really with Li Zhongpeng. Shen Yuan simply sits down on the bed, listening, but not saying anything more. He opens his phone to check the account balance and thinks, it's only been this long, and I already have money coming in. Or should I go home tomorrow and see? Switching the scene to Shen Yuan's home, a fat man is sitting on a chair. Seeing Shen Yuan, he says, Shen Yuan, you're back. The man is his uncle, named Shen Yao. Shen Yuan walks in and says coldly, hello, uncle. His father says softly, everyone is talking. Go to your room first, your mom and I will discuss something. After Shen Yuan returns to his room, his father's voice still rings out outside. Little brother, I understand your difficulties, but I still hope you can give me some more time. The money in my hand is about to be paid. At that time, I'll pay you a portion first. Shen Yao says obsequiously, brother, a portion is definitely not enough. These 2 days, I have to make ends meet. I must pay you all at once. Shen Yuan's mother can't help but say loudly, Shen Yao, no one does what you do. In the beginning, when you didn't have money to wash your car, who lent you 300,000? After lending it to you, did we ever urge you? Now, we just borrowed 200,000 from you, and you've come to urge us 3 or 4 times. What do you mean? Shen Yuan's father says, stopping her, say a few less words. Your uncle has his difficulties. Shen Yuan's mother still doesn't stop, saying directly, whether he has difficulties or not, he knows it clearly in his heart. I already asked his wife. These 2 days, he didn't make any money. He's still smug. He still says smugly, debts must be paid. Money is a matter of course. It's a waste that we're still family. We can still get along with each other. If it was someone else, you'd see what it's like to urge debts. Shen Yuan's mother snaps, scolding, you still want to use violence to demand debts. Oh my God, you're all wolves. What's the use of treating you well in the beginning? Shen Yuan's father turns to say, what are you saying? Isn't there still some jewelry? Go into the room and find some and take it to sell. Later, when we have money, we'll buy it for you. Shen Yuan's mother says irritably, you stop it. What are you still buying? Pay off all the debts in the house first and then talk about it. Suddenly, Shen Yuan's system rings out a notification. A perfect life shouldn't carry debt. Limited time task. Pay off the debt for the family or yourself. Task reward. The amount of debt paid will be returned twice to the host. The first time paying off 200,000 will get 1 million specifically for cars. Shen Yuan stares blankly at the notification in front of him, thinking, this task came at the right time. His eyes light up, thinking, even without the task, I was planning to help old Shen reduce some debt today. On this side, Shen Yuan's mother takes out the jewelry box, sighing, the jewelry you gave me over the years is all here. No matter how difficult it is, I can't bear to sell it. It's worth a few tens of thousands of yuan, let your uncle take it back first. It seems like I lost to gold rings when moving. Hearing his mother's sigh, Shen Yuan's face turns red with shame. That year, the young man bought a bag for wanting, and he was short of money, so he took the gold rings from his mother to sell. At that time, I was truly an unfilial son, Shen Yuan thinks, and pushes the door open forcefully, shouting loudly, Mom, Dad, I have money. Shen Yuan's father, seeing him, says dejectedly, now is not the time to joke. His mother also has a tired face, saying, you can see the situation at home now. That little bit of money of yours is still for paying for the cafeteria card, right? Don't play any tricks. Shen Yuan scratches his head, saying a little shyly to his father, Dad, I really have money. Old Shen, hearing this, has a change in expression. Is it true that you received money? Mom and Dad quickly take out their phones to look at the numbers inside. They exclaim, 200,000. Shen Yuan's father asks in surprise, Kid, where did you get so much money? Shen Yuan then makes up an excuse before, you gave me a lot of pocket money. I invested some money in virtual currency with a friend. He didn't let me touch it, saying that the potential for increase was great. These 2 days, I just exchanged it for real money. He thinks maybe using this reason will work. After all, the pocket money back then was really not little. His mother immediately becomes happy, saying, Great, son, you helped our family solve a worrying. Shen Yuan's father also reminds her, all right, let's pay the money first to send the plague god away. Shen Yuan's father goes out to transfer the money to Shen Yao and says coldly, Yao, we've paid off the debt. Shen Yuan's mother also says, scolding, now that you've received it, quickly get lost. In the future, our two families shouldn't interact. Shen Yao, looking at the real numbers in his phone, becomes a coward. He stammers, looking at Shen Yuan's mother, saying, oh, sister-in-law, you. Shen Yuan's mother says sternly, scolding loudly, don't you understand human language? I said, get out now. After that, he doesn't need to go by himself. Shen Yuan's parents kick him straight out. He looks inside in confusion, thinking, my cousin owes nearly 100 million. I thought that later he wouldn't have money, so I had to come early to demand the debt. Why could he pay off the debt so quickly? Could it be that my cousin's new business made money? Then he's about to get rich again. He now feels regret and slaps himself today. I acted like this. How can we meet in the future? Damn it, why did I come? On this side, Shen Yuan's system rings out a notification, checking that the host has completed the first debt repayment goal. The system will immediately issue a reward. Construction Bank card with the last 4 digits 098 of yours received 400,000 yuan at 11:39 on May 12th. Current balance 1,186,356 yuan. Construction Bank card with the last 4 digits 098 of yours received 1 million yuan at 11:39 on May 12th. Current balance 2,186,356 yuan. Shen Yuan, looking at his phone, thinks, subtracting the private money to buy a car from the second message, my private account is already over 1 million. Unexpectedly, going home not only helped my parents solve a worrying, but also had such a big harvest. Shen Yuan thinks, but to completely solve all the debts in the house, I still need a lot. So, now, even if I give all the million in my hand to old Shen, it's useless. The most beneficial thing is to use this capital to create more money. Shen Yuan looks at his parents, who are happy to the point of crying, thinking, calculating a little. I can only give old Shen an additional 20,000. Thinking this, he goes to his parents' side and says, Old Shen, Mom, actually, I still have a portion that I haven't withdrawn, about 20,000. Do you need to use it urgently now? Shen Yuan's mother waves her hand, saying, I feel that we can keep it first. The other debts are not urgent for now. Suddenly, old Shen, his face red, speaks up, Wait. He turns his face away, saying shyly, That, Shen Yuan, give me 50,000 first. Shen Yuan smiles, replying, That's right, old Shen, this feeling is right. He remembers himself in the past, thinking, This appearance of dad is exactly like me before when I asked him for money. This thing like heredity is really interesting. Switching the scene to in front of Li Zhao's house, Shen Yuan is standing there. As soon as he sees the girl, he opens his mouth, Teacher Li, you're back. Li Xio, as soon as she sees him, smiles, saying, That's right, I don't have class in the afternoon. Shen Yuan enthusiastically lowers his head, saying to the girl, Are you free tonight? I want to treat you to a meal. You treated me once last time. I should treat you back. As soon as the words are spoken, sharp eyes flash behind her, causing Li Zi and Shen Yuan to sweat. It's Li Meng, her face full of murderous intent, appears behind her, causing Shen Yuan to stammer, Oh, Li Meng. Shen Yuan is cold all over, thinking, This younger sister of Teacher Li is really like my nemesis. I can't mess with her. These two sisters are really different. The older sister is gentle, while this younger sister is strong and always wary. Li Meng narrows her eyes, staring at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan is also startled by this look and turns his head, saying, Oh, Teacher Li, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do at school. Maybe I'll be busy again tonight. The invitation will be for another time. I'm leaving first. After saying this, he quickly runs away. Li Meng says sternly to Li Zi, I told you that this kid has ulterior motives. Li Xio replies gently, Maybe he really just wanted to invite me to a meal. Moreover, even if he really has other intentions, I wouldn't agree. Shen Yuan, at this time, has run outside. He walks and thinks, It's too hot. He unconsciously thinks back to the past, when he drove a car, turned on the air conditioner, and went with Zhou wanting. It was really comfortable and enjoyable. Thinking back, it still feels good. Suddenly, he remembers something and takes out his phone, thinking, Wait, it's just right that I have private money to buy a car now. If I don't use it, wouldn't I be disrespecting the system? Thinking this, he sends a message to Fang Minhui, Are you free this afternoon? Go see a car with me. Fang Minhui quickly replies, Okay, it just so happens that I don't have class in the afternoon. Fang Minhui's friend, having just read the message, says happily to her, You've already become a couple, going to choose a car? This speed, is it possible that you won't be returning to the dormitory tonight? Tell me. Fang Minhui, her face red, retorts shyly, Don't talk nonsense, we're not dating yet. Her friend teases playfully, Our Minhui is so lucky to find a rich golden man. The important thing is that he's also handsome. In the future, Shen Yuan will get a bargain. After saying this, she quickly rubs Fang Minhui's plump body, causing her to call out shyly, Oh, you're annoying. An hour later, at the entrance of a Top 4S store, the staff, seeing the two people arrive, go out to greet them. Hello, welcome. What kind of car are you here to see? The man, as soon as he walks over, turns red and asks blankly, Minhui, why are you here? Fang Minhui turns around and says gently, Oh, Senior Qin. She thinks, Senior Qin Yang, who used to pursue me in high school, why did I meet him here? The man, surnamed Qin Yang, goes closer to the two people and asks, Oh, Minhui, who is this? Shen Yuan steps forward to introduce himself. I'm her classmate, Shen Yuan. He asks, So, you two are here to see a car. What kind of car do you want to see? Shen Yuan doesn't hesitate, pointing to the car next to him and saying, I want to learn about this M series. Qin Yang says obsequiously, The car exhibition is over there. You can look around freely. You can also go inside and sit. In his heart, this guy is clearly looking down on him, thinking, the lowest M series is at least 500,000, The land is definitely more than 600,000. This kid is dressed so normally. If you don't have money, you don't have money. What's the point of bringing a female student to the 4S store and pretending to mean something? He blankly looks at Fang Minhui, thinking greedily, am I an HUI as still as beautiful as ever, worthy of being the goddess I pursued? I'm different from before. My salary is more than 10,000, an excellent salesperson, driving a 200,000 Honda Accord to work. Now, realistic girls like me are the top choice. He just stands there, thinking about random things. He then goes to the girl's side and says, Minhui, it's been a long time. If you're free tonight, let's catch up. Fang Minhui says awkwardly, sorry, senior, I'm probably not free today. I still have something to do tonight. Shen Yuan, on this side, suddenly speaks up, hey, can I arrange a test drive? He is interrupted and thinks bitterly, I'm still trying to ask Minhui out. What are you interrupting for? If you can't afford to buy it, what do you want to test drive for, wasting my time? He suppresses his anger and replies, sorry, the test drive car has been driven out by our boss today. There's no test drive today. Shen Yuan, with a history of changing cars every few days in the past, thinks, I'm not someone who doesn't know anything about cars. Just now, when I hadn't entered yet, I saw the M series in the store. If you can't arrange it, then change someone else. He doesn't say much and steps down from the car, saying loudly to the receptionist, excuse me, please arrange another salesperson for me. I want to test drive immediately. A girl steps out gently, saying, hello, my name is Chen No. I'm a sales consultant at the store. How can I help you? Shen Yuan, looking at the sweet girl in front of him, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Oh, another colleague, seeing this, asked, hey, Qin Yan, isn't that the customer you were supposed to be attending to? Why did you let Chen No take over? He replied irritably, I'm too lazy to deal with it. Let Chen No go do some unpaid work. A student who says he wants to buy an M9 and even wants to test drive it. Isn't that just bragging? The colleague said, what if he really buys it? You'll regret it then. Qin Yong still said with disdain, buy what? He's poor but brought a pretty girl to pretend. I've seen this kind of person a lot. On this side, Chen No was still enthusiastically introducing, sir, this car is mainly designed with intelligent driver's seats and equipped with a 192-line laser radar, which can achieve fully automated driving. How does it feel? Shen Yuan looks at the sweet girl in front of him and praises inwardly, very professional. Her face and figure are no less than Fang Minhui's. However, at this moment, the thought that he often sees news of female salespeople having few transactions with male customers in the car industry on the internet pops up in his head. Chen No on this side asks, have you understood all the car configurations? What's your budget? Shen Yuan says softly, is there a car available? I want to take the car today. Chen's eyes light up, looking at Shen Yuan, thinking, customers who buy cars from us always have to look at it a few times before making a deal. This guy just test drove it and decided to buy the car without even asking the price. If he really buys it, why did Qin Yang give up greeting him? She checks and says apologetically, sorry, there are no cars available in the store right now, but another store has a customer who has financial problems, so they cancelled the order. If you need it, it can be transferred to the store within a week. Shen Yuan also nods, replying, that's fine too, I'll order the car today. Chen No is even more surprised, looking at Shen Yuan with admiration, thinking, the down payment needs more than 600,000. He says he'll buy it and he buys it. Could this be the angel customer in the legend, or does he have other thoughts? Thinking this, she still has to maintain her composure, saying politely, please come into the store to rest for a while. The deposit is 50,000, I'll go get the contract first. After returning to the store, Qin Yong asks Chen No, gossiping, what's the customer's intention? Chen No sits down to prepare the contract, replying slowly, he bought it. The colleague hearing this, can't believe it and shouts, what? He bought it, so fast, Qin Yong is even more disbelieving. He puts his hands on his hips, saying disdainfully, that person is just pretending. When it's time to pay, he'll use all kinds of reasons to play the disappearing game. There's no shortage of people like this in the store. The male colleague, as if enlightened, agrees. That's right, that's right. I've been selling cars for so many years and have never met a customer who buys so quickly. Chen No calmly confirms again. I said that Mr. Shen bought it. Moreover, he's preparing to pay the full amount. This news makes the male colleague so surprised that he can't control his words. The colleague turns to say to Qin Yang, "You're stupid, right? Such a big order ran away. You lost big time. He at this moment can't do anything even if he's bitter." He can only clench his fists, feeling annoyed at himself. After finishing the paperwork, Chen No asks with a smile, "Mr. Shen, if there are any problems with the procedures later, you can tell me anytime. Where do you want to go later? Do you need me to see you off?" Fang Minhui at this moment walks over, taking Shen Yuan's arm, and says, "No need. We'll call a car ourselves." Chen No, seeing her attitude, feels a little embarrassed, thinking, protecting the customer too much at once made his girlfriend unhappy. It's over. Thinking this, she stands in place, saying politely, "Well then, I won't see you off." The two continue to stroll on the street. He scrolls through his phone, asking, "Minhui, let's go eat now, okay?" The girl, at this moment, suddenly pouts, saying, "Oh." Hearing this, he knows that something is wrong. Shen Yuan immediately recognizes it. He turns to ask Fang Minhui, "Are you unhappy? Are you jealous?" The girl turns her face away, saying, "No." Shen Yuan smiles, coaxing her, "You're still saying no. Your expression is not right. I and she are just a sales relationship between a salesperson and a customer. There's nothing else." Fang Minhui, her face red, says with a bit of resentment, "Who knows? Seeing you and her talking so happily, you even scrolled through her friend's circle, scrolling for so long." Shen Yuan scratches his cheek, explaining shyly, "It's actually a habit. Every time I add friends, I always scroll through to see." Fang Minhui leans her face to the side, reminding him, "Then don't do that next time." After saying this to Shen Yuan, Fang Minhui thinks, "Clearly, there's nothing between me and Shen Yuan. Why did I suddenly become jealous? People who throw money around generously like him are really easy to attract other women. I have to think of a way to keep Shen Yuan." As if thinking of something, she encourages herself, "I have to hold Shen Yuan tightly." Shen Yuan, on this side, is still repeating the sentence from just now, "There won't be a next time. Let's go eat first. After eating, let's go to Gojin to choose a gift for you." In his heart, he is a little nervous, thinking, "There won't be a next time, my ass. I'm really not that pure." After a while, the two arrive at a cafe. Shen Yuan hands the menu to the girl and asks, "Minhui, do you want a cold drink or a hot drink today?" Fang Minhui, hearing this sentence, is shy, thinking, Shen Yuan is asking me if I want it hot or cold. Is he indirectly wanting to know if I have my period? He wants to it. Fang Minhui says timidly that a cold drink, Shen Yuan, on this side, is blank. He realizes it at this moment and thinks, what's with Minhui's expression? It's over, I'm thinking too much. But the last time, with ZHOU wanting was 2 months ago, and I've accumulated so much. It's really necessary to release it. Let this misunderstanding be more intense. 3 hours later, the two have left the shopping mall. From top to bottom, the girl is wearing a watch worth 12,800, a bracelet worth 20,800, and a handbag worth 55,000. The number above her head has also increased to 81. The girl looks at him shyly, thinking, Shen Yuan treats me so well, it's very unreal. In just a moment, he bought me more than 80,000 worth of things. In 2 days, it's almost 140,000. On this side, Shen Yuan's system also has a notification. Construction Bank card with the last 4 digits 098 of yours received 252,000 yuan at 11:39 on May 12th. Current balance 2,244,356 yuan. Shen Yuan happily looks at the increasing numbers on his phone, thinking, this double return from the system is really not fake. The 50,000 I gave old Shen to order the car, I earned it back in just a moment. Although this 2,170,000 also includes the money to pay for the car. Even if I subtract the nearly 600,000 for the car, I still have more than 1,600,000 to spend. Shen Yuan turns to give a meaningful smile, saying to Fang Minhui, Minhui, don't go back to the dormitory tonight. Okay. The girl, hearing this suggestion, nods shyly, replying, yes. Half an hour later, at the Dofuhao Hotel, room 808, Shen Yuan is leisurely taking a warm bath, his whole body cleansed. Fang Minhui outside is lying on the bed, nervously looking at the phone screen, thinking, Chen Ling is asking me why I didn't return to the dormitory. What should I tell her? Should I directly tell her that I'm with Shen Yuan? I'm too embarrassed. Before she can finish thinking, Shen Yuan comes out. His fit body appears before her eyes. Shen Yuan, while wiping his hair, asks, Minhui, are you ready? The girl, her face red, looks at Shen Yuan, thinking, sorry, Chen Ling, he's given me too much. Finally, Fang Minhui sends her friend a message in a hurry. Chen Ling, I'm not coming back tonight. If anyone asks, just say I went to a relative's house, okay. Fang Minhui says shyly, Shen Yuan, I haven't showered yet. He buries his head in the hollow of her shoulder, inhaling deeply, and says, it's okay, I like your smell. He quickly presses the girl down and gets to work. Fang Minhui continuously blushes, making sounds that make people embarrassed. The girl calls his name softly, Shen Yuan. He skillfully pulls down the zipper of her dress with his mouth and says, I like all the scents on your body. Fang Minhui puts her hand on Shen Yuan's chest, gently instructing, be gentle. He also replies happily, yes. The two just throw themselves at each other, together indulging and forgetting everything. Half an hour later, the two have rested. Fang Minhui, lying in Shen Yuan's arms, thinks, this kind of thing is really not as scary as I imagined. Just like Chen Ling said, Shen Yuan, on this side, is dejected, thinking, unexpectedly, Minhui is a very enjoyable feeling, but also very tiring. It seems that I usually exercise too little. Not doing it for 2 months made me regress like this. Before he can rest for long, the girl, Fang Minhui, climbs on top of Shen Yuan, saying gently, Shen Yuan, how about we? Shen Yuan, hearing this, is startled and says, Minhui, wait for me to rest a little longer, okay. The girl, with a charming face, says coquettishly, no, I want it now. Early the next morning, Shen Yuan returns to the dormitory. He leaves the bed with a refreshed spirit, thinking, the system is great, it even returns money when paying off debts. The loans and credit cards total 50,000 first, pay off all the debts. Shen Yuan looks at the balance in his account, thinking, there's still 100,000 from Li Yuhong. At that time, when my family went bankrupt, those bad friends all avoided me. Only Li Yuhong didn't say anything and helped me. Suddenly, a friend in the dormitory comes over and asks, Shen Yuan, where did you go last night? Look at the messages in the class group. Tonight, friends are gathering, are you going? Shen Yuan, at this moment, opens the group message to see. Above, there are a few people discussing, the weather is pretty good this weekend. I suggest everyone go out for a walk. Immediately after, there is a picture of a car. The people below, seeing this, shout, damn, Brother Pang, you got a car. This is a BMW 3 Series. It costs 280,000. Brother Pang is really rich. Some of us may not even be able to get a car after graduating for 10 years. Is the female salesperson at FS pretty? I suggest everyone gather tonight and have a good time. The friend says that Dog Li Zhongpeng ordered a car. I suspect that he asked the class leader to arrange it, and he's the only one performing. It's really disgusting. If I don't go, I'll lose 200 yuan from the class fund. Shen Yuan says with disgust that Li Zhongpeng is really pretending. You guys go, I'm not going. Before he can finish speaking, a message arrives. Shen Yuan, it's been a long time. Come out for a meal tonight and relax. Suddenly, the system rings out a notification. The task of a perfect life not only needs the liking of the opposite sex, but also needs the support of a career. Limited time task. The host will get 10 million specifically for investment within a week. Invest all 10 million. Task reward 1. All income earned from business activities will be returned 3 times. Task reward 2. After completing the investment, you will get a mysterious industry. Shen Yuan, reading each line of the notification, thinks in surprise, unexpectedly, the system is giving me another surprise. This time, the investment money is directly 10 times more. I can use 10 million to invest, and there's also a mysterious industry. I'm already starting to get curious. Li Yuhong, seeing the message, says, Shen Yuan, it's been a long time. Come out for a meal tonight and relax, he replies, send the location. Tonight, I'll be with you. Switching the scene to the Nanling bar. Inside a VIP room, a young master is sitting lazily on the chair, his face full of disdain, saying, Young Master Li, who are you still waiting for? I'm about to starve to death. The person is Lin Guangyao. Another person, Zihaiji, is sitting on the side, saying, Aren't all the important brothers here? Zhao Zhengang, sitting sprawled out there, also says, That's right, the important person won't be late. Li Yuhong, holding a glass of wine in his hand, says gently, What's the rush? Isn't there fruit and snacks on the table? Eat something to fill your stomach. Shen Yuan is coming soon. Lin Guangyao, hearing this, jumps up, saying, Shen Yuan. Didn't his family go bankrupt? He's not in the same circle as us anymore. Why are you calling him here? Li Yuhong says seriously, I'm inviting him tonight. I'm not asking you to pay. What are you complaining about? Shen Yuan is my friend from childhood. You can't equate him with others. Lin Guangyao says disdainfully, Young Master Li said it. Then we'll continue to wait. The girl beside him says, Brother Lin, you're so annoying. You don't want to be my boyfriend, but you always touch me. Lin Guangyao, at this moment, turns to Zihaiji, Cousin, isn't your girlfriend supposed to come tonight? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Zihaiji smiles, saying, She's on her way, but there's a traffic jam. It'll probably take another 10 minutes, Lin Guangyao parts, thinking, My cousin has always been dependent on my family. If he didn't rely on me, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to participate in this kind of gathering. I don't know what dog shit he stepped on to find such a top-quality girlfriend. Especially that short skirt and white shirt. What charm can any man resist? Anyway, my cousin and his girlfriend aren't married yet. Maybe I still have a chance. Shen Yuan, at this moment, appears. He opens the door, giving a bright smile, and greets, Sorry to keep you all waiting. Li Yuhong, seeing Shen Yuan arrive, asked softly, Why are you late? Shen Yuan honestly says, Traffic jam. I suspect the driver took a detour, specifically going to places with traffic jams. Li Yuhong lightly punches his shoulder, laughing, Damn, there are really unethical drivers like that. Complain about him. Lin Guangyao, seeing this, thinks disdainfully, calling a taxi. Who among the people sitting here doesn't drive a luxury car? Calling a taxi. No wonder he's stuck in traffic. He scoffs. You're still lucky. Everyone drove here themselves. Unexpectedly, a beautiful but familiar girl walks in, saying worriedly, Sorry, it's rush hour, so I'm late. Zihaiji, his face red, stands up to introduce, Chen No, my girlfriend. She's a salesperson at a 4S store. If you brothers need a car, you can find her. He suddenly feels a sense of superiority, thinking, Although I'm not as good as you guys in terms of money, my girlfriend is prettier than all of yours. Chen No, seeing Shen Yuan standing there, is surprised, thinking, That's Mr. Shen, the one who bought the car yesterday. Mr. Shen didn't say hello, so I should also pretend that it's the first time they've met. Thinking this, she goes straight to Zihaiji, her face stiff but still shining with a bit of charm. 40 minutes later, Li Yuhong stands up, his face flushed with drunkenness, saying, Now that everyone has eaten, listen to me for a few words. The bar I'm opening, I want to do it well. The people sitting here are all my good brothers. Do you want to invest together and get rich? The estimated capital is about 240,000. I'll put out 30% of the shares, which means investing about 700,000. He asks a little shyly, What do you guys think? The girl beside Lin Guangyao is sitting and watching the show. He, on the other hand, is leaning back, thinking, Li Yuhong's family has a profit of several million a year. Just 700,000, and he still needs others to invest. He must have failed in his previous investments, so his dad didn't give him money. Zihaiji shakes the wine glass in his hand, thinking, I can't participate in this, I have to save up for 2 years. Jia Zhengan thinks going out to eat is fine, but why are you dragging us to invest? It's not Li Yuhong's style. The people who are called the important people at this time are silent. They are silent, thinking, at times like this, whoever talks too much is a fool. Li Yuhong's face darkens, thinking, usually, these people look for me to eat and drink, and I pay for everything. They don't say a word when borrowing money. Today, when I need a little support, Shen Yuan is having a hard time, so it's fine, but the others are like they're dead. He says coldly, what, after eating, you all became mute? You guys should still say something. Lin Guangyao, at this moment, opens his mouth. It's like this, young Master Li, I feel that it's not to the point where you need to invest. If you're short of a little money to make ends meet, everyone can contribute a few thousand to open the bar first. Later, when you earn it back, you can pay us back. Zihaiji also adds, that's right, that's right. After all, we're just adding shares halfway. It's definitely not fair to you. If you do it like this, you won't lose even if you earn money later, everyone. Is that right? Jia Zhengan secretly thinks, everyone can clearly see Li Yuhong's investment level. The hot pot restaurant and the technicians from before didn't do well. Now, he's opening a quiet bar. It's no different from throwing money into the sea. The people sitting around, watching the show, look at Lin Guangyao in front of them, thinking bitterly, this guy has money, he can borrow it privately, why is he dragging everyone in? Shit, everyone relies on their family, the pocket money isn't even enough to spend. Li Yuhong is silent, thinking, I wanted to pull everyone together to do business and earn money. Now, it's like it's turned into borrowing money. Then it's completely unnecessary. I still value these brothers too much. Especially this Lin Guangyao, who doesn't do anything right. Clearly, I said I was investing and joining shares, but he just had to talk about borrowing money. Li Yuhong puts down the wine glass, saying bitterly, borrowing money is for later. If everyone doesn't have this intention, then forget it. Lin Guangyao, hearing this, raises his glass with interest, saying, that's how it should be. Young Master Li, pulling investment is very boring. Everyone should eat what they should eat and drink what they should drink. Continue. Shen Yuan, at this moment, is still pondering. When I went bankrupt, I didn't see any of these people. Why does Li Yuhong still hope to rely on them? These people are all useless people who rely on their family to have money to spend. Li Yuhong says disappointedly, if you guys have nothing to do, I'll go first. Shen Yuan, at this moment, speaks up. How about I invest this 700,000? The entire room simultaneously becomes silent. Li Yuhong turns his head in surprise. Lin Guangyao laughs, saying, Shen Yuan, don't joke around. Everyone isn't meeting for the first time. Another person echoes, that's right, talking nonsense is meaningless. A person sitting next to Shen Yuan pats his shoulder, advising, or you should go to the bathroom and wash your face to sober up a bit. Right now, young Master Li is not in a good mood. He doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you. Xai also adds, reminding, brother, I'm a few years older than you and have experienced more than you. There are many things that you have to measure your strength to do. Now, it's not just a problem of measuring your strength, but also talking nonsense without knowing shame. Lin Guangyao also chimes in, that's right, Shen Yuan, how did you come here? Don't you know, or should I pay for a car to call for you? Chen No, seeing this mocking scene, thinks in her heart, it's strange, Mr. Shen wants to invest 30% of the shares. Why do they think he's talking nonsense? He just ordered a 600,000 car yesterday. Having money like that, investing 700,000 isn't very normal. She remains silent, lowering her head, thinking, although I want to help Mr. Shen, suddenly interjecting and speaking for him as an outsider might even cause him more trouble. What should I do to make it better? Shen Yuan, on this side, asks calmly, Li Yuhong, the 700,000 has been transferred, check it out. Li Yuhong, looking at the extremely large amount of money on his phone, is so surprised that he stammers, Shen Yuan, you. The information on the phone is very clear. Industrial and Commercial Bank, Card with the last four digits 5,850 for reviewers, received 700,000 at 1940 to on May 13th. Lin Guangyao asks curiously, "Young Master Li, what happened?" Li Yuhong stammers, unable to say a sentence, and turns the phone towards Lin Guangyao, saying, You look at it yourself." He sees the long string of numbers and is shocked, thinking, what? Shen Yuan's transfer has so many zeros. Let me count carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's really 700,000. Chen Na, sitting next to him, also turns her head in surprise to look at Shen Yuan, thinking, in just a moment, the wind has changed. One of them, seeing Lin Guangyao jump up, asks curiously, "Young Master Lin, what's in the message?" His whole body trembles, replying, "My family has something to do. I'm not drinking with you anymore, see you another day." Zihaiji, saying this, also stands up, asking, "Brother, what's going on?" He replies angrily, "Don't ask any more, aunt and uncle are looking for you." Zihaiji says blankly, "There's no way, they didn't call me." Lin Guangyao looks at Shen Yuan bitterly, thinking, this cousin really doesn't know how to read the situation. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with him. On the contrary, that bastard Shen Yuan, if he has so much money, why did he call a taxi and pretend? Tonight, all the attention was stolen by him. Damn it, he was just asking difficult questions. He goes to Li Yuhong, saying, "Young Master Li, what's in the message? Let me see." As soon as he sees it, he opens the door and walks outside, leaving only one sentence that, "My family has something to do. I'm leaving first." The others also understand and stand up, saying, "I'm the same, young Master Li. See you next time." Zihaiji turns to ask, "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you all leaving?" Chen No, beside him, also says, "Let's go too." Zihaiji follows behind Chen No. He is still wondering, "What did you say? How did you know what they saw in the message? You didn't even see the message." Chen No, at this moment, says, "Yesterday, Shen Yuan ordered an M series from me and paid the full amount." He, hearing this, is shocked, pulling the girl's hand and saying, "Really? Is that true?" Chen No says coldly, "Why would I lie to you? I still have his car purchase contract in my hand." He, hearing this, is annoyed, scolding the girl, "Chen No, I'm not talking about you, but if you know the situation of a rich man like this, you should tell me immediately. This matter is because you didn't do it properly." Chen No coldly shakes his hand away forcefully, saying clearly, "What next time?" Zihaiji, "Today, I just found out that you're this kind of person. Consider me meeting the wrong person, don't contact me in the future." Switching the scene to inside the VIP room, Li Yuhong sits down, putting his arm around Shen Yuan, saying, "If I had known you had so much money, I wouldn't have organized this gathering today." "It's a waste of money." Shen Yuan pours wine into the glass, saying, "Now you know. None of those people are trustworthy, playing around is fine, but when something really happens, they can't do anything." Shen Yuan turns to smile, saying, "Speaking of your bar, although I'm just a small shareholder, I have to participate in the plans behind it." Li Yuhong smiles brightly, agreeing, "Okay, I'll tell you about the plan first." For the next half hour, Shen Yuan discusses the decoration, style and operation situation with Li Yuhong. After a while of brainstorming, Li Yuhong exclaims, "Damn, you're really something. Going to university wasn't a waste. You're so insightful in business." Shen Yuan stretches, saying, "This is called a business genius. However, I don't have time to go to the bar every day to take care of it. It's even harder for you to say we still have to find a store near the school." Li Yuhong then replies, "Listen to you, I'll listen to everything you say." An hour later, a message from the girl, Chen No, arrives. "Mr. Shen, the car you ordered is about to arrive at the store. You can come to handle the remaining car payment on Friday." Shen Yuan, as if thinking of something, sends a message back, "Don't rush, are you free tomorrow night? I have some specific questions about the car that I want to ask you directly." Chen Na, on this side, seeing the message, thinks, "This Mr. Shen." Shen Yuan smiles, thinking, "Now, manhwa is a money tree, the amount of returned money is limited. I have to expand comprehensively to fully utilize this system to earn money. Moreover, Chen's appearance and figure are both top-notch. Spending money for a beautiful girl like this isn't a loss. Thinking this, he sends the address to Chen No tomorrow, the tea restaurant on the 4th floor of the Gojin shopping mall. The next day, the girl arrives very early, sitting by the window, propping her chin, thinking, Mr. Shen hasn't arrived yet. Am I too early? Suddenly, a fat uncle walks in from outside. Seeing the girl, he thinks, Chen No, why is she here? Moreover, she's wearing the store's uniform. In the store, I never had the opportunity to flirt with this little girl today. I finally caught her. Thinking this, he turns his head to say to the people behind him, Today, you guys find a place to eat by yourselves. I have something to do. He is the general manager of Chinna's for S store, named Zheng Xionyong. The people behind him immediately understand, saying, President Zheng, you go ahead and do your work. We'll go first. The group of people leave, still gossiping with each other. Do you think Chen No will agree to President Zheng? I feel like she won't. Chen No doesn't look like that kind of person. Another colleague says, that's not certain. Girls will come to places like this to eat by themselves. Maybe Chen No came to create a chance encounter, deliberately letting Zheng Xionyong meet her. The colleague, hearing this, laughs, saying, usually, Chen No also looks very proper. Unexpectedly, Zihaiji at this moment happens to hear this story. He ponders, Chen No created a chance encounter, with who? Zheng Xionyong, at this moment, walks to the girl's side, saying, Chen No, what a coincidence, you're also here to eat. Are you alone? Do you mind if I eat with you? Chen No says frankly, President Zheng, I'm sorry, I have an appointment with a friend. He doesn't know where he gets the confidence to think that this little girl is still playing the game of liking, but pretending to refuse. He puts his hand on the table, saying, Chen No, for better or worse, I'm also your superior. What does it matter if you have a friend? Let's eat together. Chen No, her face unhappy, says, Really? I'm sorry. Please maintain a suitable distance from me. You already have a family. You shouldn't do this. The man still sits down shamelessly, saying, So, you mind that I have a family? This is easy to handle. Divorce is fine. Zihaiji is searching for Chen No everywhere. He thinks fiercely, Chen No dumped me and ended up sticking to another man, looking down on me. My annual salary is 400,000 or 500,000, and I also have a car worth more than 300,000. What's wrong with me? He goes up to the 4th floor and is driven crazy by the scene inside. He shouts inwardly, Oh damn, I lost to this pig again. Zihaiji rushes inside, pointing straight at Zheng Xionyong and scolding, You dog couple. So you were secretly dating behind my back? Chen No asks blankly, What are you talking about? Zheng Xionyong, his plan ruined, asks unhappily, May I ask who you are? He doesn't say much, directly rushing up and punching the old pervert, then shouting bitterly, I also want to ask who you are. He is also not to be outdone, standing up and grabbing his collar, saying, Where did this mad dog come from? You even dare to hit me. Shen Yuan, walking over, sees the chaotic scene inside and is stunned, thinking, What happened to Zihaiji here? He looks at the situation inside, analyzing, catching someone in the act or this fat man is a shield. Otherwise, the person lying on the ground would be me right now. Seeing Chen No walking over, Shen Yuan quickly pulls her away, saying, Chen No, let's go. Don't worry about them, we'll leave here first. A moment later, the two have walked outside. Chen No, while driving, recounts, Actually, I and Zihaiji were only together for half a month. After eating that time, I realized that his character was so bad. It's good that I broke up with him that night. Shen Yuan nods, adding, It's good to find out his true colors early. It's okay now, everything is over. Chen No, her face worried, says, It's not over. Zheng Xionyong, who was beaten, is my boss now. He was beaten for no reason. I don't know if he'll target me in the future. Shen Yuan then says, This kind of boss isn't worth working for. Just quit and find another job. The girl lowers her eyes, replying, Now, it's not easy to find a job. Changing to another store means I have to start over. The customers I've accumulated over the years will all be wasted. The two just pass by a flower shop by the side of the road. Chen No looks out blankly and says, actually, selling cars for a long time is also very tiring. I also want to change to another job, for example, a cafe. If I'm in a good mood, I'll do a lot of business. If I'm not in a good mood, I'll close the door. How good would that be? It's a pity that opening a cafe needs 300,000 to 400,000. I don't know how long I have to save money. Shen Yuan asks with interest, you want to open a cafe? If you don't have enough money, it's okay. What if someone wants to invest? In his heart, he thinks, besides the 700,000 given to Li Yuhong, I still have 300,000 specifically for investment. Chen No doesn't take these words seriously and laughs, saying, then I'll immediately resign and work for him without any hesitation. Shen Yuan, his face serious, says, okay, then resign tomorrow. I'll invest 300,000 to open a cafe. Later, you'll work for me. The hand that was patting Shen Yuan's thigh stops. The number above Chen Na's head jumps straight to 64. The girl exclaims in surprise, what? Shen Yuan, on this side, is very happy, thinking, at first, I was still a little worried that I couldn't get her favorability. A new money tree has arrived. Chen Na asks back in surprise, Shen Yuan, are you kidding? Shen Yuan smiles, replying, I'm serious. What? You don't want to work for me? After opening the cafe, I'll pay you 12,000 a month. In addition, there's also a commission. If you open it continuously for 3 months, I'll give you a 200,000 car. Your car is old, so you should replace it. Chen Na's eyes light up, thinking in disbelief, no pressure to achieve business results. Working for 3 months and getting a car makes my annual salary directly exceed 300,000. The girl suddenly remembers something, thinking, wait, isn't Shen Yuan planning to support me? Chen No remembers the girl who went to buy a car with him last time and says, Shen Yuan, you're doing this for me, it's not worth it. The girl says frankly, thinking, although this condition is very attractive, I don't want to be a canary in someone else's cage, especially with the identity of a mistress. Shen Yuan crosses his arms, saying, don't think too much. I'm just planning to open a chain of cafes. The first store is to operate as a pilot project. So, we're just a simple relationship between a boss and an employee. Chen No turns her face away, saying shyly, is that so? Then let me think about it. Suddenly, a message from Fang Minhui arrives. Shen Yuan, are you free tonight? If you have free time, let's go have a cold drink. Shen Yuan, looking at the content of the message, thinks, a cold drink? Minhui's needs are so high? He quickly replies, drinking is fine, but the frequency has to be controlled a bit. After finishing, he also says to Chen No, I have something to do, so I'll go first. Think carefully and quickly reply to me. Shen Yuan quickly goes to the Dufuhao Hotel, room 808. He walks in and quickly closes the door. Fang Minhui has been waiting for a long time, rushing to hug Shen Yuan, saying, Shen Yuan, I miss you. He also softens, replying, Minhui. Before he can finish speaking, Fang Minhui says suspiciously, wait, Shen Yuan, there's the smell of another girl's perfume on you. Shen Yuan is surprised, sniffing himself, and says, hey, really? In his heart, he thinks, could it be that because I sat in Na's car, I got her perfume? Fang Minhui pushes Shen Yuan away, angrily questioning, tell me, have you found another woman behind my back? Shen Yuan quickly goes to hug her, saying softly, how could that be? I only have you. It's just that today I went to the 4S store to do the car procedures, so I got the perfume of those girls. You know, the female staff at the 4S store all spray quite strong perfume. Fang Minhui is finally manipulated by his sweet words, saying, all right, but if you go to find another woman next time, you have to tell me in advance. Also, you have to maintain a distance from that staff member, understand? Shen Yuan smiles evilly, saying, of course. He smiles, thinking, this is really not a problem of having an affair. The system's task is to spend money for the opposite sex, relying on returns to earn money. I definitely can't cling to just one tree. After the girl instructs him, she turns to leave, saying at the same time, all right, I'll go shower first. Shen Yuan takes her arm, saying meaningfully, shower later. Fang Minhui, her tone wet, says, if I don't shower, I'll have the clothes on my body. She is quickly stripped clean. Shen Yuan, his face rogue, says, I like the smell of not showering. Fang Minhui sits on the bed, her face red, saying, then we're the same. Actually, I also like the scent on your body. Shen Yuan, at this moment, has also quickly taken off all his clothes, throwing them in a corner. He jumps on the bed, greedily inhaling the scent of the girl, saying, Minhui, you've really completely ignited the fierce fire in my heart. The two people, once again, wrestle with each other, together indulging and forgetting everything. 2 hours later, the two are preparing to stop when Fang Minhui says, Shen Yuan, I still want to. Shen Yuan, a little scared, says, wait for me to shower first. He walks into the bathroom with weak legs, thinking, Minhui's needs are even greater than wantings. She's happy, but I'm being drained dry. He glances at the number 90 above her head, thinking, it can't be that this kind of exercise increases manhua's favorability so quickly. Last time, it only increased to 86 in one night. Today, it's already 90 after 2 times. Suddenly, the system rings out a notification, checking that the host has an opposite sex with a favorability rating above 90. The task has been completed. Reward, a random skill card. Reward money 1 million, a random skill card. Shen Yuan is surprised, widening his eyes, thinking, 1 million. Winning the lottery, the money is much more. Having a source of money from this kind of thing is easier to explain. Moreover, I can use it to pay off the debts in the house. He looks at the line a random skill card. Shen Yuan thinks confusedly, wait, a random skill card. There's this reward, then can't I kill in all directions later? Shen Yuan looks towards Fang Minhui, who is lying on the bed, thinking in his heart, sorry, Minhui, I have to rise up. In the future, it won't be you taking advantage of me, but me taking advantage of you. After saying this, Shen Yuan quickly chooses the random skill card. As soon as he chooses it, all the fatigue in his body almost disappears. He thinks in surprise, awesome, I can clearly feel that there's energy between my legs. The reward for reaching a favorability of 90 is really good. Shen Yuan thinks, it seems that the system's rewards are practical. It rewards what I'm lacking, but the favorability of the opposite sex has reached 90. Although Li Xio's favorability is more than 60, it's still difficult to develop to the point like Minhui. Chen No, with long legs and black stockings, has also exceeded 60. It seems that I still need to proceed step by step. I really don't know when the next girl with a favorability of 90 will appear. I won't think about these things for now. Quickly experiment with the skill of the system is the main thing. A moment later, he walks out fiercely, calling softly, Minhui. Fang Minhui asks in surprise, what's wrong, weren't you going to shower? Shen Yuan takes her hand, saying, no, I changed my mind. He turns the girl around, adjusting her posture, and says, like this, he gently takes her hand and starts to work. The pleasure that comes causes the girl to jump, calling out, Shen Yuan. At the same time, in another place, Chen No is lying on the sofa, talking on the phone very enthusiastically. Qianchen, a male student, said he wants to spend 300,000 for me to open a store and said that if I work for 3 months, he'll give me a 200,000 car. What do you say? Does this male student want to support me? But he has. The girl on the other end of the line, hearing this, interrupts her, Chen No, did you meet a scammer? Chen No says frankly, no way, I've met him a few times. Last time, he bought a car from me. Qianchen asks, how old is he? I remember the people who bought cars from you were all middle-aged men. Chen No replies, he's only 21. Qianchen, who is doing her nails, is surprised, asking, someone so young is already driving a luxury car. Is he handsome? Chen No sits up, her face red, replying, he's a little handsome. Qianchen analyzes, he wants to spend 300,000 to open a store for you and also give you a 200,000 car. A male student who is rich, handsome, and young like this, what's there to worrying about? Chen No goes to the outside of the window, looking at the city outside, and says blankly, But I'm 5 or 6 years older than him, Qianshan says. What's wrong with that? People all say that a woman is 3 years older than a man is like holding gold and silver. Now, he's rounding it up a bit. Isn't that equivalent to holding to gold bars? Chen Lo says awkwardly, but he has a girlfriend. Qianshan, while cutting her toenails, explains a girlfriend is not a wife who has been married. Chen in A, are you stupid? This kind of condition, even if he has a wife, it doesn't matter. Moreover, with the current situation, you can completely snatch him. Chen Noa is shocked by her friend's words, exclaiming, "What are you saying?" Qianshan laughs, saying, "If you're so confused, then push this sugar daddy to me. I'll bear everything for you." Chen No asks blankly, "Don't you have a boyfriend?" Qianshan is more realistic, replying, "What about a boyfriend? If I really have a sugar daddy like this supporting me, I'll restore my single status immediately." Qianshan thinks for a long time and then says, "I'm not kidding with you anymore. Okay, my boyfriend is back. I'll talk to you next time." Chen Na, on this side, hangs up the phone, also blankly lowering it. She looks up at the outside. At this time, all of it is Shen Yuan's figure. In her heart, she also unconsciously thinks of him. Returning to Shen Yuan's side, 40 minutes have passed quickly. Fang Minhui, panting, lies tiredly on the bed, saying, "Shen Yuan, why is this time not the same as just now?" He says slowly, propping his hand, "Not the same in what way? Is it stronger?" Fang Minhui says shyly, "Ah." Then she takes the blanket to cover half of her face. Fang Minhui says shyly, "Just now, we did it twice in 40 minutes. Shen Yuan leans close to her ear, whispering, "Do you like it? How about one more time?" The girl blankly sits up, asking, "Shen Yuan, can you still do it?" He says, "Minhui, I remember you learning to dance on top last time. This time, let's change it to you taking the initiative." "How about it?" The girl, her face red, says, "Me, on top." "But I don't know." Shen Yuan smiles gently, hugging Fang Minhui and says, "If you don't know, you can learn. Isn't it all accumulating experience in actual combat?" Fang Minhui also says softly, considering it as agreeing. Shen Yuan gently kisses Fang Minhui, and the girl's face turns red, scolding him softly, "You bad person." As if agreed upon beforehand, Fang Minhui climbs on top of him to continue the battle. The next day, after Fang Minhui returns to school, Shen Yuan lies comfortably on the bed, saying, "I don't have class in the morning. I can sleep a little longer." Suddenly, he sits up, holding a piece of paper and his phone, exclaiming, "Wait. Let me check the lottery ticket from the system." Shen Yuan tries to calmly check each number. He mutters, counting, "The red numbers are 3, 4, 14, 22, 26, 27. The last blue number is 1. It's all right. Oh damn, 6.8 million. Shen Yuan stands up suddenly, throwing all the blankets up, shouting, "I won the lottery, 6.8 million. This kind of good news has to be immediately announced to old Shen and Mom. Since the house went bankrupt, they've lived a poor life for too long." A moment later, Shen Yuan has returned home. He says enthusiastically, "Mom, I'm back." Shen Yuan's mother, hands on her hips, says, "You're back, then you're back. Don't shout so loudly, don't disturb the neighbors." He asks in surprise, "Where did old Shen go?" "Quickly call him out. I have something important to tell you." Old Shen, at this time, also walks out, asking suspiciously, "What important thing do you have to wait for Dad to come back?" "Kid, are you causing trouble again?" Shen Yuan pulls Dad to sit on the chair, smiling, and says, "What are you thinking, old Shen? The thing I want to say is good news. Come on, you to sit down first." After finishing, he takes out a lottery ticket and says happily, "We're rich. I won 6.8 million. Shen Yuan's mother, seeing this, is stunned, asking, "Son, have you been under too much pressure at school recently?" Old Shen says, "Kid, you just focus on studying. Dad will solve the debts in the house. No need to worrying too much. Don't think about random things all day." Shen Yuan hands the lottery ticket and the phone to his dad, saying, "Old Shen, look clearly and then talk." He quickly mutters, counting each red number printed on the lottery ticket and in the phone. His eyes light up when he looks at the lottery ticket, and he shouts, "Wife, it's really true." Shen Yuan's mother is startled, exclaiming, "Really, is it fake?" Old Shen, on this side, says excitedly, "It's really 6.8 million. Shen Yuan also adds, "Even if we subtract 20% for taxes, we can still get more than 5 million. With this money, not only can we pay off all the debts, but the life in the house can also be improved a lot." Shen Yuan's mother says happily, "Son, your contribution must be recorded in the golden book of our house. Today, we won't cook lunch. Let's go out to eat and celebrate our house winning the lottery." Shen Yuan scratches his head, saying a little shyly, "That's right. Now, I'm a junior. I still have 1 year left until graduation. I want to go out and do business myself to train." Old Shen, hearing this, is also happy, saying, "Now, doing business isn't easy. However, it's good that you have this idea. Young people need to struggle. The lottery money is also yours. It's better for you to spend it yourself. It's just that personally, Dad suggests that Mom and Dad keep a portion for you. Even if you lose later, we can also help you take care of it." Shen Yuan says awkwardly, "Old Shen, Mom, you only take 1 million. You can do whatever you want with the rest." Old Shen laughs lightly, nodding, "That's fine too." Shen Yuan's mother also adds, "Son, you do it. Mom and Dad support you." Switching the scene to Zheng Xianyan, after the fight that day, he points to his bruised face, saying, "Chen No, you probably know why I called you here, right? Look carefully, this is your boyfriend's masterpiece." Chen No says coldly, "Director, I've broken up with him. There's no relationship. You should find him for your injuries." He, of course, won't accept it, saying, "Chen No, these words of yours are not right. There's a cause and an effect. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been beaten for no reason." Zheng Xianyong looks at Chen Na's body and can't help but think darkly, "This woman is really smooth. Using this matter as leverage, I can definitely get her." Chen No is still very firm, replying, "What does the two of you fighting have to do with me? Moreover, yesterday, when I sat down, I said that I had an appointment with someone else. You insisted on sitting there yourself." His face darkening, says, "You're just arguing. Yesterday afternoon, you left your position without permission, leading to the hall having customers, but no one to greet them. Now, I'm punishing you by stopping you from greeting customers this month. Wait until you think clearly and then come find me." Chen now feels injustice and argues to the end, based on what, yesterday, I already asked for leave. He, hearing this, laughs, "Good question. Based on what? Isn't this the first day you've been out in society working? Just based on the fact that I'm the general manager of this store. Everything in this store is up to me." This logic makes Chen No angry but helpless. Zheng Xianyang, on this side, is still very pleased with himself, thinking, stopping her from greeting customers is equivalent to cutting off her commission. If it's just the base salary for a month, then it's only 1,200 yuan. It's not even enough to pay for rent. Chen No, at this moment, has finally thought it through. She decisively turns around, leaving only the sentence, acting like a big shot with just the position of a general manager. "Isn't it just a job, at most? I won't do it anymore." He, hearing this, is so panicked that he jumps up, calling out, "Chen No, don't go so fast. I advise you to think clearly." Chen No, at this moment, is also thinking, but thinking about something else. Shen Yuan, looking at him, isn't very old, but he doesn't seem like an ordinary person. He's doing things steadily, not to mention what Shen Yuan wants to do. Just working for him is also a way out. She makes up her mind this time, saying straightforwardly, "No need to think anymore." Not doing it anymore means not doing it anymore. Half an hour later, Chen Na's message rings out. "I've prepared to resign. Do you still mean what you said yesterday?" Shen Yuan quickly replies, "Congratulations on escaping the sea of suffering and choosing a bright path. If you have free time, you can go see the store. If there's a suitable location, then we'll finalize it." Shen Yuan, on this side, is walking on the road. Seeing the message, he happily thinks, "Great. It seems that the remaining 300,000 in the investment task doesn't need to find another project." He, at this moment, also arrives at the place he needs to go. As soon as he walks in, he politely greets, "Teacher Lee, I'm here." Lee Zi, at this moment, is still carrying a few boxes on the ground. She turns her head and says, "Shen Yuan, sorry for bothering you. I have to move the office, but there are too many things. I can't move them all. I originally planned to call the class leader, but she has something to do, so she asked for leave." Shen Yuan looks up at the shelf and replies, "It's okay, I don't have class in the morning. It just so happens that I don't have anything to do at home. Do all of these things have to be moved down?" Lee Zi, while wiping her sweat, says with a smile, If it's just moving books and documents, then I can do it, but this table and the filing cabinet are too heavy." She goes to a cabinet, but can't reach it. While doing it, she says, "Take all the books on the cabinet down first. Otherwise, they'll fall down when moving it." With her limited height, she has no choice but to stand on tiptoe. But then, a strong hand appears behind her, helping her. Shen Yuan takes the stack of papers from above. The close distance causes her but to touch Shen Yuan's little brother. The two just rub against each other like this, causing Li Zi to blush shyly. Her heart is pounding, thinking, Shen Yuan, at this moment, she remembers the matter from before and infers, this time is even closer than last time. Shen Yuan really has intentions towards me. Li Zi, her face flushed, asks hesitantly, Is it done?" Shen Yuan honestly takes the stack of documents down and says with a smile, "Yes, it's done." Suddenly, a lively call rings out from outside, "Teacher, we're here to help you." A group of people walk in and immediately see the scene, thinking, why is Teacher Li's face so red? Shen Yuan walks over, urging the group of kids, "Quickly come over and move things. You guys move this filing cabinet to the room next door." The group quickly roll up their sleeves, each doing their own thing. Li Xiao goes to a corner, lightly smoothing her soft hair. In her heart, she thinks, it's good that these two students came a few seconds late. Otherwise, they would have seen it. That would really be embarrassing. Shen Yuan is getting bolder and bolder. It's fine at home, but he dares to mess around in the office. Teacher Li puts her hand on her chest, her face red, thinking, but just now, I felt a little excited. What the hell is that? No way. No way. Shen Yuan is my student. Absolutely not. Shen Yuan, on this side, looks at the teacher and is surprised, thinking, why did Teacher Li's favorability increase to 71? Could it be that just now, that little bit increased the favorability? He smiles, rubbing his chin, remembering, it's not that I'm too long, it's that the teacher's but is too big. If it were a thinner girl, then I'd be powerless. However, I didn't expect Teacher Li's favorability to increase. In the future, I can run to her place to cultivate feelings a little more. Switching the scene to Saturday, 800 meters from the south gate of the school, inside a pink cafe. Several beautiful girls are enthusiastically asking, "Zhongpeng, I heard that you paid 280,000 for that car all at once. You're already driving a BMW before graduating. You've surpassed 99.99% of your classmates." Li Zhongpeng, his face parallel to the sky, thinks, damn it. Fang Minhui pretended to be pure and refused me. With my conditions, I'm not short of girls kneeling down to lick me. He laughs, saying, some people even despise BMWs. The girl with long hair, hearing this, says, "No way. You're still despising it like this. What kind of conditions do you have at home?" The girl beside her also adds, "That's right, some people don't know the situation. Even if they work for 3 to 5 years, they may not be able to afford this car." Li Zhongpeng, who is self-absorbed, looking outside, is stunned. His face turns red, and he even spits out the tea. In his heart, he suddenly exclaims, "Oh damn, this older sister is too sexy." The older sister is none other than Chen No. She is leisurely sitting outside. The one named Li Zhongpeng, inside, is constantly looking at her, commenting, "Those beautiful legs are amazing. Reducing my lifespan by 10 years wouldn't be too much. I don't know what kind of person can get a top-quality girl like this." Suddenly, a girl looks down at a car and can't help but sigh, "Look quickly. This driverless car is really high-end. What kind of car is it?" Li Zhongping looks down and says silently, the top M9. Suddenly, Shen Yuan appears next to the car, causing the group to be startled. The girl with long hair looks down, asking suspiciously, isn't that Shen Yuan? Li Zhongping is blank, thinking, oh, no. Why is he driving this car? Didn't his family go bankrupt? Chen Na, on this side, seeing him from afar, waves her hand, calling, Shen Yuan, here. Here, the loud call causes Li Zhongping to turn his head in surprise. He exclaims inwardly, this beautiful older sister is waiting for Shen Yuan. Chen Na smiles gently, asking, the boss just sent a message to me, she be here later, how is the car? Is it okay to drive? Shen Yuan sits down, taking a sip of the water, and says, it's not bad. The girl with long hair, on this side, leans close to Li Zhongpeng's ear, whispering, Li Zhongpeng, look. It seems like Shen Yuan and her have something going on. Li Zhongpeng, grinding his teeth bitterly, thinks, this damn Shen Yuan, he just broke up with senior sister not long ago, and now he's already seducing a beautiful girl from outside the school. At this moment, a slender hand touches the table of the two. A girl with green hair walks over, saying, hello, I'm Lin Dusheng, the boss of the cafe. I was picking up my child just now, so I was a little late. Shen Yuan stands up, politely shaking hands with Lin Dusheng. She also smiles politely, praising a few words, Mr. Shen looks very young. Shen Yuan also replies, actually, everyone is about the same age. We're all over 20 years old, Ms. Lin. Let's sit down and talk. Lin Dusheng calmly sits down and goes straight to the point. I'll keep it short. The cafe in my house is doing normal business, but it's quite good at receiving students from the school. Mainly, I have too many things to do at home. I can't do everything. There's no other way, so I can only transfer the store. The transfer fee is 300,000 Shen Yuan. Hearing these things, smiles, secretly calculating. Although I have 300,000 for investment, subtracting the transfer fee, I still have to keep 50,000 to use as initial funding and Chen Na's first month's salary. Shen Yuan smiles, saying, let's do this, I won't bargain with you. The final price is 250,000, Lin Dusheng ponders, considering the price he offered is really lower than my expected level of 270,000 a little, but if I don't transfer it this time, maybe no one will be as decisive as this. Okay, that's fine. The girl thinks for a bit and asks, if it's this price, can we sign the contract and pay the transfer fee today? Shen Yuan smiles, saying, I can sign the contract. After signing, I'll transfer 250,000 to you. Lin Dusheng, after receiving the definite confirmation, calls the staff beside her, ZQ, in the future, this Mr. Shen will be the new boss. Later, you take him to get familiar with the situation of the store. ZQ quickly goes to the front of him and bows politely, saying, boss, hello. Shen Yuan then points to Chen Na and says to the staff, take this Ms. Chen to get familiar with it. I don't come to the store often, so everything in the store is up to her. The girl with blonde hair at Li Zhongpeng's table, overhearing the whole story, says to her friend, did you hear that? This is too unbelievable. In just a few short minutes, a business of 250,000 was directly discussed. Her friend also adds, moreover, it's clear that Shen Yuan finalized this store because of the girl beside him. Li Zhongpeng, on this side, hearing this, is also secretly bitter, but he can't do anything. Suddenly, Lin Dusheng's phone rings. She says apologetically, taking the phone and saying, Mr. Shen, Ms. Chen, I'm sorry, I'm going out to answer the phone. Chen Na, at this moment, leans close to Shen Yuan, saying softly, it seems that this Ms. Lin is the wife of Zheng Xianyang, the one who fought with Zi Haiji at the Gojin shopping mall, the boss of the 4S store. Shen Yuan, only now knowing, is surprised, thinking, it's such a coincidence. He thinks, with such a beautiful wife at home, why does he still want to use his power to have an affair? Using the unspoken rules with female staff is too despicable. I'm the first to disagree. Chen Na says silently, I still have the conversation of harassment and threats from Zheng Xianyang. I want to use the salary to expose him so that people in the car industry can see his true face. Shen Yuan asks, should I tell Ms. Lin? I think Ms. Lin is also very good. I'm afraid it will hurt her. Shen Yuan, with an indifferent face, says, I feel that it's not suitable. Chen No asks in surprise, why? Shen Yuan cleverly analyzes, once the chat history is posted, Zheng Xionyong will know who did it. A middle-aged man over 40 years old, having lost his job and still having a wife and children to support. I'm afraid he'll do something unfavorable to you. Let me handle this matter. I guarantee that I'll make him fall and also won't affect you. Chen No, hearing this, also feels relieved, saying, Shen Yuan, thank you. Shen Yuan then takes out his phone, saying, I've transferred 250,000 to Ms. Lin. I've also transferred 50,000 to you. Among them, 24,000 is your salary for the first 2 months. The remaining amount is the capital to run the store. The system also rings out a notification at the same time, checking that the host has used all 1 million of the money specifically for investment, completing the first investment task. The investment level has been upgraded from novice to primary investor. Start the chain task. A perfect life should have more assets. Task. The host will get 10 million specifically for investment to continue expanding the investment. Task Reward 1. All income earned from the investment will be returned 3 times. Task Reward 2. After completing the investment, you will get a mysterious industry. Shen Yuan, looking at each line of the notification, thinks in surprise, unexpectedly, the system is giving me another surprise. This time, the investment money is directly 10 times more. I can use 10 million to invest, and there's also a mysterious industry. I've already started to get curious. Lin Dushang, after answering the phone, walked in and said cheerfully, Mr. Shen, I've received the money. Happy cooperation. I'll go first. I'll see you again if I have the chance. Shen Yuan shook hands with the girl and he blushed, secretly commenting, Ms. Lin's hand is as soft as boneless, yet it doesn't lose its sexiness. This is the charm of another man's wife. Suddenly, an improper thought flashed across his mind. Shen Yuan smiled gently and said affirmatively, okay, we'll see each other again. Half an hour later, at a high-end restaurant, Chen No sat opposite him, hesitatingly asking, Mr. Shen, this restaurant is very expensive. Do you come here often? Shen Yuan replied calmly, not often. Today is a good day. Congratulations on our happy cooperation. Chen No on this side had already blushed, Shen Yuan secretly reassuring herself. Chen No, this is really a difficult situation. Surely, a decent man can't stand it. Shen Yuan, at this moment, said, Chen No, how about you sit next to me? The girl said oh and obediently walked over. As soon as she sat down, Shen Yuan put his arm around her waist and said, scoot over here a bit. In his heart, he thought, finalizing the cafe cost 300,000. Next, I have to pay 12,000 in salary every month. It's time to get back some profit. Chen No, her face red, thought, there's no love and exchange in the world. There's no reason. Could it be that he's planning to earn money from the cafe? Lin Dushang said that it can maintain a balance of income and expenditure, which is already good. And I only have this that I can give him. Shen Yuan's arm kept groping, caressing her plump buttocks. Chen No, shyly, reminded him, the waiter is about to come in. Shen Yuan, don't be like this. Shen Yuan smiled slyly, saying, the dishes here come up slowly. Just like that, Shen Yuan started caressing the girl's whole body again, causing Chen No to be unable to help but make sounds full of ambiguity. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that someone came to knock on the door, announcing, Mr. Shen, the dishes are ready to be served. Chen No was startled, whispering to him, someone's coming. Shen Yuan, the two, at this moment, separated. Shen Yuan, with a happy face, said loudly, come in. After the dishes were served, Shen Yuan picked up a piece of food for the girl, saying, try this. This is the restaurant's specialty. Looking at him diligently picking up food, Chen No thought, actually, Shen Yuan is very handsome. The only flaw is that he's a bit bad clearly. There's such a beautiful girl beside him, yet he's still messing around outside like this. Her face red, sighed, thinking, oh, too bad, now, I'm already on the pirate ship. Thinking about these things is useless. Time passed quickly. 40 minutes later, the two had finished eating. The cashier announced, Mr. Shen, The total is 2,650 yuan. Please scan the code on this side, Shen Yuan. While scanning the code, thought, although this meal cost 2,650 yuan, the system has a triple return, equivalent to earning 5,300 yuan. Earning money is as easy as turning over my hand. Chen Na, on this side, thought, one meal is equal to the commission from selling a car. The life of a person with money is like spending 2,000 yuan is like me spending 20 yuan. Then, the two strolled on the road. Suddenly, she opened her mouth to him. Shen Yuan, I want to go back to the cafe to understand the situation with ZQ. I'll go there to work tomorrow. I want to quickly understand the situation. Shen Yuan turned around, saying, it's already 8:30. ZQ gets off work at 9. If you go to work, you'll delay her getting off work. She hold a grudge. Go home and rest and get your spirits up. Go tomorrow. Chen Na, hearing this, blushed, saying shyly, okay, then. Sorry to trouble you a bit, then take me home. Shen Yuan, once again, smiled happily, agreeing. After arriving home, Chen Na got out of the car, smiling, saying, you worked hard today. After going to work tomorrow, I'll report the work to you. Goodbye. Shen Yuan, at this moment, also got out, asking, I'm a little thirsty. Is it okay to go upstairs and drink a glass of water? The girl, shyly, replied, it's not very convenient. Chen Na, in her heart, is a little nervous, thinking, is the progress too fast? The matter in the private room just now was already my limit. Shen Yuan, at this moment, rubs his chin, saying, oh, is there another man in the house? Chen Na immediately turns around, correcting, how could that be? I and Zihaiji have already broken up. Shen Yuan, hearing this, smiles, saying, then I won't be long-winded. I'm just going up to drink a glass of water. What's not convenient about that? Chen Na is still suspicious, asking back, are you really just going to drink water and then leave? Shen Yuan smiles brightly, saying, of course. But if you want to keep me overnight, that's fine too. Chen Na, her face red, looks at him. Her face clearly writes the words, you pervert. A moment later, as soon as the door was opened, Shen Yuan had already put one arm around her waist and one arm against the door, occupying the dominant position. Chen Na's face red, pushes him away with an arm that has no strength, saying, didn't you say you were just going to drink water? Shen Yuan, with a lewd face, lifts the girl's skirt, saying with interest, that's right, I'm drinking water, but not the water you're thinking of. The two very quickly began a passionate foreplay. At this time, downstairs, a black car is parked in front of the door. The person in the car thinks, surely, Chen Na resigned because of me. I have to get her forgiveness first. Even if it's just being normal friends, I'll try to pursue Chen Na again later. Zihaiji, once again, stands downstairs, looking up, thinking, Chen Na's lights aren't on. She's probably not home. I'll put the flowers at her door first. The meaning of the roses is to love you forever. My love will not change. She's so smart. She definitely see that I gave them. But as soon as he arrives at the door, he is stunned when he hears the ambiguous sounds. Zihaiji says blankly, muttering, This is Chen Na's voice, damn it. And she said there's nothing going on with that old man Zheng Xuanyong, damn it. They're already doing it. He goes crazy, banging on the door, then shouting loudly, Zheng Xuanyong, you come out here for me. Shen Yuan, at this moment, is enjoying himself. Hearing the shout outside, he thinks, hearing the voice, it seems like it's Zihaiji. This idiot has already broken up, yet he's still worrying about other people's business. Is he sick? Chen Na, at this moment, also hears the voice, saying, it seems like I heard a voice outside. Who's knocking on the door? Shen Yuan, not wanting to stop, says, you heard wrong. It's someone knocking on the door next door. He picks Chen Na up, saying as he walks, let's go inside the room. Chen Na, in his arms, says softly, Shen Yuan, I'm not ready yet, be gentle. Shen Yuan says indulgently, okay. The bouquet of roses from Zihaiji finally falls to the ground, shattered. Zihaiji sits slumped in front of Chen Na's house, thinking, it seems that Chen Na has been eaten clean. I've completely lost my chance. He sobs softly, remember to wear a condom. An hour later, inside Chen Na's room, They were still working hard. Chen No, while panting, says, "This kind of thing, it's comfortable, but it's a little tiring." Suddenly, Shen Yuan flips the girl over, causing Chen No to exclaim in surprise. What are you doing?" He replies gently, "Lying still like this won't be tiring." Shen Yuan happily thinks it can be said that the system's random skill, inexhaustible energy, can't be used up at all. However, Chen No looks outgoing, but unexpectedly, she's so conservative in reality, which makes me like her even more. After a passionate night, Shen Yuan finally wakes up grudgingly. He inhales the scent in the air, thinking, "It smells so good. It's the smell of toasted bread and fried eggs." Outside, Chen No is leisurely cooking breakfast for the two of them. The morning sunlight shines inside, creating a warm scene. Shen Yuan sits in the room, looking outside, thinking, Chen No is so thoughtful, completely different from the feeling at the hotel with Fang Minhui. This kind of thing can only happen at home. The hotel doesn't have this kind of warm feeling. As soon as the thought flashes, the system's voice echoes. A perfect life should have its own home to create favorable conditions for yourself and the girls. Limited time task. Buy a house no smaller than 100 square meters for Chen No. Task reward 1. The money to buy the house can be returned twice. Task reward 2. After buying the house, the host will receive a secret house. Note: task reward 1 can be stacked with the return of money based on the favorability rating. Shen Yuan sighs, thinking, damn, as soon as a thought flashes in my head, the system has directly arranged it. With the system's generosity, surely this house won't be bad. The bold ideas in his head begin to form. Maybe the mysterious house is a large villa. I often organize pool parties. It seems that I still have to find a few high-quality girls. This surprise rate will be higher. Chen No, at this moment, turns her head to look at Shen Yuan, who is sitting on the bed, and says, "Have you woken up? There are still 2 minutes until breakfast." Shen Yuan stands up, walking outside, leaning against the wall, crossing his arms, thinking, I don't know if Chenna's favorability reaches 90. What kind of reward can I get? He smiles evilly, asking, could it be that today's breakfast only has breakfast? Seeing Shen Yuan walking over, starting to touch her, Chen No, her face red, exclaims, "We've already done it so many times last night. Isn't it enough? Moreover, it's broad daylight." Shen Yuan says with interest, "You make your breakfast, I'll eat my breakfast." The cooking utensils in Chen Na's hand just fall straight down. Shen Yuan leans close to her ear, saying softly, "Later, if you don't have anything else to do, let's go buy a house." "I'll give it to you." Chen No is shocked by this answer, exclaiming, "What?" After hearing Shen Yuan's words, Chen No was stunned, thinking that helping me open a cafe had already cost 300,000, and now he was buying me a house. Although this city wasn't a top-tier city, buying a house would still cost at least over $1 million. Moreover, I had already been eaten clean from head to toe, and I had nothing left to give him. What was he planning? Could it be that I made him happy last night? Shen Yuan, while hugging her, asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" "Don't want it," Chen No stammered, replying, "No, it's just too sudden. Moreover, your money is too precious. It's not like it's blown in by the wind." Shen Yuan, in his heart, was secretly happy, thinking, actually, it's not much different from being blown in by the wind. The amount of money in the card that could be used to buy a house was more than 3.5 million. If he used it all, the system would reward him with a cumulative 5-fold return, and the balance would immediately exceed 17 million. He hugged Chen No tightly, whispering, "No need to save money for me. What's wrong with buying a house for my woman? Choose one that's 120 square meters or more. I don't want to mistreat my woman." Chen No, hearing this, was moved, exclaiming, "Shen Yuan." Seeing the tears in the girl's eyes, Shen Yuan reached out to wipe them gently, then said, "Look, we made such a big commotion last night. The soundproofing here isn't good. Maybe the 2 houses next door heard it. We can't rent this place anymore." Hearing this, the girl said with a bit of blame, "Isn't it because of you?" He smiled slyly, saying, "I admit that one part of the reason is because of me, but your screams were really loud." Chen No turned her head away, extremely shy, saying, "You're annoying." Suddenly, At this moment, Chen No looked up, saying seriously, "Oh right, I almost forgot. I have to close friends who want to come to the cafe to see me. I made an appointment with them for 10 a.m. or should we go see the house later?" Shen Yuan also said leisurely, "Buying a house isn't like buying vegetables. Choosing a suitable one and doing the procedures will take a while. An afternoon may not be enough. It's better for us to leave some extra time." Chen No nodded, leaving his arms, then said, "Okay, then let me tell them." Chen No quickly took out her phone to text. "Tiantian, I have something to do. I can't come to the cafe. Or should we make an appointment for tonight? What do you think?" The girl, on this side, quickly replied, "What's the matter?" "But Menglu and I have already arrived at the cafe." Tiantian, sitting in the car, read the message, then said, "Menglu, Chen No said that she has something to do and can't come." Menglu asked confusedly, "Huh, why?" She was Chen No's best friend, a top fitness trainer. Liu Menglu. Tiantian looked at the phone, then said, "I feel that the cafe thing is a lie. It's also possible that Chen No is lying to a man. How can men be so easily deceived? How can he spend 300,000 for her for nothing?" Menglu replied indifferently, "Chen No isn't someone who likes to exaggerate. I feel that it's probably not, or should you ask her the reason?" Menglu thought, "It's been several years since I met a man who was young and rich. Unexpectedly, Chen No met one first. No matter what, I have to go meet him once." Tiantian looked at the phone, continuously typing on the keyboard, saying, "Okay, let me ask more." Suddenly, Menglu's foot stepped hard on the brake, followed by a loud and surprised voice, "Oh my God! Is that real? She said that the man wants to take her to buy a house." Menglu's steering wheel quickly deviated. She, extremely shocked, exclaimed, "What?" Liu Menglu, with a surprised face, thought, "It's not a bag or makeup. She said she's buying it, and she's buying a house." Just calculating a 40 square meter apartment, it would cost 500,000 to 600,000. Adding the cafe, a man who's known her for less than half a month is willing to spend several million for her? I definitely have to meet this man, even if Chen No is following him. Surely this kind of man doesn't only have one woman. If it comes to the ability to make men happy, I'm much better than Chen No. It's really sisterhood, Liu Menglu thought, then said, "Tiantian, you ask them which building they're going to. Tell her we're going over there to help her. Anyway, we don't have anything to do today. It's better to have one more person to help her choose than her choosing by herself." While saying this, she thought, "Chen No, I'm sorry this time. Instead of letting those outside benefit, it's better to let our sisters benefit." Tiantian also quickly did as she said, "Okay, let me ask." 40 minutes later, at the Tenghu Chandi Sales Center, Liu Menglu got out of the car and was immediately surprised, thinking, "Oh, Tenghu Chandi. The smallest house in this building costs more than 1 million. Supporting a mistress and directly giving her a house worth more than 1 million. When will this wealth fall on my head?" Tiantian looked around for a while, then waved towards the front, saying, "Chen No, long time no see." Chen No quickly replied, "That's right, I miss you guys so much." Tiantian walked over, taking the girl's hand, then asked, "Chen No, who is this handsome man beside you? Why don't you introduce him?" Chen No happily walked to his side, then enthusiastically introduced, "Shen Yuan, these are my two best friends. She's called Liu Menglu, she's a fitness trainer. She's called Ho Tiantian, she's a salesperson at Farola." Menglu, Tiantian, he's Shen Yuan. The two girls were also very enthusiastic with their friend's man. Menglu didn't care about her image, walking over and putting her hand on Shen Yuan's chest, flirting, "Hello, Shen Yuan. Your body is a bit thin, you need to gain muscle. If you have time, you can come to my gym to train." She thought, unexpectedly, he's Chen No's sugar daddy. He looks to be less than 25 years old, is rich, young, and handsome. It's really infuriating. Shen Yuan smiled, replying coldly, "Forget it. If I train at your gym, I'm afraid I won't be able to concentrate." Liu Menglu observed the situation in front of her, then thought, in front of Chen No, he didn't resist my teasing. Maybe he and Chen No aren't in a relationship. The red marks on Chen Na's knees have made the problem clear. Last night's battle was very intense. Maybe she made him happy last night, so he's buying her a house. Tiantian, at this moment, said happily, "Hello, Shen Yuan. If you want to change cars, you can come to Farola to take a look." Shen Yuan replied gently, "Okay, if I want to change cars, I'll find you." Shen Yuan, at this moment, also looked at the two favorability ratings above the two girls' heads. Liu Menglu's was 68 and Ho Chanshan's was 67. Shen Yuan smiled, thinking, "We just met, and it hasn't even been 5 minutes, and these two women have already started to be interested in me. Chen in A, are you sure these two are your best friends? However, this matter is only beneficial to me, not harmful. Having one more woman with a favorability rating above 60 means having one more money tree." Thinking for a while, the group quickly went to buy a house. A middle-aged man, seeing Shen Yuan, was jealous, thinking, buying a house and bringing 3 top-quality beauties, showing off to who? The saleswoman walked out from inside, enthusiastically introducing, "Sir, we're selling Building 3 and Building 7. The average price is about 10,500, or should you look at the model first?" Shen Yuan said straightforwardly, "No need, my budget is 3 million. Just directly introduce an apartment and floor that are suitable for this amount of money." The saleswoman said enthusiastically, "Is that so? Then, sir, please come into the negotiation room to talk. I'll introduce it to you in more detail." Liu Menglu, seeing this spending, was so shocked that her jaw dropped, thinking, "Oh my god. What level of sugar daddy, just casually waving his hand, is already 3 million. I have to think of a way to hug this biggest though." She thought and followed behind Shen Yuan. The staff sat down, enthusiastically reporting, "With your budget, I recommend this 165 square meter house. It faces north, with the main side facing south. The price for the whole house, with the discount, is 2,840,000. Chen No, her face full of worrying, poked Shen Yuan's waist, whispering, "Shen Yuan, it's too expensive." Shen Yuan put his hand on the girl's thigh, smiling, and said, "It's okay. Don't feel bad about the money. A big house is more comfortable to live in." Liu Menglu and Ho Tiantian, seeing this scene, were speechless, thinking, the woman wants to save money for him, but he doesn't want it. He only wants to give women the best. He's really a legendary, unparalleled, affectionate, and righteous sugar daddy. Shen Yuan, in his heart, thought, "I still have to bargain the price. Otherwise, it's troublesome if others think of me as a fool." Thinking this, he said, "Calculate the discounted price, beauty. I know you guys can still reduce the price more." The saleswoman said enthusiastically, "Can you decide today? If you can, I'll immediately help you ask for a bigger discount." Shen Yuan said generously, "We don't need the other discounts. Exchange to parking spaces for them. Actually, the prices are about the same." This generous shopping made Liu Menglu secretly decide, "I definitely have to get this man," she thought, and gently smoothed her hair. Shen Yuan, seeing this scene of showing off her body, was confused, thinking, "What the hell is Liu Menglu doing?" He observed for a round, then thought, "If you look closely, you'll realize that this girl is really top-notch. If I can really have something happen with her, then the feeling of happiness would be unimaginable." The more he thought, the redder his face became. The sexy image of Liu Menglu appeared in his mind. Shen Yuan covered his face, telling himself, "Now is not the time to be distracted. I should still focus on finishing the house matter." Switching the scene to half an hour later, the saleswoman handed a pen and paper to Shen Yuan, saying, "All the discounts have been calculated, Mr. Shen. The total payment is 2.98 million. This is the contract. Please sign your name." He cheerfully picked up the pen and signed his name decisively. Liu Menglu thought in surprise, he just casually bought Chen No a house worth 3 million. The important thing is that he only wrote Chen No's name. When will this wealth be my turn to enjoy? After the payment was completed, Shen Yuan's phone showed a notification. "Construction Bank, card with the last 4 digits, 098 of yours received 14.9 million yuan at 11:40 on May 22nd. The current balance is 15,300,000 yuan. He smiled, thinking, The money in the card has exceeded 15 million. Even when old Shen was at his most glorious, the money in the house didn't reach this number. The system is really awesome. If it weren't for Chen Nor activating the task, I wouldn't have been able to jump to become a rich man in one fell swoop. It seems that expanding the female NPCs is the way to go. The system rang out another notification, preparing to issue reward to congratulations, host, on obtaining a Qingji Lake villa in Luchang. Please come to the real estate office at 9 o'clock tomorrow to receive it. Shen Yuan was surprised and expectant, thinking, oh my god, a big villa. And it's one of the top houses in the city, awesome. The real estate agent, at this moment, looked at Shen Yuan as if looking at the god of wealth, thinking, the real estate market is currently declining, yet this Mr. Shen can buy a house, pay in full, and give it to her. Moreover, they're not husband and wife. Maybe they're not even boyfriend and girlfriend. I want to hug this big thigh too. She lightly adjusted her glasses, saying, Mr. Shen, the contract has been signed. I'll contact her about the other procedures. Do you think we need to add each other on WeChat? If you need anything in the future, you can find me. Shen Yuan cheerfully took out his phone, saying, okay, I'll scan yours. Liu Menglu, seeing the two adding each other on WeChat, was annoyed, thinking, where did this come from? Daring to touch my cake, she immediately stood up, saying, Shen Yuan, recently, I'm also planning to buy a small apartment. At that time, I'll still have to ask someone with rich experience like you to help me with the consultation. Moreover, if you need to train at gym in the future, you can also find me. She just held her phone, acting coyly, and went to Shen Yuan's side. He also said very comfortably, no problem. Shen Yuan stood up, rubbing Chen Na's head, smiling, and said, Chen Na, I still have something to do in the afternoon, so I won't go with you guys. It's good that I don't disturb the three of you gathering. You can go eat or go to the cafe. Chen Na smiled, replying, okay. Liu Menglu stood there blankly, thinking, leaving now, not even eating together. I've already turned on the green light like that. Chen Na turned to say to her two scheming friends, Menglu, Tiantian, then let's find a place to eat first, and then I'll take you to the cafe. Ho Tiantian said excitedly, you have to treat us to a meal today. Your net worth is 3 million now. Tiantian and I are both extremely envious. Liu Menglu also chimed in, that's right. Switching the scene to half an hour later, at the school cafeteria, Shen Yuan, carrying a plate of rice, was looking for a seat when he saw Li Xi's figure in the distance. In his heart, he thought, today, Teacher Li is alone. The other female students passing by all secretly looked at her, then whispered. Lizzie picked up her phone, saying gently, I understand, I'll prepare the documents later. Maybe I can finish the report tomorrow, of course, I've already inquired. Currently, the University of Science, the Agricultural University, and even the business school all have this base. Tomorrow night, I don't have free time. Secretary Lu, I'm really sorry. I really have something to do this time. Okay, goodbye. She seemingly flustered, glanced at Shen Yuan, who was walking over. He quickly sat in front of Li Xio, asking curiously, what's wrong, teacher? The girl replied calmly, our school is about to establish a student entrepreneurship base. I'm a member of that group. I was just talking about this matter. Shen Yuan asked curiously, an entrepreneurship base. Li Zi enthusiastically explained, the school plans to provide support to students who have entrepreneurial ideas. It can provide investment, locations, and entrepreneurial guidance. However, currently, there are some difficulties. There's not enough investment money. We have to cooperate with companies outside the school to get it. Shen Yuan noticed a glimmer of opportunity, asking, what conditions can our school offer to the company? Li Zi replied, the only thing the school can do is provide talent. Every year, it will periodically transfer outstanding graduate students to the company. Shen Yuan said silently, our school doesn't have any advantages in this matter. How can the quality of graduate students compare to the talents of top universities? Li Zi also said tiredly and awkwardly, that's right. If the company doesn't get what they want, then, of course, they won't come to invest. Remembering the matter from before, Lizzie blushed, thinking shyly, a university teacher like me was even called out by Secretary Lu to drink with the old boss of the company. Just thinking about it made her. Shen Yuan observed Lizzie for a while, then thought, looking at the troubled appearance of the teacher, although I have 10 million specifically for investment, I also have to think about the profit situation. This kind of project has to earn money. The success rate of students has to reach 33%. I'm afraid that even 20% won't be reached. He then spoke up. Actually, I also heard. Lizzie thought Shen Yuan wanted to start a business, so she said, "Are you interested?" Shen Yuan, in fact, was a sugar daddy, saying calmly, "A little, but not much." Li Xio smiled, saying, "It's good to have this idea, but the project hasn't been determined yet. Maybe it's difficult." At the same time, the system also showed a notification. New task. A perfect life not only has to accumulate wealth, but also has to have enough reputation to create influence in all circles of society. Because the host is currently a university student, the influence needs to be expanded, starting from the university. Task. Obtain reputation through investing in the school's project. Task reward. Every time you accumulate 500 points of reputation, you will get a chance to draw a lottery. You have the opportunity to obtain attribute points and special abilities. Note: reputation points only refer to the reputation that is worshipped by everyone, representing the recognition and respect of others for the host. The reputation points this time are only counted from teachers and students in the university. Shen Yuan nodded, thinking, "This way, I can also start the task." Anyway, the investment money is also given by the system. It's just that if I only think about getting reputation points and don't think about profit, then this entrepreneurship base is very suitable. It just so happens that it can help the teacher solve the worries in front of her. Shen Yuan recognized a huge business opportunity. His eyes lit up, thinking, "That's right, I'm the investor. Who I invest in and how much I invest is all up to me. Then, wouldn't I be investing in those beautiful senior and junior sisters to open stores? I can both get reputation points and increase favorability. I'll be so rich that my hands will cramp from drawing money." He asked enthusiastically, "Teacher, if a person or a company wants to invest, then will the investment side evaluate the students who receive the investment, or will the school evaluate them?" He thought, "I still have to decide first. Don't let the school take away the money I invest at that time." Li Xie honestly replied, "In theory, it's evaluated by the school, but the current situation is that we can't get investment, so the space for discussion is very large." "Why did you suddenly ask this?" Shen Yuan went straight to the point. "I want to invest, but I have a condition. I must be allowed to evaluate the students who receive the investment." Lizzie thought he was joking, saying, "Shen Yuan, don't joke around. Didn't your family go bankrupt? You even have to apply for financial aid." He quickly put his phone in front of Lizzie, then said, "This is my account balance, teacher." You count how many zeros there are, he thought. Now, there's basically no need to be humble anymore. This way, I can get reputation points. Lizzie, both surprised and counting. 1, 2, 3, 9 zeros. "More than 15 million, the girl exclaimed. "Shen Yuan, how do you have so much money?" He made up a reason, then said, "When my family was still doing well, I invested in Bitcoin and foreign exchange trading myself. This is all the money I earned." Lizzie was sweating, thinking, "This is too unreal. My student is actually a millionaire." Shen Yuan looked at the girl for a while, then said, "Teacher, or you don't know." Before he could say what, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Shen Yuan stood up suddenly, then said, "Follow me. In the future, we'll travel the world, guaranteeing that you'll eat and drink your fill." The scene of the two being happy at this moment appeared directly in Shen Yuan's mind. Lizzie shyly smoothed her hair, her face red, replying, "Don't talk nonsense. Are you sure you want to invest in this project? According to what I know, very few of the school's entrepreneurship bases have profits. I suggest you think carefully. This isn't a small amount of money." Shen Yuan said seriously, "I have my own plans for this, however, it doesn't matter. The main thing is that I want to contribute to the development of the school. Looking at his face, Lizzie thought, Shen Yuan is very serious. She suddenly imagined a series of different scenes, but then she quickly shook her head continuously to get rid of those dark thoughts in her head. Lizzie thought, could it be that what he said just now about me following him was also serious? Lizzie, he's your student. What are you thinking? The girl shyly stood up quickly, saying, I'll talk to Secretary Lu about this matter when I get back. I'll go first, you eat slowly, we'll talk later. Seeing the girl turning her back and leaving in a hurry, Shen Yuan called out, Hey, teacher. You should also think about the matter of eating and wearing well. Switching the scene to 4 p.m., Chen No took a picture and texted Shen Yuan, This is the coffee I made myself. If you're free, come over and taste it. Shen Yuan quickly replied, just looking at it, I know you didn't make it right, come over and train you. Shen Yuan looked at the second picture, rubbing his chin, thinking, the coffee isn't made well at all. On the contrary, this way of dressing, just looking at it, is very sexy. A moment later, a girl named Tong Xiaoyi appeared. She was a classmate from the International Trade Department in the same class as Shen Yuan. Another voice rang out, Xiaoyi, Shen Yuan is no longer a rich second generation. He's become a poor wretch. Why do you remember him every day? Maybe he has to work part-time, how to earn money to pay for school. The words were all said by Jie Yuping. But why do you want to date Wang Heibao, who's in the same room as Shen Yuan? Another girl said coyly, don't mention it. I've refused so many times, yet he still shamelessly clings to me. That's right, at that time, he'll invite us to eat. You guys have to go with me, the long-haired girl said. Even if I'm asked out by Wang Heibao, at least I can get a meal. But if I go with Shen Yuan, then I'll only have to spend more money. Xiaoyi, you really have to think clearly before doing it. The short-haired girl glanced behind her, whispering, speak softly. Look over there, Shen Yuan is coming over. The long-haired girl, seeing him, said, what did I say just now? Look, isn't he really working part-time? It's more than 3 o'clock now. It's just the time to prepare at the restaurant. The short-haired girl giggled, saying, or should we go see which restaurant he's working at? If you guys don't dare to ask, then I'll go ask. Tong Xiaoyi said anxiously, it's not very good. Everyone is friends. There's no need to be like this. The long-haired girl put on a superior air, hands on her hips, looking down, and said loudly, Shen Yuan, why haven't I seen you recently? Are you busy working part-time? Which restaurant is it? We'll also go visit. Shen Yuan looked up at her like a fool, thinking in his heart, what is she asking? Forget it, for the sake of Wang Heibao, I won't argue with them. But I have to vent this anger, I will tease them a bit. He smiled, saying, that's right, I'm working part-time at a cafe, you guys want to go. Let's go together, I'll treat you to coffee. The group quickly went to Chen Nas cafe near the school. Liu Menglu, at this moment, was also talking happily with Chen No. The long-haired girl, seeing this scene, was stunned, thinking, damn, that person with the tall figure, flaxen hair, and wearing a short skirt, is there really someone who can have legs like in a comic? Is it a bit too much? Tong Xiaoyi, her face red, thought, the two older sisters are so beautiful and have such a presence. The short-haired girl was also stunned, thinking, the other person's figure is also too good. Does this kind of figure with big breasts and a curvy but still exist? Chen No and Liu Menglu walked to his side. Chen No said enthusiastically, Shen Yuan, you're here. Liu Menglu also said, Shen Yuan, didn't you say you had something to do in the afternoon? And you're just taking these 3 female friends out to play. Shen Yuan turned to look at the girls behind him, then replied to Chen No, I just happened to meet them on the street. They wanted to come have coffee. Liu Menglu, seeing this, said enthusiastically, oh, is that so? Hello, everyone. Shen Yuan walked inside, saying to the waiter, Xiaoyu, ask what these 3 girls want to order. It's on me, the waiter replied enthusiastically, yes, boss. Xiaoyu quickly went to the group of Zheng Xiaoyi, saying politely, beauties, please sit at the table. There's a QR code on the table. After you've chosen, tell me. The short-haired girl behind, witnessing this scene, thought in surprise, what the hell? She called Shen Yuan his boss. The long-haired girl was also surprised, wondering, Could it be that Shen Yuan isn't an employee, but the boss of this cafe? Zheng Xiaoyi, standing behind, said shyly, that, or we won't drink anymore. The two girls also said with forced smiles, yes, Xiaoyi is right. We're not thirsty anymore. The long-haired girl and Zheng Xiaoyi ran away with red faces, thinking Shen Yuan is really something. He clearly has so much money and even opened a cafe with such beautiful girls, yet he said he was working part-time. It's really embarrassing. Liu Menglu, confused, went to his side, asking Shen Yuan, why did your classmates leave? Shen Yuan tilted his head, replying, maybe they thought the two of you were too beautiful, so they were scared away. Liu Menglu, hearing this, began to show off a few provocative poses, saying, beautiful is natural. You also have to try to endure it, don't think wildly. Shen Yuan didn't reply, but just looked at her with a very judgmental gaze. A moment later, Chen No came out with a cup of coffee in her hand, then said, the coffee is done. I don't know how sweet you like it, so I made it halfway for you. Is that okay? Shen Yuan smiled, replying, as long as you made it, it's sweet. Liu Menglu covered her mouth, laughing secretly. What era is it? Still saying such corny love words, she rested her chin, looking at Shen Yuan intently, thinking in her heart, however, corny love words spoken from the mouth of a handsome and rich man sound very sweet. Liu Menglu, of course, didn't come here for fun. She moved closer to his side, then asked about Shen Yuan, how tall and heavy are you? I'll calculate your BMI for you, he said leisurely, 180 centimeters, 70 kilograms. However, it seems like I've lost a bit of weight recently. Liu Menglu asked confusedly, pretending to be innocent, why did you lose weight? Shen Yuan looked towards Chen No, then said with a meaningful tone, too much consumption. Chen No immediately blushed, thinking shyly, oh my god, Shen Yuan, what are you doing? Daring to say these words in front of my best friend? Liu Menglu rested her chin as if watching a play, saying, oh, no wonder. She took out her phone, typing, then said, then you need to practice more. Your body has too little fat. You need to gain muscle. You need to gain at least 7 to 10 kilograms. Shen Yuan said straightforwardly, to put it bluntly, you want to persuade me to go to your gym and get a membership. Liu Menglu leaned closer to Shen Yuan, saying with interest, I won't let you suffer when running KPI at the end of the month. He took a sip of coffee, then said, let me think about it. Suddenly, Liu Menglu stood up, saying to Chen No, oh my god, it's already past 4 o'clock. I have to go back. I have a class at 5 o'clock. Let's gather again next time. Before leaving, she didn't forget to pose, then wink at Shen Yuan. This made him feel interesting, thinking, she's so bold in front of her best friend. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Shen Yuan took Chen's hand, then said, let's go. Chen No, I'll teach you on the second floor. The girl asked blankly, teach what? Shen Yuan replied gently, you'll know when you go up. After going upstairs, Shen Yuan put Chen No on the table, gently lifting the girl's chin with one hand, then said with an ambiguous tone, your business ability isn't very good. You need to be trained more. Chen No shyly reminded him in a low voice, we can't do it here. Xiaoyu is still here. Shen Yuan gently lifted Chen's leg, then said ambiguously, telling men that we can't do it here can only increase the speed of men's attack. After saying this, he tore Chen's thin stockings, just like that, the two began the battle. Xiaoyu, sitting below, heard the sound on the upper floor, then was startled, looking up, wondering, what's going on? Listening carefully, this ambiguous sound made Xiaoyu blush. The girl thought, the boss, as an understanding employee, Xiaoyu quickly closed the door and waited. At this moment, Liu Menglu ran in from outside in a panic, saying anxiously, Xiaoyu, why did you close the door? Open the door a bit. I forgot to bring my bag just now. Xiaoyu said awkwardly. Liu Menglu, standing outside the door, hands on her hips, asked, what do you mean, Open the door, Xiaoyu said awkwardly. Oh, then open the door. As soon as she went inside to get her bag, the ambiguous sounds of the two reached her ears, along with Chen's moaning, oh, Shen Yuan, be gentle, be gentle. Liu Menglu thought in surprise, playing so exciting in broad daylight. Switching the scene to 10 minutes later, Liu Menglu was still standing there waiting. She sighed. It's really strange. Clearly, he's so thin. Why is he so strong? She licked her lips lightly, full of desire, then muttered in her mouth, This Shen Yuan, I want him. Liu Menglu deliberately said loudly, Xiaoyu, I'm leaving first. See you next time. Chen No, who was fighting above, heard her best friend's voice and was nervous, thinking, oh no, I let him run into this kind of scene. Shen Yuan, of course, knew about this. He smiled, thinking, a special training session must have someone listening to be worthy. That Liu Menglu has been listening below for at least 10 minutes. Is this kind of paid program something that can be listened to for free? I must charge a fee next time. Switching the scene to another place, Secretary Liu sat on the chair. His face was suspicious, asking, You mean that student named Shen Yuan wants to invest in the entrepreneurship base? Li Zi replied seriously, That's right. He asked again, Does he have this strength? Has the capital been verified? Li Zi said calmly, I didn't believe it at first, but I saw his account balance. He is 10 million. Secretary Liu exclaimed in surprise, How much did you say? 10 million? Are you sure the money isn't from his parents? Does he have the right to use it? Li Zi nodded, replying, It's his, he can use it freely. Secretary Liu said with an excited face, Then that's great. If that's the case, then we don't need to cooperate with a third company anymore. The shameless old man ordered Li Zi, You tell this Shen Yuan to come to my office. I want to hear his report in person. The girl felt that something wasn't right, asking the secretary, although Shen Yuan is a student, if we want him to be an investor, shouldn't we be more polite? He said with a smug face, Don't worry about it. Just do as you're told, he thought. I can't let the students of our school get the upper hand. No matter what, I have to suppress his momentum. On this side, Shen Yuan was still doing the deed. Seeing a phone call coming, he picked it up, then said to Chen No, It's Teacher Li's phone. Wait a bit. Shen Yuan answered the phone, then said, Yes, teacher. What do you want to say? Is that so? After hearing what Li Zi said, he thought, the school's current attitude towards investors isn't right. They want to find fault with me. Moreover, even if I give in this time, it's difficult to guarantee that they won't take advantage of me next time. He, of course, wouldn't let himself suffer, so he said directly, Teacher, turn on the speakerphone. I have a few words to say to Secretary Liu. After turning on the speakerphone, Shen Yuan's serious voice mixed with a bit of arrogance rang out. Hello, Secretary Liu, can you hear me? Recently, I'm quite busy. I have a few investment projects in hand that I have to evaluate. Let's make an appointment when I have free time. I'll have Teacher Li give you my phone number. He didn't expect this, so he stood up, saying, Hey, wait. Li Xio, witnessing this scene, was also surprised, thinking he actually dared to hang up on the secretary unexpectedly. He's so decisive. After the phone was hung up, the atmosphere in Secretary Liu's office became unusually quiet. He gritted his teeth, thinking, hanging up on my phone. Which student doesn't bow and scrape when they see me? Isn't it just a few stinky coins? Forget it. This project can't be delayed any longer. If there's no progress for a long time, Secretary Kong will definitely hold me accountable. Secretary Liu rubbed his forehead, waving his hand, saying to Li Zi, Teacher Li, if Shen Yuan has the strength to invest, then ask him out for a meal. Li Zi anxiously replied, Okay, I'll send a message right away. Shen Yuan, on this side, just finished the deed. Seeing the message sent by the teacher, he smiled, thinking, Want to ask me out for a meal? Now, the negotiating balance is on my side. I must get complete autonomy over this investment first. First, I'll probe this Lu Jiajiang's taste, then I'll decide. Chen No stood up, putting on her clothes, saying, Shen Yuan, if you have something to do, go do it first. We can eat together next time. He sat leisurely on the chair, looking at Chen No from behind, thinking with satisfaction, Chen No is really thoughtful, considering me in every way. A good woman. Suddenly, a phone call came. Shen Yuan picked up the phone, saying, Minhui. Fang Minhui on the other end of the line said, Shen Yuan, what are you doing? Are you free? Come to the sports field for a walk. Shen Yuan said calmly, just for a walk. I thought you were asking me to drink cold water. Minhui said irritably, no way, I'm here for my period. Shen Yuan thought silently, no wonder Minhui hasn't come to find me these past 2 days, so that's how it is. Am I an HUI on this side? Shyly added, but if you want to, it's not like it's impossible. Shen Yuan grabbed his pants, then replied to Minhui with a soft tone, health is important, don't say such things next time, Minhui. I can wait a few more days. You have to love yourself. Minhui kissed Shen Yuan's cheek lightly, full of affection, then said, Shen Yuan, you're so good. The girl mustered up her courage, asking, let me ask you, what is our relationship now? Minhui thought, I must ask clearly today. The things that the two of us should do, we've already done. The things that we shouldn't do, we've also done. What girl doesn't want to have a title? Shen Yuan smiled, thinking, this is a fatal question, but MINHUI's favorability towards me has increased by 1 point. It seems that she likes me very much. He didn't hesitate to answer, of course, we're in a relationship. The girl happily hugged Shen Yuan's neck, asking back, really? He also replied indulgently, yes. Minhui put her cheek against his, asking happily, Shen Yuan, you only have one girlfriend, and that's me, right? Shen Yuan simply said perfunctorily, yes. In his heart, he thought, the others don't have the title of girlfriend. My sweetheart, my baby, my love, MINHUI smiled happily, saying, if you're so good, I'll reward you in 2 days. Shen Yuan asked generously, silly girl, should I take you shopping this weekend? Do you want to buy a car or a house? Minhui exclaimed in surprise, you want to buy a car and a house for me? That's too expensive. A bag or makeup is fine. Shen Yuan smiled gently, saying, no need to save money for me, but I feel that you're at school every day now, so you don't use it. You can buy a house first. If it's needed later, I'll buy you a car. Is that okay? MINHUI was manipulated by these sweet words. The girl hugged Shen Yuan, murmuring in reply, I'll listen to you. He said indulgently, it's not early today. I'll take you back to the dormitory later. You have to rest more when you're here for your period. In his heart, he thought, I still have to go to Qingju Lake to receive the house tomorrow. Switching the scene to the next day, Liu Menglu called Shen Yuan via video, then said, little brat, are you awake yet? If you're free, come to the gym. Shen Yuan frowned, asking her back, when was I ever think? Is this video of yours serious? Liu Menglu, on the other end of the line, replied, only indecent men feel that this is indecent. Tell me, do you have indecent thoughts? She looked at the phone, thinking, this tone doesn't sound like he treats me like an outsider at all. Let me see how many days you can endure it. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, PT Liu. Liu Menglu turned around, seeing the girl with red hair walking over, smiling, replying, you're here. Zhou Wanting asked curiously, what's the matter? You're so happy early in the morning. Liu Menglu smiled, replying, it's nothing. I just feel that a friend is very interesting. Zhou Wanting sat on the chair, asking leisurely, tell me about it anyway. Our class hasn't started yet. Liu Menglu then said, I have a best friend who clung to a sugar daddy. The sugar daddy is very generous, giving her a house worth 3 million. Zhou Wanting exclaimed in surprise, 3 million, buying it just like that. His net worth must be at least several tens of millions. Liu Menglu rested her chin, saying, that's right, so I'm very envious. Zhou Wanting pondered, wondering, to have such economic strength, surely that sugar daddy is very old, right? She thought, even if it's an old man, it's worth it. That bastard is getting more and more stingy. He wants to sleep with me but doesn't want to spend money. I have to find a better man. Liu Menglu rested her chin, replying, no, he's only over 20 years old, younger than my best friend. Zhou Wanting was even more curious, asking, then what does he look like? Is he very ugly? Liu Menglu said excitedly, he's very handsome. And he's tall, Zhou Wanting exclaimed in surprise, PT Liu, then your best friend must be very beautiful, right? To be able to seduce a man like this, she must be a peerless beauty. The images of the two hot girls immediately appeared in Liu Menglu's mind. She thought for a while, then said, actually, the two of us are about the same. You can only say that each of us has our own advantages. Joe Wanting nodded, saying, to be on par with PT Liu, no wonder she can make men fall. Shen Yuan, on this side, also texted, I won't be long-winded with you anymore. I have to go to Qingju Lake to receive the house. Liu Menglu immediately asked, then are you going alone? Do you need a younger sister to go with you? Shen Yuan said straightforwardly, I'm going alone. If you're free, you can go together, she then texted back, then you have to pick me up. I'm at the gym now, I've sent you the location. I'll wait for you there. While texting, she laughed foolishly. Joe Wanting also saw the different expression, asking, PT Liu, is there something happy again? I see you smiling even brighter than just now. Liu Menglu stood up, saying, sorry, Joe Wanting, I have to break our appointment today. I'll return double the private lesson fee to you today, because that sugar daddy is going to Qingju Lake in Luchang to receive the house, and he asked me to go with him. I'm really sorry, Joe Wanting thought in surprise. Qingju Lake is a super villa area, one of the famous wealthy areas. That's not right, isn't he your best friend's sugar daddy? Why did he ask you to go receive the house? Looking at Liu Menglu's leaving back, Joe Wanting thought, I understand now. No wonder she's called PT Liu, she's really evil, she even snatches her best friend's man. But if I met this kind of man, maybe I wouldn't hesitate at all. Suddenly, a young man walked to Liu Menglu with an excited face, saying, Menglu, where are you going? Don't you have a class later? This person was the fitness trainer Hon Lai Hai. Liu Menglu immediately rolled her eyes, pouting, ignoring the guy, then left directly. 10 minutes later, Shen Yuan arrived. Liu Menglu also came out, standing there waiting. Hon Lai Hai stood in the gym, looking down, asking silently, can driving an M9 get Menglu? The member who drove a Mercedes last time didn't get her. Joe Wanting, standing next to him, said to him at this moment, don't just look at what he drives. He's someone who can casually buy his girlfriend a house worth 3 million. Hon Lai Hai exclaimed in surprise, 3 million? How many years do I have to work to earn 3 million? Joe Wanting suddenly exclaimed in surprise, wait a minute, why does this person look so familiar? Seeing the young man getting out of the car, she exclaimed in surprise, Shen Yuan. It's actually Shen Yuan. She couldn't believe it, thinking, the young, tall, and handsome sugar daddy that PT Liu just said is actually Shen Yuan. Seeing the two being intimate below, she stood there in a daze, thinking, my ex-boyfriend actually became a millionaire, and I dumped him half a month ago. She just stood there, completely unable to believe the scene unfolding before her eyes. Joe Wanting hugged her head, her face dark, thinking, I actually dumped Shen Yuan to be with Ho Jun, am I stupid? Hon Lai Hai, next to her, didn't understand what was going on, asking, Teacher Zhu, why are you crying? Is something wrong? Suddenly, a text message came from her phone. The text message was from a man, you're off today, right? Can you come to my house tonight? Joe Wanting looked at the text message, angrily cursing in her heart, who do you think you are? Every time, you don't follow the procedure and go straight to the point. Am I that cheap? Thinking this, she replied bluntly, get lost, you idiot. The other party replied blankly, is this the real you? Joe Wanting replied angrily, I'm your mother. The man replied again with disbelief, what the? However, a cold line of text from the app appeared, message sent, but the other party refused. The other party asked blankly, Wanting, what's wrong with you? Ho Jun, looking at the cold system message in front of him, exclaimed angrily, damn it, she blocked me, what's going on? Joe Wanting, on this side, tried to calm herself down, thinking in her heart, I wonder if there's still a chance between me and Shen Yuan. There's at least a little bit of feeling between the two of us, right? The current problem is whether Shen Yuan has too many people. She calculated silently, there's the junior sister bestie Liu met at Gojin, and there's bestie Liu's best friend, plus me. Is that too many? Switching the scene to Liu Menglu, the girl sat in Shen Yuan's car, admiring Shen Yuan with interest. Your car is really big. I really admire you for having such a beautiful car. You can go off-roading in the wild. She thought, off-roading in the wild, a beauty with a curvy figure sitting in your passenger seat. I don't believe you can resist thinking wildly. Shen Yuan replied leisurely, off-roading in the wild isn't bad, I'll try it somewhere next time. Yu Menglu turned to say to Shen Yuan, you're not playing your cards according to the usual rules. Shen Yuan asked back calmly, how should I play my cards according to the usual rules? Yu Menglu rested her chin, looking elsewhere as if thinking of a plan. Suddenly, Shen Yuan spoke up, asking, do you think it's okay for me to say this? He looked over, smiling, saying with a bit of teasing, Coach Liu, I want to get polished. Yu Menglu smiled, lightly hitting Shen Yuan's shoulder, then said, you're so annoying. 30 minutes later, Shen Yuan and Yu Menglu finally arrived. As soon as they entered, Shen Yuan politely greeted, hello, I'm here to receive the house. My name is Shen Yuan. Guan Shufeng quickly stepped forward, asking enthusiastically, hello, Mr. Shen, I'm your real estate consultant, Guan Shufeng. May I ask if you want to see the house first or the contract first? Shen Yuan said generously, just sign the contract directly, after signing, we'll go see the house. Guan Shufeng smiled brightly, replying, yes, after signing the contract, Guan Shufeng sat in the back seat of Shen Yuan's car to see the house. She looked at Liu Menglu in the passenger seat, silently observing and evaluating. Mr. Shen and this girl, just looking at them, you can tell that they're not in a relationship, but this girl's figure is too out of line. Indeed, Liu Menglu's body is really hot, every curve is in the right place. Guan Shufeng lowered her head, thinking anxiously, why is there such a big difference between women? This kind of woman doesn't need ability. Just relying on her face and sexy figure can make men fascinated and willingly buy them houses. It's really admirable. It's a pity that I'm just an unremarkable person. I don't have this kind of opportunity. A moment later, the three arrived at a house. As soon as Liu Menglu got out of the car, she exclaimed, wow, Shen Yuan, this place is so beautiful. She walked behind Shen Yuan, thinking in her heart, the life of a person with money is really too wonderful. If I could also live in this place, that would be great. So, I must get Shen Yuan. Guan Shufeng began to introduce, Mr. Shen, the property area of this villa is 610 square meters, but adding the garden, the actual usable area can reach to 1,000 square meters. It's currently still a semi-finished product. You can design and renovate it as you like. Liu Menglu, behind, was still exclaiming, it's really very spacious. Shen Yuan, at this moment, the system rang out a notification. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the first house in your life. A perfect life, in addition to real estate, also needs a special style of decoration. The host will obtain 20 million specifically for renovation. Shen Yuan exclaimed in surprise, system, are you serious? A house worth more than 10 million, and you're giving me 20 million for renovation. But then, he tilted his head, smiling with satisfaction, thinking, since the system has spoken, then I can only accept the order. He then turned to ask Guan Shufeng, Ms. Guan, do you know any renovation and remodeling companies? Guan Shufeng replied enthusiastically, yes, Mr. Shen, there are a few high-end renovation and remodeling companies in the city. Their reputation and design are not bad. I'll send you the contact information when we get back. Shen Yuan waved his hand, replying, okay, there's nothing to see in a rough house, let's leave it at that. Yu Menglu, at this moment, was still excited, saying, Shen Yuan, can I take a few photos and videos to post on Douyin? Shen Yuan said generously, you can, as long as you don't show my face. Yu Menglu winked playfully, saying, how would I dare to post a man like you on the internet for other to covet? Shen Yuan walked past the driver's seat, asking as he walked, how many followers do you have on Douyin? Yu Menglu quickly replied, more than 50,000. He asked again, are there many followers from the same city? Yu Menglu tilted her head, replying, most of them are fans from the same city. Why? Does the bad man want to secretly watch my videos on Kuaishou? Shen Yuan got into the car, fastening his seatbelt. He smiled, saying, more than 50,000 men have already watched it. What's wrong with me watching it? She leaned over, looking at Shen Yuan, then replied, you're not like them. They can only watch the normal version, but you can watch the special customized version. Shen Yuan smiled, looking at her, saying, "Send me your Kuaishou account when we get back. I have a video of exploring a light bar. If you want to do it, you can try it." Liu Menglu was surprised but seemed very excited, exclaiming, "Really? You opened a light bar? I'll send it to you right away." Shen Yuan started the car. He asked calmly, "Coach Liu, where to now? Back to the gym?" Liu Menglu replied, "Or where else do you want to go?" He replied with a somewhat sarcastic tone, "I thought you wanted to go get polished." Liu Menglu pouted, saying, "Dream on, men, you're all not good things. You bullied my friend there yesterday. I still want to settle the score with you." Hearing this, Shen Yuan immediately stepped on the brake. Because of the sudden braking, Liu Menglu fell forward, which made her a little surprised. Shen Yuan said indifferently, "Don't you dare mention the matter from yesterday. You listened below for so long, and I haven't even charged you yet." Liu Menglu glanced at Shen Yuan, then said in a low voice, "Don't even think about it." After saying this, she laughed secretly in her stomach. If women give themselves too quickly, they'll be very cheap, and men won't cherish them. The more Shen Yuan can't get me, the more he'll crave me, and at the same time, he'll spend more for me. So, now, I have to tease Shen Yuan every day, releasing a little bit of bait. Only after experiencing thousands of hardships can he cherish it. The more she thought, the more lewd images appeared in her mind. After returning to the gym, Liu Menglu got out of the car, saying gently to Shen Yuan, "Bye-bye, Shen Yuan. If you're free, come to our gym to train." Shen Yuan sat in the car, saying to her, "Bye-bye, Coach Liu. If you're free, let's go get polished together." Liu Menglu, with a happy mood, went inside. The gym manager, Huang Mingbo, was standing there waiting at the door with a serious face, asking, "Menglu, what are you doing? I heard that you skipped the members' class this morning. Do you know that this is a breach of contract?" Liu Menglu said with a bit of guilt, "I had something urgent to deal with. Moreover, I already told teacher Zhou that I'll return double the fee for today." Huang Mingbo then retorted, "Although you agreed to return double the private lesson fee to teacher Zhou, she's still angry. But I've already handled this matter for you." Liu Menglu didn't understand. She frowned, thinking, "Why is teacher Zhou suddenly causing trouble for me? Now it seems that Huang Mingbo has caught me. He's using his identity as a manager to criticize me first, and then he's using the tone of an experienced person to persuade me. Just like that, you want to conquer me? It's really ridiculous. The person who can conquer me is really not someone like you." Thinking this, Liu Menglu brushed past him, then said, "Thank you, Manager Huang. If there's nothing else, then I'll go to work first." Huang Mingbo asked the girl in a panic, "It's almost 12 o'clock. What else do you have to do? It's this late. Or should we have a meal together?" Liu Menglu turned around, saying loudly, "I'm sorry, I brought my diet food. Moreover, I don't eat food with too much heat." In her heart, a few ambiguous images appeared, along with the thought, "I'm a personal trainer with the best results in the gym. I'm an employee that the boss values very much. What can you do to me?" She walked, humming coldly, thinking, "I'm a woman headed for the show's luxury mansion. How can I let trash block my way?" Inside the office, a voice spoke, "What do you mean?" "This student named Shen Yuan wants to invest in the entrepreneurship base." Secretary Lu nodded, saying, "That's right." The person asking was Secretary Kong Zongping of the Communist Youth League Committee of the school. He asked seriously, "This is a good thing. Have you contacted him before?" He immediately replied, "Not yet. I asked teacher Li to invite him for a meal, but he hasn't agreed yet." Kong Zongping frowned, reminding, "If we're the ones receiving the investment, then we have to show the necessary attitude. We can't neglect him just because he's a student." Secretary Lu said obsequiously, "You're right, Secretary Kong, I was negligent in my work. Then, I'll go to the dormitory to invite him this afternoon." "What do you think?" Kong Zongping raised his hand, saying calmly, "No, that still doesn't show the importance that our school places on him. I'll go with you this afternoon. Call teacher Li to come along too." Secretary Lu asked in surprise, "Do you still need the secretary to personally meet him?" "Shen Yuan is a student of our school. This is too much fanfare." Switching the scene to 5 p.m. at the South Dormitory, a male student put his phone in front of Shen Yuan, asking for help. Shen Yuan, I've been talking to Che Yuping on WeChat for so long. Can you help me see how long it will take to win her over? The general content of the messages seemed very superficial. The other side texted, Good morning, do you need me to bring you breakfast? This side replied coldly, No need. The caring messages came again, It's raining today. Remember to bring an umbrella to school. Those caring messages just kept going. Good night. Don't set the air conditioner temperature to low. Remember to cover your legs carefully. Where do you want to go play this weekend? What do you think of Uelu Mountain? You don't look well today. Is there something uncomfortable? Do you need me to buy medicine for you? The answers were still curt. I'll tell you then. No need. Shen Yuan looked at the messages, speechless, thinking, Huang Heibao has been pursuing for more than 3 years, but he hasn't taken another step. Huang Heibao still asked leisurely, Shen Yuan, what do you think? She answers every message. It's completely different from the class bell before. It can be said to be a leap. I can feel that the progress is very stable. He sat up, giving the phone to him. In his heart, he spat out a few words of criticism. Huang Heibao, if you really understand that much, what else can I say? If you're happy, then that's good. Shen Yuan smiled, replying, You should still find Luo Cao to come up with a plan for you. Huang Heibao turned to look at his brother, then evaluated him. Luo Ca is a little virgin. What does he understand? In our dormitory, only you have the most experience. Being poked, Luo Cao immediately turned to question him. Huang Heibao, I didn't offend you today. He finally bowed down to ask Shen Yuan's opinion. At least she's willing to answer my messages and even agreed to go out to play with me this weekend. Can't that still prove that Che Yuping has feelings for me? Tell me, Shen Yuan, he didn't know how to explain, so he could only laugh it off, saying, Oh, right, indeed. Hearing this, he was so happy that he screamed, Oh damn. Shen Yuan also thinks so, then it must be right. Shen Yuan thought helplessly, Damn it. A licking dog going crazy is really scary. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Huang Heibao went out to open the door, grumbling, Damn it! Who is it? Why are you knocking so loudly? As soon as he opened the door, Huang Heibao was stunned, seeing the 2 secretaries and the teacher in front of him, asking, Secretary Kong. Secretary Lu, Teacher Li, why are you all here? Li Zi asked gently, Is Shen Yuan here? Huang Heibao stammered, replying, Yes, please come in. In his heart, he was panicking, thinking, Oh my God, these 3 came to find Shen Yuan together. Could it be that he committed a big crime? The other students, seeing this, also made a commotion, discussing, Why did the 2 leaders come to the dormitory? What's going on? They came to find Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan's family has already gone bankrupt, and he even bought a car and has a girlfriend outside the school. What do you say? Did he do something illegal? Suddenly, a clear and coherent voice rang out, Definitely. Otherwise, where would Shen Yuan get so much money? There must be a problem. A student, hearing this, asked, Brother Li, what exactly is going on? Do you know something? Tell us quickly. Li Zhongbang took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Shen Yuan's money has an improper source. It's normal for the leaders to come to the door. Maybe they're controlling Shen Yuan first, waiting for the people from the police to come. Huang Heibao couldn't stand hearing this, so he said angrily, Li Zhongbang, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Zhongbang replied confidently, Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, everyone will know when they wait. Li Zi went in, introducing seriously to him, Shen Yuan, these 2 are Secretary Kong and Secretary Lu of the school's Communist Youth League Committee. Shen Yuan stood up, going to Kong Zongping, saying enthusiastically, Hello, Secretary Kong, he said amiably, Student Shen Yuan, I'm Kong Zongping of the school's Communist Youth League Committee. Are you free tonight? Let's have a meal together. Shen Yuan replied happily, Tonight. Okay. Receiving his agreement, he immediately said happily, Okay, I'll book a restaurant right away. It's not early now, let's go together now. Then, they talked properly about the matter of the entrepreneurship base. That was what the students who were gossiping heard. Seeing Shen Yuan leaving, they said suspiciously, Looking at the appearance of these three, it doesn't seem like they're controlling Shen Yuan. On the contrary, it's a bit like receiving a leader coming to inspect the work. Li Zhonbang, of course, didn't agree. He said uncomfortably, I guess it's to save face for Shen Yuan. Everyone, watch the news. Don't they also have to cover the heads of prisoners when they're escorting them? Huang Heibao, coming out of the room, hearing these words, was itching to contribute information. Just say that you're talking nonsense. The two secretaries came to find our Shen Yuan to invite him to eat. The students next to him exclaimed in surprise, What? The two secretaries came to invite Shen Yuan to eat. How big must his face be? Huang Heibao, with a provocative face, whispered in Li Zhonbang's ear, That's right. What big thing did Shen Yuan do that the school leaders had to lower themselves to invite him like that? He couldn't say anything. Those curious students couldn't help but exclaim, Shen Yuan is too scary. He's no longer in the same class as us. Switching the scene to the Nanjiao restaurant, Kong Zongbing spoke first. Shen Yuan, what requirements do you have for your plan? Tell me, I want to fully understand your intentions. Shen Yuan said calmly, Secretary Kong, if you want me to invest, then you have to satisfy my two conditions. Of course, this won't cause any loss to the school's interests. Secretary Kong said generously, No need to be polite, just say it directly. Shen Yuan began to make his request, Secretary, I want complete autonomy. That is, who the entrepreneurship base invests in, how much it invests, these things are all decided by my evaluation. The school can't interfere. Secretary Lu, hearing this, immediately jumped up, saying loudly, What are you saying? There's no such rule. Kong Zongbing had to stand up to remind him. Secretary Lu was silent. He turned to say gently to Shen Yuan, the school's entrepreneurship base involves many parties, especially the Ministry of Education. They will ask about it. If everything is done according to the investors' wishes, then it's really difficult to say. Moreover, no matter what, the school has to consider the success rate of the students who are supported in starting a business. Shen Yuan was still very calm, saying, Secretary Lu, without money, this thing like the success rate is just empty talk. You can also understand that I'm the person in charge of the base. The success rate is to see if the students who are supported can earn money. And the money I invest, I definitely hope that they can earn money. Our requirements are the same. Shen Yuan finished speaking, then took a sip of wine, feeling refreshed. In his heart, he thought, I'm telling the truth. The system's task is to have me accumulate wealth and reputation, then slowly become a tycoon. Surely, I'll need a lot of professional talents to handle this matrix of industries for me in the future. Compared to going out to find them at that time, it's better to use this entrepreneurship base to try to cultivate direct relationships. What's more important is the system's task of a large number of opposite-sex NPCs. Those women outside society aren't as easy to win over as female college students. Moreover, the quality of the female students in our school is the most famous in the city. Kong Zongbing raised his glass, saying tactfully, I have to wait for me to hold a seminar with the leaders of the Ministry of Education before I can answer you about this request. Shen Yuan said comfortably, Okay, Secretary. While offering wine back and forth, the meal came to an end. Late at night, the group quickly left. When getting into the car, Kong Zongbing reminded Li Zi, who was standing outside, Teacher Li, Shen Yuan drank alcohol and can't drive. You take him back, we'll go first. Li Zi got into Shen Yuan's car. While fastening her seat belt, she said, Shen Yuan, this new car of yours is really spacious. Shen Yuan said leisurely, I was used to driving a car before. This time, I wanted to try an SUV. Suddenly, the phone rang. Li Xio quickly answered the phone, then asked, Li Meng, what's wrong? Oh, you switched shifts, so you can't help me move. It's okay. I'll contact the moving company myself, don't worry. I still have something to do now, I'll hang up first. Shen Yuan asked curiously, Teacher, do you have to move? Li Zi nodded, replying, That's right, I'll be moving in 2 days. The room from before is up, so I'm preparing to move with my younger sister. Shen Yuan said, Do you need me to help you move? She said awkwardly, That's not very good. This car of yours is newly bought, it's not suitable to help me move. I should still call the moving company. He said comfortably, it's okay, a car is just a tool, a consumable. Moreover, it's something that students should do to help teachers. Lizzie waved her hand, refusing, no need to trouble you. There are quite a few things from the two of us women. He still smiled, trying to persuade, okay, teacher, don't refuse anymore. I'm your student, what's the trouble with helping you move? In the end, Lizzie had to agree. She said hesitantly, okay, then she looked at Shen Yuan with a red face, silently evaluating him in her heart. Shen Yuan's face is a bit thin, and his features are clear. If I remove his identity as a student and stand from the perspective of another opposite sex, he's actually quite handsome. Suddenly, she realized something, then covered her mouth, thinking shyly, wait, he eagerly offered to help me move, and there's also the bag he gave me before, maybe Li Meng is right. He has feelings for me. Speaking of that bag, he said it was a high-end replica before, but with his true financial resources, maybe it's the real thing. She immediately turned to ask him, Shen Yuan, do you remember the bag you gave me before? Shen Yuan nodded, replying, I remember, what's wrong? She said hesitantly, you said it was a high-end replica last time. He blurted out without any hesitation, it's actually the real thing, but it doesn't matter anyway, my student doesn't lack money now. What's wrong with giving it to the teacher I like? It's not that I mean to give it to the teacher I respect, what's wrong with that? Shen Yuan suddenly panicked, which made Lizzie also blush slightly. She thought shyly, sure enough, but it's not suitable. One is because of age, I'm older than him. Moreover, the two of us are teacher and student. She thought for a long time, then said, Shen Yuan, but... He quickly interrupted, saying, okay, drive the car, teacher. You don't have to say any words of refusal anyway, I won't give up. A moment later, Lizzie and Shen Yuan arrived. Getting out of the car, Lizzie asked, are you going home to sleep tonight? Shen Yuan said calmly, I'm not going back, there's no room for me there. I'm going back to the dormitory, Lizzie said shyly, then I'll park the car here. You come here tomorrow to drive it back, here's the key. Shen Yuan went over, putting his face close to the girl, replying softly, yes, just one action like this made Lizzie stiffen all over. Li Xia blankly hugged her cheeks, her face red, thinking shyly, he's getting bolder and bolder. He kissed me once at home during the meal, and now he dares to kiss me directly in the office. You bad guy, thinking this, she immediately turned around and ran away with a flushed face. She shouted, Shen Yuan, you're a bad student. As soon as Lizzie left, Chen No called. She said anxiously, Shen Yuan, are you at school? Ms. Lin left something at the cafe. Can you help her open the door? She's about to arrive, and Xiaoyu and I are far away and can't make it in time. Shen Yuan said leisurely, okay. A moment later, Shen Yuan arrived at the cafe to open the door. Lin Yuchang said with some embarrassment, sorry, Shen Yuan, I left some children's toys at the cafe. I forgot to bring them back last time. Shen Yuan politely opened the door for her, saying, it's okay. It's just a small matter. As soon as they went inside, Shen Yuan turned on the lights to make it easier for her to find her things. Lin Yuchang picked up the toys, complaining, they're all toys that the children played with before and forgot. This one, that one, Shen Yuan stood behind, enjoying the beautiful scenery, saying happily, no hurry. Take your time to find them. How old is your child? She put the toys in her bag, replying, 3.5 years old. Quite naughty. Seeing the bottle of wine in her hand, he thought in surprise, wine. Could it be that Ms. Lin often comes to the cafe alone to get drunk? A moment later, Lin Yuchang looked around, then said, I've finished packing up. Seeing her mood, he asked, what's wrong? Are you reluctant? Lin Yuchang walked past a table, touching it lightly, then replied, it's not that I'm reluctant. It's just that I am remembering the good old days. It's been by my side, spending every day and night with me. Shen Yuan keenly thought, suddenly remembering the past must be related to Zheng Xianyong. If she wasn't feeling uncomfortable, then she wouldn't come to the cafe alone to drink softly like this. Shen Yuan smiled, saying, you can come back to visit often. Lin Yuchang shook her head, replying, I probably won't be back anymore. Seeing that she was about to leave, Shen Yuan called her back, saying, "Ms. Lin, if you don't mind, can I have a few drinks with you?" Lin Yuchang turned her head back, asking him, "Is this appropriate?" Shen Yuan said comfortably, "What's not appropriate?" Receiving each other's signals, the two sat down at a nearby table, then took out the bottle of wine that they had just put away, pouring a glass for each person. Shen Yuan poured the wine, asking, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? I guess it must be related to your family, right?" Lin Yucheng asked silently, "How do you know?" Shen Yuan poured wine into his glass. He said leisurely, "Actually, I know your husband, Zheng Xianyong. He's the director of the 4S store, right? I've heard about the things he did before. Chen Na was his employee. She left because of your husband, right?" Lin Yucheng was surprised. A look of confusion flashed across her face, saying, "Could it be that they?" Shen Yuan clinked glasses with Lin Yucheng, then recounted the matter from before. "Actually, it's nothing. Zheng Xianyong just often harassed her. Chen Na couldn't stand it, so she left." Lin Yucheng, at this moment, breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That's good. Otherwise, his crime would have another count." She took a sip of wine, then began to recount, "Actually, I'm preparing to divorce him recently. I've also collected quite a lot of evidence of his cheating, looking through no small number of his conversations when he forced and threatened his subordinates." Speaking to this point, she hugged her head, painfully recounting, "I got married that year. I really didn't expect him to be this kind of person, but thinking about him being the father of my child, I hesitated, worrying about how my child will develop when growing up in a single-parent family, whether they'll have any psychological problems." Shen Yuan, at this moment, gave her firm advice, "When you need to make a decision, you have to be decisive. Children are, of course, important, but if you let this situation drag on in front of your child, then the harm that the child will suffer will be even greater. So, whether it's for yourself or for your child, you have to make the right decision." Lin Yuchang said as if enlightened, "What you said is very reasonable." She looked at Shen Yuan in surprise, thinking in her heart, "I only saw that he was young and generous before. Thinking about it, he's even more mature than I imagined. He even exudes a special charm. These things are all things that Zheng Xianyong doesn't have." She stared at him drinking wine in front of her, feeling comfortable in her heart, thinking, the old saying goes that you can't just look at a man's appearance, but being with handsome men at least makes you feel better. Her face was flushed because of the wine and shyness. Lin Yuchang said softly, "Shen Yuan, thank you." Shen Yuan replied modestly, "No need to be polite." After finishing that glass of wine, Lin Yuchang stood up, saying, "Let's go." Shen Yuan also stood up, saying, "Okay." Suddenly, perhaps because of the alcohol, Lin Yuchang's feet didn't listen to her, and she stumbled to the side. Shen Yuan quickly ran over to support her, saying anxiously, "Be careful." Lin Yuchang looked up at him, saying shyly, "Sorry." Shen Yuan said politely, "Ms. Lin, what are you apologizing for?" In his heart, he was restless, sighing, "She smells so good." Suddenly, Lin Yucheng tiptoed, kissing Shen Yuan's cheek, making him unconsciously unable to react. After finishing, she carried her things and went back. He stood there blankly, looking at Lin Yucheng's back, thinking, "What's with her kissing me? Shouldn't there be a real battle?" Lin Yucheng, on this side, was also very shy. She walked quickly on the road, patting her face, thinking, "It must be because I haven't sobered up yet. I've kept to my duty for so many years, never crossing the line. The only thing that was somewhat unconventional was just solving my needs myself. In the end, it's all because of Zheng Xianyong. He's really useless and weak, but what was I possessed by just now?" Shen Yuan, on this side, was also feeling light and happy. He picked up his phone, calling Chen Na. "Hello, Chen Na. The dormitory is closed. I can't go back anymore. Can I come sleep at your place tonight, renting a room outside? There's no need to waste money like that. Don't worry, I won't do anything tonight, just hugging." 20 minutes later, Chen Na quickly opened the door, wearing thin pajamas. Seeing Shen Yuan's current situation, she exclaimed, "Oh my God, how much did you drink?" Shen Yuan leaned against the door, tilting his head, replying, "A banquet with the school leaders." Helpless, Chen No quickly supported Shen Yuan inside, anxiously instructing, sit down and rest for 10 minutes first, then take a shower. I'll go make you a cup of hangover tea. After only taking a few steps, Chen No was hugged from behind by Shen Yuan. He murmured, wait, let me hug you first. I want to hug. Hug. Shen Yuan's arms began to grope restlessly. Chen No said shyly, is this your just hugging? Shen Yuan said lewdly, I'm just hugging. I won't do anything, Chen No. You know my character. The old memories of him and her appeared again. Chen No thought, the first time, he tricked me by saying he was going up to drink a glass of water. The second time, he used the excuse of training. This time, the reason is even more clumsy. He even said the sentence, just hugging, I won't do anything. Chen No was speechless, saying, your character, you still have character. Shen Yuan said with an innocent tone, Chen No, don't we even have a little bit of trust between us? Chen No, her face red, replied, you said it, then you sleep with that blanket. Even if it's just hugging, you can still hug without a blanket. Shen Yuan looked at Chen No burying herself in the blanket, unable to help but smile, thinking, although it was a bit reluctant the last 2 times, I think Chen No has already accepted it in her heart. Unexpectedly, she's still keeping her distance. However, the night is long, and there are still many methods. Thinking this, Shen Yuan sneezed, making Chen No anxiously sit up. He curled up in the blanket, muttering, it's cold, it's too cold. No, Chen No asked anxiously, what's wrong, Shen Yuan? He said weakly, the air conditioner is too cold. The girl hurriedly got out of bed, saying anxiously, let me adjust it. Like a fish that had taken the bait, Shen Yuan grabbed Chen Na's white arm, then said, no need to be so troublesome. He hugged Chen Na, using his naked body, then said ambiguously, no need to adjust it. If the 2 of us cover ourselves with the same blanket, then it won't be cold anymore. The girl was then attacked from behind by Shen Yuan, only able to endure silently. He said very happily, see, it's not cold anymore. After a passionate night, Shen Yuan woke up the next morning, but Chen No wasn't beside him. There was only a letter left by her, I've gone to the cafe. You dirty thing, I've washed your clothes for you, but they're not dry yet, so I bought you a new set of clothes. Breakfast is in the steamer. If you wake up and feel cold, then open it yourself to warm it up. Shen Yuan read the message, feeling so warm and happy that he thought, damn it, where can I find such a good girl? I have to reward her, I definitely have to reward her. I'll find time to buy her a card. Suddenly, the phone rang. Liu Menglu appeared on the screen with a hot body and a strong voice, saying, when are you coming to the GM gym with me? I'm waiting for you. Shen Yuan quickly put the phone aside, closing his eyes tightly. In his heart, he thought, why am I seeing this in the early morning? Isn't this Na's best friend? I won't look, I won't look. Liu Menglu, seeing this, put her round breasts against the phone, then said with a seductive tone, why are you putting the phone so far away? What's wrong? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Shen Yuan squinted at Liu Menglu. In his heart, he cursed, damn it, this girl is clearly provoking me. While talking to Liu Menglu, a call suddenly came. Shen Yuan muttered in surprise, teacher is calling. He had to say to her, I'm busy now, I'll call you back later. Liu Menglu winked, replying, okay, you go ahead. Shen Yuan answered the phone, asking comfortably, teacher Li, what's wrong? Li Xio, on this side, said happily, your request has been approved by the school board and the Department of Education. In the next 2 days, they'll draft the documents and start the publicity. When the school receives the applications and entrepreneurship plans submitted by the students, they'll send them to you for evaluation and review. Shen Yuan asked curiously, do they have to write their height, weight, and portrait photos in the application? She didn't understand, asking, why? What does writing this information have to do with the intention to start a business and height and weight? Shen Yuan smiled, replying, of course, there is. People who are qualified to start a business need to have a beautiful appearance. I can look at their appearance to evaluate whether that student lives a disciplined life. My standards are very high. Lizzie was surprised. She felt that something was strange, so she asked back, is that so? There's even this opinion, But then, she also agreed, saying, "Okay, I'll add this item for you." Secretary Lu has arranged for the student cadres of the Youth League Committee to contact you a little later tonight. Shen Yuan flipped the blanket, getting out of bed. He said calmly, "Then there's no problem on my side for the time being." Li Xio, on this side, suddenly changed her tone. She was shy, her face red, saying hesitantly, "Okay, right, Shen Yuan, my younger sister, and I are moving tomorrow morning. Are you free?" Shen Yuan immediately replied, "Of course, I am." "See you tomorrow." Half an hour later, after eating breakfast and preparing to go out, Shen Yuan's phone rang again, making him pay attention. Shen Yuan muttered, "Why is this Liu Menglu calling again?" As soon as he answered the phone, Liu Menglu began to complain. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd come to find me in a little while? It's been more than half an hour, and you're still not done." "Why don't I believe it?" Shen Yuan replied indifferently, "I'm busy. I'm preparing to go out. I made an appointment with 2 furniture companies to discuss the design plan for the villa." Liu Menglu, hearing this, put on an excited face, asking, "Then do you need a tail to follow?" Shen Yuan, on this side, was putting on his clothes, saying, "You said that you're a tail. What's the point of taking you along? But if you really want to go, then you can go together." In his heart, he thought, although Liu Menglu is a bit of flirt, she knows how to provide emotional value. When discussing the plan, having a beauty next to me cheering me on will really have a much better effect. Liu Menglu, on this side, had a happy face, winking, then said, "Okay, then you come pick me up. I'm waiting for you in the sports room." Shen Yuan, hearing this, just replied with a simple "okay," then hung up the phone. A moment later, Shen Yuan arrived. As soon as he got out of the car, a man walked over asking, "Brother, are you also here waiting for someone? Let me guess, you're waiting for a girl, right?" Shen Yuan looked at the person in front of him, nodding, replying, "That's right." The man observed Shen Yuan, then began to comment, "Your car isn't bad, but a car is just okay for pursuing girls. If you want to pursue high-quality goods, then it's not enough. If you want to catch a goddess, you still have to open like me. You still have to work harder, kid." While saying this, he leaned against his luxury car, smiling smugly. Shen Yuan smiled leisurely, saying, "Is that so?" At this moment, Liu Menglu, with sexy clothes and a rosy face, walked to his side. The man, seeing her, immediately changed his tone. He said enthusiastically, "Menglu, you're finally off work. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go eat. What do you want to eat?" Liu Menglu tilted her head, giving a professional smile, saying, "President Fan, I'm sorry. I have an appointment with a friend. I already said it in the text message just now." In her heart, she thought, President Fan is indeed very rich, but those things were all given to him by his parents. He can control a very limited amount of money himself. But Shen Yuan is different, so you can only be in second place. He still didn't give up, saying, "It's okay. I can go with you too. I'll treat you to lunch if your friend doesn't mind." Shen Yuan politely opened the car door for Liu Menglu, saying to the man with the surname Fan, "Sorry, brother. I don't like sitting and eating with people who drive a G-Class." After getting into the car, Liu Menglu closed the door, smiling brightly, urging Shen Yuan, "Let's go." Shen Yuan, he also took the opportunity to dodge past the man with the surname Fan, taunting him, "Let it go." He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, unable to believe it, thinking, Menglu got into this kid's car. What's the situation? I drive a G-Class, and I still can't win her over. But I was defeated by a guy driving an M9. A moment later, on the road, Liu Menglu sat in the car, saying leisurely, "That President Fan just now is a high-end member of our store. He deposited quite a lot of money. His family is also quite well off." "That car costs more than 2 million, Shen Yuan asked indifferently. "So what?" Liu Menglu continued to recount, "He's been pursuing me for a long time, but I haven't agreed to it once," Shen Yuan just said perfunctorily. Liu Menglu, seeing his indifferent state, was a little unhappy. She pouted, asking, "Why are you talking so little today? It's not like you at all." Shen Yuan asked her back indifferently, "What do you want me to say?" Liu Menglu replied silently, "I don't know, but I always feel that you're not very enthusiastic today. Shen Yuan, seeing her turning her face away, pretending to be angry, smiled secretly in his heart. Of course, I understand your thoughts. It's not just that I'm the only choice, but there are also other pursuers. You want me to have a sense of crisis, he said leisurely. Men are only really active when they're exercising or about to exercise, but you're not playing ball with me, so how can I be active? Yu Menglu immediately turned to look at him, exclaiming, Shen Yuan? She grabbed Shen Yuan's hand, then said, Are all men as horny as you? Shen Yuan smiled with interest, replying, Why do you say I'm horny? I'm talking about playing basketball. Yu Menglu's face turned red with embarrassment, saying, Don't say any more. Last time at the cafe, as soon as I left, you rushed upstairs to coax Nana. You know what you were thinking in your heart. Shen Yuan, hearing this, thought, It seems that this matter will be remembered by Yu Menglu for a lifetime. Shen Yuan didn't want to argue, so he changed the subject to ask, Why are you so free these past 2 days? You even have time to follow me around. Yu Menglu said straightforwardly, I'm not free. It's just that I pushed back a few private lessons for you. Shen Yuan turned to say a few words of admiration, then I'm a little embarrassed. Yu Menglu looked at him with meaningful eyes, saying, If you feel embarrassed, then treat me to a few delicious meals to compensate me. Shen Yuan smiled brightly, replying, No problem. I have everything for you to eat. Yu Menglu, hearing this, blushed, retorting, What is that? Shen Yuan, you only know how to take advantage of others. He laughed out loud, then said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go eat first. After eating, we will go to the furniture company. Switching the scene to the afternoon at the furniture company, the design director, Fu Zhengmai, came out, greeting enthusiastically, Hello, Mr. Shen. I'm Fu Zhengmai, the design director of Guangdong. Let's sit down and talk. Shen Yuan went straight to the point, reminding, Let's keep it short. I've already said all my requirements to your site online yesterday. I'm only here today to see the plans. Fu Zhengmai sat down, presenting clearly, Based on your budget and needs, we've come up with 3 design styles, European, light luxury, and modern Chinese. You can look at them and choose which one you like. If there are any problems, we'll adjust them. Yu Menglu sat on one side, crossing her arms, exclaiming, All 3 plans are very beautiful. She asked Shen Yuan curiously, What's your budget? Shen Yuan said lightly, but not quietly, 20 million. Yu Menglu exclaimed in surprise, What did you say? She began to calculate, a villa of more than 1,000 square meters, and the decoration is 20 million yuan. To be able to spend like this, then his assets must be at least more than 100 million yuan. It seems that I underestimated his ability. No, the previous methods are still not enough. I have to increase the intensity even more. While thinking this, she pulled her clothes and skirt, making the curves on her body show completely. 15 minutes later, Shen Yuan stood up, saying seriously, Then choose the modern Chinese style. Add what I just said. After editing, we'll talk again, but I also have an appointment with another design company. I have to compare the final plans of both sides before I can decide. Fu Zhengmai also stood up, saying enthusiastically, No problem. There's nothing to lose by comparing 3 sides. Right, Mr. Shen, do you have time tonight? President Wanting of our company wants to invite you to a meal. Whether you sign the contract or not, he just wants to get to know you. Shen Yuan took out his phone, pondering, I haven't signed the contract with your side yet. Eating a meal like this seems inappropriate, right? Fu Zhengmai smiled, replying, Mr. Shen, don't mind. President Wanting just purely wants to make friends with you in the end. Shen Yuan also agreed. Fu Zhengmai, seeing this, said happily, Then I'll add your WeChat. I'll send you the address of the restaurant. It'll be easier for us to exchange ideas about the plans in the future. Shen Yuan nodded, replying, Okay, then we'll go first. When he left, Fu Zhengmai waved goodbye with a look of worship and admiration. She thought, 20 million yuan to decorate the interior is even more expensive than the villa. Just this order alone is enough to support a company. This kind of big client is really not a normal rich kid. You have to really serve him carefully. After seeing Shen Yuan off, Fu Zhengmai turned back. She stood in front of a man, announcing enthusiastically, "President Wan, Mr. Shen has agreed to have dinner tonight." President Wanting was the general manager of Guangdong. Named Wan Renmin, he tilted his head, analyzing seriously, then asked Fu Zhengmai, "If we can have a meal together, the rate of closing the deal will be much higher. We absolutely can't let this kind of big client fall into the hands of our competitors. Is he going alone?" Fu Zhengmai immediately replied, "No, he's going with a girl who doesn't look like his girlfriend." Wan Renmin pondered, then smiled, saying, "It's good that she's not his girlfriend. Remember to call Su Zuwei to entertain the guests tonight. A client like Shen Yuan deserves for our company to release our trump card." Switching over to Yu Menglu and Shen Yuan, she blushed, pulling her clothes, saying with a meaningful tone, "Shen Yuan, is the air conditioner on in the car?" "It's too hot," Shen Yuan asked calmly. "Is that so?" "Why don't I feel hot at all?" She put on a flirtatious look, asking, "Really, what are we going to do next?" Shen Yuan said calmly, "Aren't you going back to work? Or do you want to follow me to freeload another dinner?" Yu Menglu leaned over to Shen Yuan, then said, "Anyway, following you is just eating and doing nothing. Today, I want to be your tail for the whole day." Shen Yuan laughed loudly, saying, "My tails are all very sensible. If they're following, then they have to follow for at least a day and a night. How can there be such a thing as only following during the day?" These words of his made an ambiguous scene immediately appear in her mind. Yu Menglu covered her face shyly, exclaiming, "A day and a night? What are you talking about, you big pervert? I don't care. I definitely have to go with you. I'm not getting out of the car." The phone rang in the car. Yu Menglu answered the phone. The person on the other end of the line asked with an enthusiastic voice, "Menglu, what are you doing?" Yu Menglu replied happily, "Tiantian, I'm in the car." Ho Tiantian, on this side, asked curiously, "Whose car?" "President Fan's G-Class." The girl put on her clothes, thinking, although President Fan isn't like Shen Yuan, spending 3 million to buy a house, it's no problem for him to buy bags and cosmetics for Menglu. Yu Menglu replied calmly, "No, I'm in Shen Yuan's car." Ho Tiantian, hearing this, was extremely shocked. She frowned, exclaiming, "Who, Shen Yuan? When did you two meet?" Yu Menglu smirked, recounting, "It's nothing. I went out with him today to see the decoration plan. You don't know that he bought a villa worth more than 10 million, and he's spending 20 million to decorate it." Ho Tiantian gasped for breath, exclaiming, "What? This is too extravagant. He just spent 3 million, and in the blink of an eye, he's spending another 30 million. Ho Tiantian couldn't help but think, Chenna's luck is really good. She actually met such a rich sugar daddy. We're best friends, saying that we'll suffer together, but in the end, she secretly went ashore. That's not right. Menglu seems to have also gotten on this luxury yacht." Ho Tiantian clenched the phone in her hand, crying silently, "It's already bad enough that one best friend is better than me, but now another one is also better than me. Could it be that it's because their breasts are bigger than mine?" Switching the scene to the afternoon at the Nanjing restaurant, a young man walked over to greet Uncle Wan. "Are you also eating here?" President walked over, saying enthusiastically, "Xiaohui, is that you? What a coincidence. I'm here waiting for a guest." Xiaohui walked over, shaking his hand, then said, "I also have a dinner invitation here. I'll come over to toast you later." He thought, "It seems that this guest is very important. Otherwise, Uncle Wan wouldn't have to personally wait here." When leaving, he noticed the delicate girl following behind President Wan, wondering in his heart, since when did Uncle Wan Renmin have such a beautiful girl by his side? If Uncle Wan Renmin wasn't my future father-in-law, then I would have found a way to ask for her phone number. A moment later, Shen Yuan also arrived. His staff went out, introducing respectfully, "President Wan, this is Mr. Shen." President Wan walked over, saying enthusiastically, "Hello, President Shen, you're indeed young and promising." Shen Yuan walked over, shaking hands with President Wan politely, then greeting, "Hello, President Wan." He looked at Liu Menglu, asking tentatively, "This is probably your girlfriend?" Shen Yuan waved his hand repeatedly, explaining, please don't misunderstand. We're just normal friends, she just happened to come with me today. Her surname is Liu. After confirming the information, he greeted the girl politely. Hello, Miss Liu. Liu Menglu pouted, looking at Shen Yuan with some displeasure, thinking, Shen Yuan, you're so annoying. What are you so excited about? If I'm not your girlfriend, then what am I? Did anyone force you to say she's not annoying? When Renmin said again, Mr. Shen, please, let's go upstairs. He also said generously, please, President Wan. A moment later, the two had gone into the private room. When Renmin spoke, pointing to the orange-haired girl next to him, then said, President Shen, I forgot to introduce you. This is our company's design assistant, Suzu Wei, the girl said shyly in a low voice. Hello, President Shen. Shen Yuan reached out his hand, saying politely, hello. In his heart, he thought, her skin is soft and full of elasticity, and her jade hands are as boneless. Especially her pure and innocent temperament. Su Xuewe's aura is completely different from the girls I know. Seeing Shen Yuan's attitude, when Renmin raised his glass, thinking, very good, it seems that Suzu Wei has left a good impression on President Shen, then the distance has been shortened. He said happily, President Shen, we won't talk about business today. We'll just talk about making friends. I'll toast you first. Fu Zhengmai, seeing Suzu Wei sitting still, frowned, reminding, what are you spacing out for? Quickly toast President Shen. In the end, Suzu Wei also awkwardly picked up her glass, saying shyly, President Shen, I'll toast you. Shen Yuan raised his glass, accepting happily. Liu Menglu, jealous, leaned close to Shen Yuan, saying, little President Shen, let's drink together. Let's also have a glass. Shen Yuan held Liu Menglu's glass back, smiling, saying, you still shouldn't drink. Otherwise, who will drive us back later? Liu Menglu felt happy all over, replying softly, okay, okay. Listening to him, she thought in her heart, I wonder if Shen Yuan will take the opportunity to take advantage of me. But this feeling of us being together is really great. Suzu Wei walked to Shen Yuan's side, saying softly, President Shen, I'll toast you again. Shen Yuan smiled, saying gently to the girl, you drink tea. It's okay. These words of his made Suzu Wei blank out. At this time, when Renmin also spoke to Suzu Wei, listen to President Shen, he feels sorry for you, so he won't let you drink. Zhu Wei comes from South China University. She's a senior and hasn't graduated yet. You two are young, so you probably have similar interests. You should communicate more. He again ordered Suzu Wei to add Shen Yuan on WeChat. It's never a bad thing to make friends with an excellent young man like him. Liu Menglu, sitting next to him, hearing these words, also frowned, thinking the old fox has finally shown his tail. He said he wouldn't talk about business, but in reality, everything is about business. This younger sister, just looking at her, you can tell that she's still a virgin. This kind of forcing others to communicate is no different from matchmaking. The young man named Xiao Hui, at this time, held a glass of wine, staggering into the private room, saying loudly, President Wan, I'm here to toast you. When Renmin said happily, Xio Hoop, you have a heart. He also took the opportunity to introduce, this is my nephew, Lin Guangyao. When Renmin said to his nephew, this is President Shen, actually, he's about the same age as you. You can go toast him and get to know him. Lin Guangyao nodded, saying, okay, okay. He thought happily, Uncle, when Renmin introduced this distinguished guest to me, proving that he values me very much. The person who can make Uncle when Renmin personally wait must be someone with a not small amount of assets. This is the kind of person I must make friends with. He may be useless in reality, but he likes to show off at banquets. He went over obsequiously, saying, hello, Shen. Before he could finish speaking, he was startled by Shen Yuan's face. He thought in surprise, Shen Yuan, why is this dog here? Shen Yuan smiled, raising his glass, then said, come, let's have a drink together. Lin Guangyao stammered, unable to speak. He thought in a panic, why is Shen Yuan the guest of honor of Uncle Wan? Uncle Wen Renmin is telling me to raise my glass to congratulate him. Isn't that the same as telling me to lick this Shen Yuan's stinky feet? No way. This is absolutely impossible. When Renmin, seeing that the two seemed different, asked in confusion, President Shen, Guangyao, do you two know each other? Shen Yuan said calmly, you can say that we know each other. Wan Renmin patted Lin Guangyao's shoulder, laughing, saying, what a coincidence, Xiao Miao, maybe you don't know about this yet. Your friend bought a Qingju Lake villa and he's spending another 20 million to hire us to renovate it. This information made Lin Guangyao's face twist, exclaiming, what? He thought in disbelief, this country bumpkin bought a villa. And he's spending another 20 million to renovate it. This Shen Yuan has so much money, did his family go digging for diamonds in Africa? Shen Yuan, in his eyes now, was like a big shot, and he himself was just an ant. Lin Guangyao thought, Uncle Wan, who I'm trying my best to please, is actually trying his best to please Shen Yuan. In an instant, the distance between Shen Yuan and me is so great. Realizing the problem, he thought, well, lick it then. There's nothing wrong with me licking the person that Uncle Wan Renmin also wants to lick. Thinking this, he bowed obsequiously, saying to Shen Yuan, what a coincidence, congratulations, congratulations. That's not right, I should call you President Shen now. 3 hours later, Wan Renmin asked tentatively, President Shen, do you want to go to a bar or sing karaoke later? Shen Yuan happily turned to ask Liu Menglu, trainer Liu, are you going? Liu Menglu hesitated, not saying anything. She thought, I got this figure thanks to discipline. I've never had the habit of staying up late and drinking. Shen Yuan saw Liu Menglu's hesitation, so he said, you still shouldn't go. It's better to sleep early and wake up early for your health. Liu Menglu turned to look at Su Zuwei in front of her, thinking in her heart, if I don't go, then Shen Yuan might be seduced by other girls. If there are more meat to share the meat, then I'll have less meat to eat. Anyway, once I'm no longer by Shen Yuan's side, and with Wan's personality, the next step is to get Shen Yuan drunk, then take Xu Zuwei and Shen Yuan to the hotel. Moreover, it can be clearly seen in the meal that Shen Yuan has feelings for Su Zuwei. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Shen Yuan will definitely not be able to control himself. The ambiguous scenes were imagined in Liu Menglu's mind. Just thinking about it made her eyes become firm, thinking, this can't be. If I let the two of them go to that step, then I won't get anything. Thinking this, she stood up decisively, raising her hand high, saying clearly, I'm going, I definitely have to go. A moment later, after the meal at the Nanjing restaurant, with the consent of Shen Yuan and Minglu, Old Wan took them to the KTV, sitting next to Shen Yuan. Su Zuwei poured a glass of wine and offered it to him. Seeing this, Shen Yuan stopped her, saying, no more wine, I've had a bit too much tonight. He asked with concern, you rarely come to places like this, right? If you don't want to come, then don't come, after all, it's just a job. Hearing this, Zuwei withdrew her hand, replying softly, thank you, Mr. Shen. Sensing her helplessness, Shen Yuan continued, it's already very difficult for a girl from an ordinary family to get an internship at a big company like Wanting. You can't give up so easily. Seeing them talking so intimately, Menglu quickly interjected, Shen Yuan, why don't you care whether I want to come or not? Shen Yuan smiled, replying, does Trainer Liu still need me to care? There are so many fish in your pond. That G-Class CEO must have already sent you a WeChat message, right? Hearing this, Menglu raised her hand to tuck her hair, saying with displeasure, why do you keep mentioning what people don't want to hear? She thought, my usual tricks are all ineffective. Shen Yuan doesn't care at all. I originally wanted to trap him, but I was trapped by him instead. After a while, Zuwei turned to ask awkwardly, Mr. Shen, what song do you want to sing? Do you need me to choose a song for you? Shen Yuan replied, anything is fine. Sing anything, you can choose any song. Having been eavesdropping for a while, Menglu poked his arm again, saying softly, Shen Yuan, aren't you moved? Look at the look in that girl's eyes. It's about to drip silk. Shen Yuan turned to reply, is that so? I feel that your eyes are the same, they're also dripping silk. Hearing this, Menglu blushed, retorting, no, the look in my eyes when I look at you only has desire, not feelings. Hearing this, Shen Yuan continued, this is your strength. No matter how women attract men, the final result is the same. Hearing this, Menglu asked with some worrying, what's the final result? Shen Yuan leaned close to her ear, whispering softly, "Of course, it's getting into bed." Hearing this, Menglu couldn't help but blush. Immediately, the favorability points above Menglu's had increased to 68. She thought annoyedly, "It's annoying. Every time I talk, he leads me into a pit." But Shen Yuan is also straightforward, unlike those other men who clearly only desire my body, but deliberately call it love. Just as she thought of this, Shen Yuan had already put his hand up to caress her full breasts. Seeing this, Menglu said in surprise, "Enough, there are people next to us." At this moment, Old Wen came over, handing the mic to him, smiling, saying, "Mr. Shen, Zhuwei has chosen a good song for you. Go for it." Just like that, their karaoke session lasted until 11 p.m, then they left together. Before leaving, Old Wen shook Shen Yuan's hand, smiling, saying, "President Chen, Mr. Shen, I really didn't expect that I could still make friends with you like old friends at this age. Let's get together often in the future." Speaking to this point, he pretended to suddenly remember, saying, "That's right. Regarding the renovation, our Guanting company is extremely professional. I hope we can cooperate with you. As brothers, I will definitely arrange the best service for you from Guanting." Shen Yuan didn't agree immediately. He smiled, replying, "I've consulted to companies. Your designs are all very professional, with the same price. I will definitely prioritize considering your side." At this time, Fu Zhengmai also supported XUEWEI, saying, "President Chen, we'll take our leave first. See you next time." Looking at XUEWEI's appearance, Shen Yuan pointed, asking, "Her?" Fu Zhengmai quickly continued, "Zhuwei is my student. I will take her home safely." Watching their car leave, Shen Yuan then spoke, "I'll call a taxi for you." Hearing this, Menglu asked, "What about you?" Shen Yuan looked to one side, replying, "I'll rent a room here and sleep for a while." Hearing this, Menglu asked in surprise, "Why rent a room? Is there no place to sleep?" Shen Yuan turned to look, smiling slyly, saying, "Or will you let me stay over?" Hearing this, Menglu couldn't help but be speechless. She thought, "I originally didn't intend to give myself away so quickly, but my intuition tells me that if I don't act now, this Tang monk meat, Shen Yuan, will soon be divided up." Thinking of this, she took Shen Yuan's arm, pretending to object. "Don't even think about it. I don't easily bring men home. I'm a decent girl." Above her head at this time, the favorability points also increased from 68 to 75 points. Seeing this number, Shen Yuan couldn't help but sweat, replying, "Is that so?" He thought, "I didn't do anything tonight. So why did Liu Menglu's favorability towards me increase so much?" Then he took out his phone, asking, "Where do you live? Let me call a car for you." Seeing this, Menglu quickly refused, "I'm not going back." Seeing that she wanted to feed the meat to his mouth, Shen Yuan pretended to be innocent, asking, "Not going back? Where are you sleeping?" Hearing this, Menglu couldn't help but scold angrily, "You bad thing, I've already taken the initiative to this extent, and you're still like this." Speaking to this point, Shen Yuan put his hand behind her head, pushing her towards his car, saying, "Let's go, let's change to another hotel." Saying this, the two got into the car together. Sitting in the car, Menglu thought nervously, "I wonder if Shen Yuan will be a little gentle. Don't be as rude as he was at the cafe with Nana." Seeing this scene in the rearview mirror, the driver thought enviously, "This figure, this face, this luxurious car lights, damn it, you're really lucky to be rich." A moment later, the car arrived at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Xinjiang. Shen Yuan and Menglu walked inside. He said to the receptionist, "Give me a luxury room, long-term rental for a month." Hearing him say this, the receptionist replied, "Sir, the luxury room is 368 yuan a night, and a month is 110,640 yuan. Hearing him say this, Menglu couldn't help but sweat, asking, "Rent for a month?" Shen Yuan didn't reply. He handed the bank card to the receptionist, saying, 110,000 yuan, swipe the card. "I want room number 1 on the 52nd floor." In his heart, he thought, "Now Liu Menglu's favorability towards me has exceeded 60, and there's also a triple rebate effect. It's really too profitable." Hearing the conversation, Menglu muttered, reading again, 521, Shen Yuan really knows how to choose a room. It's a homophone for I love you. Shen Yuan is really something. A moment later, after the check-in procedures were completed, Shen Yuan led Menglu to the room. As soon as she entered, she ran excitedly to the window, looking down at the city, saying excitedly, "The night view is so beautiful, Shen Yuan, look." She thought with a red face, this kind of scene is a bit embarrassing, but I really hope to start a good start with Shen Yuan. Immediately after, Shen Yuan walked behind her, putting one hand on her breast and the other hand down to her crotch, pressing his face against the back of her neck, sniffing, saying, "Trainer, lie you. Now I can only see you in my eyes." "Can we start playing ball now?" Menglu replied shyly with a red face. "Shen Yuan, I haven't taken a shower yet." "Wait for me to take a shower first." Before she could finish speaking, Shen Yuan had already put his hand under her skirt, pulling her panties down lightly, replying, "We'll take a shower later." Seeing this, Menglu panicked. "Shen Yuan, don't, the curtains aren't closed yet." Shen Yuan reached out to pull down his zipper, taking out the divine cannon that had been upgraded by the system, replying, "This is a one-way mirror, and this is the 52nd floor. There are no buildings around that are taller, and even if they can see, what's wrong with letting them see a little?" After speaking, Shen Yuan didn't hesitate, thrusting the divine cannon straight into the cave. Menglu's whole body trembled instantly, saying weakly, "You're a bad guy." Yes, immediately after, Shen Yuan began to fire. Under the thrust of the divine cannon, Menglu's body trembled with each thrust, her mouth moaning softly. Just like that, the two threw themselves at each other, fighting fiercely all night. Until noon the next day, Shen Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He reached for his phone, looking at the clock, muttering, "It's so hot, oh my god, I slept until 12 noon. Turning to see Menglu still sleeping soundly, he smiled secretly, thinking, "I didn't expect Liu Menglu to be so sensitive. I'm afraid she lost too much water last night." Thinking of this, Shen Yuan put his hand under the blanket again, caressing her full buttocks. Menglu then woke up. Seeing that they had been fighting all night and, before she could open her eyes, Shen Yuan had already started groping, she cried without tears, saying, "Shen Yuan, why did you wake up so early? You only slept at 4 a.m, don't you feel sorry for me at all?" She thought, "It seems that I have to train my endurance with men in the future. I'm a fitness trainer, but I was overwhelmed by a kid like this." Shen Yuan pressed close, rubbing his hot thing against her buttocks, saying, "Menglu, it's not that I don't feel sorry for you. You're the one who always tells me to stop. I've been holding back for you." Hearing this, Menglu replied, "Stop it. Let me sleep a little longer, we'll talk after I recover my energy. Also, don't call me Menglu, I'm not one of those sweet girls." Seeing this, Shen Yuan reached out to caress her face, saying, Okay, trainer Liu, seeing that you performed well yesterday, I'll let you sleep a little longer. After you wake up, I'll take you to buy a car. You can choose any car within 300,000 yuan. Hearing this, Menglu immediately sat up, holding the blanket tightly, covering her breasts, saying in surprise, "Right? What did you just say, Shen Yuan? Say it again." Menglu hugged Shen Yuan, placing a kiss on his lips, cheering happily, "A car under 3 million yuan, I get to choose it myself, Shen Yuan, I love you to death." Seeing this attitude of hers, Shen Yuan thought, although the more I spend, the more I get back, buying a house for Nana only costs 3 million yuan. If I buy a car for Liu Menglu that exceeds 3 million yuan, I don't know what Nana will think. After expressing her feelings, Menglu sat up, saying, "Great, I like Porsches. Can I get one for around 2 million? Shen Yuan smiled, replying, "Of course." She recalled, saying, "I was discussing it with Nana at the time, but she likes Maseratis more. I've also seen that model, it's really beautiful." Hearing this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Nana likes Maseratis?" Menglu looked at him, replying, "Yeah, do you also want to help Nana buy a car?" Shen Yuan smiled, replying, "A gentleman doesn't beat around the bush. I do have this intention." Hearing the answer, Menglu was a little unhappy, thinking, Nana is still happier. A house and a car, adding up to more than 5 million yuan. Then she quickly brushed it off, telling herself, "No, Liu Menglu, why are you comparing these things? It's only just begun with Shen Yuan. You have to learn to be content to be happy in the long run. Suddenly, a text message rang. It was Tiantian texting. MENGLU, a friend of mine said they saw you at the Grand Hyatt last night. Were you really there? Menglu texted back. That's right, I was taken down last night. Tiantian asked anxiously, right, by who? Menglu texted back, besides Shen Yuan, who else? I'm really stupid. I just got drunk and followed him. Reading this, Tiantian frowned, thinking, Menglu is so fake. It was a consensual thing, but she's acting like she was forced. Based on what I know about her, she definitely took the initiative to approach Shen Yuan. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel lonely in her heart. Wait, does that mean another one of my best friends has also gotten on the luxury yacht? Oh my God, we're three best friends playing together, but why am I the only one suffering? It's so unfair. On this side, Shen Yuan had already put on his clothes, saying, Trainer Liu, go buy the car yourself. After you've seen it, send me the account, and I'll transfer the money directly. Hearing this, Menglu replied, okay. The favorability points at this time also increased to 86. Seeing this number, Shen Yuan smiled, thinking, last night, when playing ball, the highest favorability points were 82, but now it's already up to 86. It seems that the distance to the 90 favorability reward is much closer. A moment later, Shen Yuan got out of the car. He immediately called Chen No. As soon as she answered the phone, she said, Shen Yuan, I've learned all the coffee. When are you coming to try it? Shen Yuan smiled, replying, I'm busy today, so I can't go. I'm planning to help you buy a car. Go look at cars. Hearing this, Chen No couldn't help but ask in surprise, right? You just bought a house not long ago. Why do you want to buy a car again? Shen Yuan, don't waste money. I already have a car. It's just for transportation anyway. It's not really necessary. Seeing her reaction, Shen Yuan said, be good. I like buying cars for my woman, and I don't lack money. What kind of car do you like? Chen No, hearing this, didn't know what to say. In the end, she agreed, replying, then buy a normal BMW. It doesn't need to be too expensive. Shen Yuan immediately objected, no way. The car I choose for my woman can't be under 2 million yuan. Hearing this number, Chen No couldn't help but be stunned. 2 million yuan is too expensive, way too expensive. You just bought a house last time, and now you're buying a supercar. Shen Yuan smiled, replying, your birthday is coming up soon. This is a birthday gift from me to you. Don't worry about the money. Your man has money. Speaking to this point, Shen Yuan hesitated a bit, asking, Chen No, if something happened between me and Liu Menglu, would you mind? He thought, this matter can't be hidden. It's better to admit it proactively than to have Chen No hear it from someone else. Chen No's eyes were a little sad, replying hesitantly, I mind, but I know I can't force you to change. You're telling me proactively, which proves that you have me in your heart. But if something like this happens again in the future, then don't tell me anymore. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Hearing this, Shen Yuan felt as if a burden had been lifted from his heart, reassuring, don't worry. Your position in my heart is unique. No one can replace you. Chen No, hearing this, asked back, really, you've only said this to me, right? Shen Yuan said with a serious tone, of course, only you. I've never said it to anyone else. Hearing these words, Chen No was so moved that she cried, saying, I believe you, Shen Yuan. I don't ask for much. You just need to spend 1 day a week at the cafe drinking the coffee I make, or if you have time, come home and eat a meal I cook, and I'll be satisfied. Hearing her say this, Shen Yuan thought, Nana is really a rare good woman. She treats me well and is always thinking of ways to help me save money. Thinking this, he said, I'll be with you tonight. I want to make it up to you properly. Okay, Chen No asked back, tonight is a proper make-up, right? Shen Yuan replied, of course, you know me. Hearing this, Chen No giggled, saying, you really are. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm still busy at the store. After speaking, she hung up the phone, leaving Shen Yuan alone, holding his head, thinking, being a good man is really not easy. I don't know how those men who are two-timing and courting many girls at once manage it. A moment later, at Li Xio's house, she was moving things down to the yard. As soon as she saw Shen Yuan, she was happy, saying, "Shen Yuan, you're here." Seeing her carrying things, Shen Yuan said, "Advisor, let me help you." He ran over, taking to boxes of things, saying, let me do it." Just then, a box was about to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but panic. "Oh my god." Immediately, a pile of two-piece bikini lingerie spilled out of the box. Seeing these things, Shen Yuan's horny blood immediately rose. In his mind, he saw the image of Li Zi in a pink bikini, beckoning. "Shen Yuan, do you like pink? Next is another color. Do you like white, or do you actually like green?" Imagining this, Shen Yuan blushed, thinking, if that were true, how great would it be? At the same time, Li Zi picked up a bra, putting it in the box, saying, "Shen Yuan, I'll pick these up myself." Though move other things, after speaking, she turned to pick up another one, her face as red as a ripe tomato. A moment later, Li Meng brought down a box of things, putting them in Shen Yuan's car, saying, "One trip won't be enough. You'll probably have to come back to more times, so I advise you to go first." After finishing, she walked to the passenger seat, shining her headlights straight into Shen Yuan's face with a warning. Seeing this, Li Zi said, "Okay." She turned to Shen Yuan, "Shen Yuan, lead the way to the Dongsheng district." Shen Yuan replied, "Okay, advisor, let's go." As the car drove away, Li Zi then spoke, "Shen Yuan, don't mind, my sister is like that. She's not rude or has any intention towards you." Shen Yuan replied, "It's okay. I think she's been friendlier than the last two times." Li Zi leaned her head against the window, looking outside, sighing, saying, "Actually, she wasn't like this at first. In college, she used to love a boyfriend. I've seen the photos. He was quite handsome, wearing glasses, looking very scholarly." She recalled the story at that time, saying, the two of them loved each other very much, but it was a long-distance relationship. One Christmas, Li Meng went to her boyfriend's place and saw him hugging another girl's waist. Preparing to go into a hotel, Li Meng was heartbroken. From that time on, she completely lost heart with men. Hearing this, Shen Yuan loudly cursed, "Scumbag, that kind of man is really trash of society." He then realized he was scolding himself. "I'm scolding myself." Hearing him curse, Li Zi covered her mouth, laughing, asking, "Then what about you? Aren't you a man too?" Shen Yuan, hearing this, said seriously, "Of course I'm not. I'm the purest kind of man. What about you? What's your attitude towards men?" Li Zi smiled, replying, "As for me, I just maintain a normal attitude, because I don't have the same experience as my sister, so I'm not really disgusted." Speaking to this point, Shen Yuan took the opportunity to ask, "Then what do you think of me?" Hearing the sudden question, Li Zi couldn't control herself, her face blushing unconsciously, her chest pounding rapidly. After Shen Yuan's question, Li Zi turned around, blushing, asking, "Shen Yuan, what did you say just now?" Shen Yuan drove the car, replying calmly, "Nothing, just joking. Why are you so nervous?" Hearing the answer, Li Zi felt a little disappointed in her heart. She thought, so it was just a joke. If Shen Yuan really meant it, I wouldn't know what to do. A moment later, at Li Xio's new rental house, the two of them had finished moving things. Li Zi took out a bottle of water, handing it to Shen Yuan, saying, "We've finally finished moving. Thank you so much today. How about I treat you to a meal?" Hearing this, Shen Yuan replied, "Actually, you don't necessarily have to treat me to a meal to express your gratitude." Li Zi looked up, asking with a red face, "Then what should I do?" Before she could finish speaking, Shen Yuan had pulled her into his arms, placing a kiss on her lips. Seeing this, Li Zi didn't have time to react. Seeing that she wasn't resisting, Shen Yuan continued to attack, slowly kissing down to her neck. Below, his wandering hands also began to reach under Li Xio's clothes. Seeing this, Li Zi moaned softly, "Shen Yuan, don't." At the same time, Li Meng had arrived outside the door. She knocked on the door, calling out, "Sister, open the door, I didn't bring the key." Seeing this, Li Zi quickly pushed Shen Yuan away, saying, I'm coming." She said awkwardly, "Shen Yuan, I can't seem to move." Hearing this, Shen Yuan said, "It's okay, let me help you." Saying this, he let go of her, walking over to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Li Meng questioned loudly, "Sister, why is your face so red? Did you get heat stroke?" Li Zi reached out to touch her flushed face, replying, "It's okay, I'll be fine after resting for a while." She thought that Shen Yuan is too bold. Luckily, Li Meng didn't think in that direction. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to wash myself clean even if I jumped into the Yellow River." Then she turned to Shen Yuan, pretending to discuss work. "Shen Yuan, about the assistant the student council assigned to help you with the investment. The school also assigned you an office. I'll send you her WeChat. Contact her when you get back to school." Shen Yuan walked out the door, replying, "Okay, I'll contact her. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll take my leave first." He thought, "I originally wanted to stay with the advisor a little longer, but maybe the advisor is afraid that Li Meng will find out, so she's embarrassed." After Shen Yuan left, Li Meng turned to ask, "Sister, about Shen Yuan, what do you think in the end?" Hearing this, Li Zi couldn't help but be startled, quickly covering her face, asking in confusion, "What do you mean?" Li Meng didn't beat around the bush, going straight to the point, saying, "Don't pretend with me. Who can't see his intentions? You two are so close. That relationship is no longer a normal teacher-student relationship." Hearing this, Li Zi replied hesitantly, "Actually, I don't know, I'm not too sure." Hearing this, Li Meng sighed, saying, "I knew it, you're moved." Then she continued, "Actually, if you don't consider his identity as your student, his conditions are okay, but I just feel that he's not very trustworthy." Seeing her reaction, which was far from what she expected, Li Zi couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You're not against it?" Hearing this, Li Meng hugged her, saying affectionately, "What's the point of me being against it? It's your life, I don't have the right to interfere. As your sister, I can only remind you to open your eyes wide and observe more to see if that man is worthy of your love." Hearing these heartfelt words from her sister, Li Zi couldn't help but ponder in her heart. Shen Yuan, an hour later, at the school cafeteria, a girl was sitting alone quietly. Suddenly, she stood up, waving enthusiastically, calling, "Shen Yuan, here, here." This girl was none other than Fu Yingzi, the head of the school's news center broadcasting team. In Li Xio's words earlier, Shen Yuan walked over, smiling, asking, "Have you been waiting long?" Yingzi replied, "No, I just arrived." Shen Yuan sat down, continuing, "Your voice sounds different in person than on the radio." Yingzi smiled, replying, "When broadcasting or dubbing, you have to get into the role according to the environment, so of course it'll be different." Then she said, "Let's get back to the main topic. Secretary Lu has instructed to send someone to help you clean the office in the next few days." Hearing this, Shen Yuan replied, "Okay, in the future, besides the work arranged by the Youth League, can I ask you to help with other things?" Yingzi agreed, replying, "Of course." Hearing this, Shen Yuan continued, "Then help me with these things in the next few days." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly a guy walked over, handing a bag of things to Yingzi, saying, "Yingzi, so you're here. I bought you the whispering oolong that you like the most." At this time, he turned to Shen Yuan, asking in surprise, "Yingzi, who is this person?" Seeing the way he looked at him, Shen Yuan thought, "This vicious look, it seems that he sees me as a love rival." Yingzi then spoke, replying, "I'm avoiding sugar these days, so I won't drink milk tea, thank you." Hearing this, the guy pleaded in a low voice, "Yingzi, I ran 5 kilometers and waited in line for 20 minutes. Just accept it." Before he could finish speaking, Yingzi interrupted, "Fengzegui, how many times do you want me to repeat myself? I'm not drinking it." Seeing her expression, Fengzegui pointed to Shen Yuan, asking with dissatisfaction, "Who exactly is he?" Yingzi, hearing this, asked back, "What does it have to do with you?" Hearing these words, Fengzegui turned and left. The sentence, "What does it have to do with you?" was like an arrow piercing his heart. The surrounding people were in an uproar, discussing, "Oh my God, did you see that? There's shocking news. Really, Fu Yingzi and Shen Yuan are dating. Shen Yuan and Fengzegui are fighting over Fu Yingzi, oh my God." At this time, Minhui and Chen Ling walked over. Hearing these discussions, Minhui couldn't help but be startled. Shen Yuan and Fu Yingzi, how is that possible? Chen Ling, next to her, also spoke. He's dated Shen Yuan twice. I guess those sensed that his family wasn't bankrupt. Minhui, hearing this, walked over aggressively. I want to see how shameless she can be. She walked to Shen Yuan's side, waving, greeting, Shen Yuan. As soon as he turned to look, seeing her, Shen Yuan smiled, replying, Minhui. Minhui then asked Shen Yuan, are you going to class? Shen Yuan replied, no, I'm discussing important matters with the Youth League's Vice President Fu. Hearing this, Minhui leaned close, saying with a flushed face, you haven't been to class in a long time. Are you planning to fail all your subjects? Seeing this scene, Yingzi thought, Fang Minhui is declaring that she's Shen Yuan's girlfriend. How long have they known each other? Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. Then she stood up, clearing her throat, saying, Shen Yuan, the radio station has work. I'll go first. Hearing this, Shen Yuan replied, okay, bye-bye. Seeing this scene of palace intrigue, the male students in the school couldn't help but discuss, oh my god, that good-for-nothing kid actually has two goddesses fighting over him. Fang Minhui's appearance is no different from the main wife catching a mistress. It's really too embarrassing. Someone else asked, who is that male student? Since when is there such a badass senior at school? On this side, after Yingzi left, Minhui asked tentatively, Shen Yuan, what were you discussing with her? In her heart, she thought, Fu Yingzi looks beautiful, and her voice is also nice. I can't let this kind of female student appear next to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, hearing this, replied, about the school's entrepreneurship base. The Youth League assigned her to contact me. He thought, MINHUI's ambition is too big. If she continues like this, how will she work outside in the future? Hearing the answer, Minhui stood up, saying, is that so? That's great. I really want to stay with you a little longer. I haven't seen you in 2 days, but I have to go first. I have class. Speaking to this point, Minhui leaned close to Shen Yuan's ear, whispering, okay, I want to drink cold water tonight. Large sighs after finishing, she turned and left, waving, saying, I'm leaving. Bye-bye, Shen Yuan replied. Okay, he thought, Minhui is really a lovely girl who never gets full. At this time, the phone rang. Shen Yuan answered the phone, saying, hello, Trainer Liu, what's wrong? On the other end, Meng Lu replied, honey, I've almost finished looking at the car. There happens to be a car available. The all-inclusive price after the discount is 2.52 million yuan. Hearing this, Shen Yuan replied, send me the store's account. I'll transfer the money right now. Meng Lu replied, okay, honey, love you. Sending you a heart. Then she said, that's right. We're going to the junior hotel tonight, right? I'm bringing 2 different sets of pajamas, the kind you like. I want to wear them for you to see. Hearing this, Shen Yuan asked in surprise, which 2 sets? I don't know. Meng Lu replied, you'll know when you get there tonight. Hearing this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but have a headache, thinking, but I promised to be with Nana today. Minhui asked to go drink cold water tonight. In the end, should I go with Nana, Minhui, or Trainer Liu? He blushed, sighing, telling himself, 3 people are really hard to choose. Switching the scene back to Li Zhao's house, the voice of Li Meng could be heard from outside. Sister, let's cook dinner at home tonight. Li Zi replied, okay, I'll go buy groceries now. Li Meng then asked, do you want to invite Shen Yuan to eat dinner? Hearing her sister's question, Li Zi couldn't help but be startled, her face blushing unconsciously, exclaiming, oh. Seeing her sister's reaction, Li Meng continued, send a message inviting him over to eat dinner with us to express our gratitude. After all, he helped a lot today. Li Zi asked awkwardly, what are you planning to do? She thought, just thinking about his lewd and mischievous expression, I can't help but want to bite him. Thinking of this, Li Zi immediately remembered what happened in the kitchen last time. Hearing her question, Li Meng stood up, replying, sister, of course I'm helping you test him. What else would I do? Hearing this, Li Zi took out her phone, replying, sister, then I'll call him. Saying this, she texted Shen Yuan, Li Meng is also very grateful for your help moving today, so she wants to invite you over for dinner. Are you coming? Shen Yuan already had dates with Chen No, Menglu, and Minhui. Now, the Lizi sisters were added. Shen Yuan couldn't help but think helplessly, what kind of peach blossom luck did I step on today? Why are so many girls looking for me? Even a master of time management probably couldn't handle it. Oh well, it's better to have too much than not enough. I don't need to let my little brother Peter suffer either. I'll tactfully reject Minhui and trainer Liu. Before long, it was evening. Shen Yuan arrived at Li Xio's house. As soon as she opened the door, she said with a red face, "Come in and sit first. Dinner will take a while." Saying this, she quickly turned around, going inside, avoiding his gaze. Seeing this, Shen Yuan smiled, saying, "Okay, then I'll treat this place like my own home. You go ahead and do your work." Shen Yuan looked around the house, thinking, as expected of the advisor, she's quickly made the house so warm. Then he walked into the kitchen, asking, "Where's Li Meng?" Lizi avoided his gaze, replying, "She's taking a shower." Hearing this, Shen Yuan exclaimed, "Oh." Then he slowly approached Lizi. Seeing this, she blushed, waving her hands in a panic, saying, "Shen Yuan, don't come over." Shen Yuan smiled, replying, "Why are you so worried? I'm here to see if I can help." Seeing him slowly approaching, Lizi quickly replied, "You don't need to come over. The food is almost done. Go sit in the living room and wait." Shen Yuan continued to approach, saying, "It's okay, I'll come to the kitchen to talk to you." Lizi blushed, walking away, replying, "Okay, this distance is enough to talk." Shen Yuan said with a sly face, "Is it close? It's still half a meter away." Seeing him getting closer and closer, Lizi became even more panicked. "Shen Yuan, what do you want to do again?" Shen Yuan reached out, pulling her into his arms, smiling mischievously, replying, "I'm not doing anything." Lizi trembled, saying awkwardly, My sister is here." Shen Yuan leaned close to her ear, saying, "Isn't she taking a shower? Girls usually take longer to shower. She won't be out soon." As he spoke, Shen Yuan reached his hand under Li Jia's clothes. His large hand squeezed her buttocks, making her panic. "No, Shen Yuan, not there, not there." Ignoring her, Shen Yuan placed a kiss on her lips to silence her, his hand also starting to reach under her clothes. Lizi could only moan softly, At this time, Li Meng, always Li Meng, it was always her who ruined the mood, calling out, "Sister, I'm done showering. Is dinner still not ready?" Hearing this, Lizi panicked, pushing Shen Yuan away, her face as red as blood. Seeing this, Shen Yuan smiled, reassuring, "It's okay, don't worry." Lizi adjusted her clothes, saying with dissatisfaction, "Don't do that again in the future. If you do that again, next time I'll." Before she could finish speaking, Shen Yuan interrupted, "You understand my heart, advisor." A moment later, they sat at the table to eat. Looking at the dishes on the table, Shen Yuan flattered, "Advisor, your cooking is amazing. The Earth in the Tongue program should film an episode here." Hearing this, Li Meng said with displeasure, "Don't flatter her. My sister doesn't eat that." "Shen Yuan, I have a few questions I want to ask you." Hearing this, Shen Yuan replied, Go ahead." Li Meng asked seriously, "How many girls have you dated?" Shen Yuan replied, "2." He thought, it sounds like a household registration check, but publicly, there are only 2, one high school girlfriend and one Juwenting. It's hard to find out about the others. Hearing this, Li Meng said, "Oh, so your relationship experience is quite rich." She thought, my sister has never been in love. It's easy for her to be taken advantage of by someone with such rich experience. Hearing her say this, Shen Yuan sweated, thinking, 2 is called rich. If she knew about Minhui, No, and Menglu, it would be a disaster. Li Meng continued to ask, "Do you have any siblings at home?" Shen Yuan replied, "I have a younger sister." Li Meng then asked, "How old is she?" Shen Yuan replied, "She's in 12th grade this year, 18 years old." 10 minutes later, Shen Yuan sighed, thinking, finally finished asking, "If Li Meng has agreed to find out about my background, then it proves that the teacher has told her about me. It seems that Li Meng is gradually accepting me. The progress is very encouraging." Speaking to this point, Shen Yuan glanced at Lizi, thinking, "Teacher, do you think that's right?" Thinking this, he put his foot up, touching her leg lightly. Seeing this, Lizzie couldn't help but be startled, sweating, thinking, "Shen Yuan, you're doing this in front of Li Meng. I really underestimated your guts." Thinking this, Lizzie quickly stood up, saying, "You two eat first, I'll go wash some fruit." Shen Yuan, hearing this, took out his phone to check the message, saying, "No need to bother, teacher. It's not early anymore, you two must be tired from cleaning the house. You should go rest early, I'm done eating. I don't want fruit." Li Meng looked at her sister's expression, thinking blankly, "My sister is so strange today. She's much quieter, and her state is also abnormal. Shouldn't normal girls be very happy when they're with the boy they like?" Then she turned to Shen Yuan, saying, "Are you sure you're not staying for a while?" Shen Yuan stood up, replying, "I have something to do." He thought, "I should know when to stop, to avoid making the advisor unhappy. It's better to lose 1 and gain 10, not to mention that I have to rush to the next battlefield." After Shen Yuan left, Li Meng stretched, saying, "Sister, I've asked all the questions that should be asked and shouldn't be asked for you. I advise you to consider and verify this kid." Lizzie recalled what happened before, thinking, although Shen Yuan is more mature and independent than many male students, he's quite bold. We clearly haven't confirmed our relationship, but he already dares to do that me and him, sigh. At the same time, on the side of Chen's apartment, as soon as they entered the house, Shen Yuan dragged her inside. Seeing this, Chen No asked in surprise, "Shen Yuan, didn't you say you were coming to the cafe to taste the coffee I made? Why are you rushing home?" Shen Yuan didn't reply. He asked anxiously, "Do you still have that grey office outfit and black fishnet stockings here?" Chen No asked in surprise, "HMPH, what do you want to do?" Shen Yuan rummaged through the closet, replying, "Guess." Hearing this, Chen No said, "Didn't you say that tonight was just a proper makeup? You told me to believe in your character just now, and you've already forgotten." Shen Yuan replied, "It's a proper makeup. I'm making up for you with several million yuan at once." Chen No quickly said, I don't want that kind of makeup." A moment later, Chen No had put on the office outfit. She asked Shen Yuan with a red face, "Why do men like this kind of thing?" Shen Yuan put on a lewd face, leaning close, saying, "You'll understand gradually." After speaking, he placed a kiss on her cheek. His hands also began to wander and explore. Chen No blushed, moaning softly, An hour and a half later, Shen Yuan and Chen No practiced martial arts, from the immortal planting radishes to the Arhat pushing the cart. Tired of the Arhat pushing the cart, the two switched to the carrying the plough over the mountain pose. Just as they were about to get into position, the favorability points above Chen's head suddenly increased to 90. Seeing this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. Damn, it broke through 90. Sure enough, this kind of exercise helps increase favorability. At this time, the system also popped up a notification, detected that the host has a second girl whose favorability has reached 90, reaching the favorability task milestone. Preparing to issue rewards, seeing this, Shen Yuan was a little expectant, telling himself, "Let's see what the reward is this time." As soon as he thought this, the system showed a notification, "Reward. Peter's length growth, 5 million yuan for car shopping, exclusive skill card X1. Seeing the reward, Shen Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. Wait, is the first reward real or fake? Damn, that's possible too. Thinking this, he clicked open the reward, telling himself, "Let me see what kind of magical effect this exclusive weapon card for men has. Sorry, no, you'll have to endure a little tonight." Immediately, inside the cave, Sun Wukong's Ruyu Jinu Bang stretched out. Seeing this, Chen No couldn't help but panic. Shen Yuan, what's going on?" Inside, Shen Yuan smiled triumphantly, replying, "Chen No, didn't you ask me why men like women to dress like this?" This is the answer. At this point, Chen's face was like a rhino, calling out his name loudly, Shen Yuan. After the battle, Chen's entire body was weak, still trembling from the aftertaste of the fight. She softly said, "That, Shen Yuan, why did you feel so different this time? It felt like my body was hollowed out." Hearing this, Shen Yuan, with a smug look, moved closer and asked, different in what way? Chen No replied, it's just different. At this point, Shen Yuan didn't pretend anymore. He smiled and said, I'll bring you even more surprises in the future. Hearing this, Chen No smiled happily, her face flushed, and replied, okay. Then she drifted off to sleep. Shen Yuan then turned over, resting his head on his arm, thinking, if Nana could increase her favorability a little more, that would be great. I wonder if it can explode next time. Thinking this, he remembered the system's reward and told himself, next, let me see what the special skill is. Saying this, he opened the system to view the reward. The system immediately notified him that this skill card could be exchanged for any skill above. Immediately, a list of skills appeared: elementary cooking skill, elementary electrical repair skill, elementary haircutting skill, elementary dancing skill, elementary combat skill, elementary race car driving skill, elementary basketball skill. None of them are related to his little brother, Shen Yuan thought in surprise. What is all this? I can understand the electrical repair stuff, but haircutting? What the hell is haircutting? After looking around, he told himself, if I really have to choose, the combat skill is good. Although it's a society ruled by law now, I have money and girls. If I run into the mafia someday, the combat skill will still be useful. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Shen Yuan's eyes paused. But what if one day the advisor has something like a broken TV? If I have electrical repair skills, I can easily find an excuse to go to her house and get closer to her. In his mind, he imagined himself and Lizzie transforming into the main characters in the movie The Lucky Plumber and the landlady with the broken oven in some kind of Japanese film. Advisor, it's fixed. If there's any problem in the future, you must call me first. You worked so hard, you're all wet. Come here, let me wipe you down. Saying this, Lizzie reached out, holding a towel in her mouth, gently unbuttoning his pants, her eyes full of meaning, saying, wipe your whole body. Imagining this, Shen Yuan immediately changed his mind, his face full of excitement, telling himself, it seems that the electrical repair skill is better. Then he lay there, thinking, I seem to have summarized the rules of the system. This time, the reward is richer than the last time. In other words, the third NPC is very likely to be richer than the previous two NPCs. Who will be the next person whose favorability reaches 90? I'm really looking forward to it. Suddenly, Chenna's phone rang. She sat up and answered the phone, saying, hello, Mom. He didn't know what her mother said on the other end. He only saw her eyes become full of whirring, her voice panicking, saying, what? Is it that serious? Is there enough money? Do you need me to transfer money over? I'll transfer it right away. After listening to the other end for a while, Chenna said in a low voice, okay, then tell me immediately if anything happens. The phone turned off. Shen Yuan then spoke, asking, Chenna, what's wrong? Can you tell me? Chenna said softly, my dad. He was hospitalized because of a stroke from drinking. He already had high blood pressure. Saying this, she covered her face and burst into tears. It's all my fault. They kept telling me to go home for a blind date. I refused to go. If I had gone home to see Dad, he wouldn't have been so angry that he drank so much. Seeing this, Shen Yuan hugged her, comforting her. Do you want to go back now? I can drive you back. Chenna reached out and gently wiped away her tears, replying, it's not safe to drive at night. I'll go back tomorrow morning, Shen Yuan replied. Okay, I'll be by your side at any time. Hearing him say this, Chenna remembered the image of Minhui at the 4S store, thinking, although Shen Yuan cares about me very much, my relationship with him isn't clear, and I don't speak with restraint. My dad is in the hospital for treatment. It's not convenient to bring him home. Thinking this, she replied, it's okay. I can go back by myself. Shen Yuan didn't force her. He said softly, okay, if you need money or need to transfer hospitals, tell me. I'll think of a way. Chenna replied, thank you. The next morning, when Shen Yuan woke up, Chenna had already left. She left a note with a few hastily written words. Breakfast is prepared. I've gone home. After reading it, Shen Yuan smiled and told himself, she rushed home so quickly and still prepared breakfast for me. Nana isn't like trainer Eliu, who's always asking for money, and she's not like manhui, who's trying to possess me with her strong desires. She's thoughtful in everything, she's really the best of the best women. Suddenly, Shen Yuan's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Vice President Yingzi. Why is she calling so early? What's wrong? As soon as he answered the phone, Vice President Yingzi rattled off, Shen Yuan, the office has been cleaned up. I've sent you a few styles of desks. Which one do you like? After you choose, I'll immediately go to the furniture store. Hearing this, Shen Yuan replied softly, you decide, whichever one is fine. Hearing this, Vice President Yingzi said, okay, then I'll hang up first. I'll let you know when the office is set up. Looking at the way she worked, Shen Yuan smiled secretly, thinking, this girl is good. Not to mention her workability, just her positive attitude is very good. As soon as he hung up the phone, behind Yingzi, the tail Feng Zigui asked, Yingzi, what are we doing next? She said with a look of disgust, what are we doing next? Can you stop following me? It was the same just now. Wasn't there anyone cleaning? I told you not to do it, but you still rushed in and made a mess. Hearing this, Feng Zigui said awkwardly, Yingzi, I just wanted to help you. Yingzi grabbed her bag, turned and walked out the door, saying, what can you help with the student union's affairs? You're not even a member of the student union. And don't follow me anymore, or I'll really get angry. Looking at her leaving back, Zigui couldn't help but feel lonely, thinking, I've been pursuing her for 3 years, but it's not as good as a guy she just met for one day. On this side, Vice President Yingzi completely didn't care about his feelings. In her mind, the only concern was Shen Yuan's family background. She thought that entrepreneurship area is such a cheap place, but Shen Yuan was able to spend nearly 10 million to buy it. That proves that he doesn't care about the money at all, so his family background must be at least hundreds of millions, or even more. Behind her, Feng Zigui chased after her, calling out, Yingzi, wait for me. Ignoring him, Yingzi continued her important train of thought. The important thing is that he's the same age as me, only 21 years old. What kind of concept is that? In her mind, she immediately imagined Shen Yuan transforming into a domineering CEO. Stroking the plump tires of his secretary, who was herself, Secretary Fu. Imagining this, she told herself, even if I can't become his girlfriend, I can also be a subordinate or a secretary. Anyway, with such a family background, he definitely has more than one business. I must show my workability and other special and outstanding points so that I can stay by Shen Yuan's side. At the same time, at Chenna's home in the countryside, as soon as she arrived at the door, she grabbed her mother's hand and pulled her away, saying urgently, Mom, let's go to the hospital. Didn't you say Dad had a stroke? Her mother smiled and said, Nana, come into the house and talk. Come into the house and talk. Saying this, she pulled Chenna into the house, saying, Nana, I didn't intentionally lie to you. It's just that you're almost 27 years old and still don't have a boyfriend. Your peers already have 2 children. I'm very worried. Inside the house, there was already an older woman and a strange man, smiling and talking to Chenna's father. As soon as she saw her, the woman enthusiastically introduced, Nana is back, let me introduce you. The person drinking with your dad is Dong Katao. He came specially from the Zhuxi city. He's a close friend of my son. The man named Dong Katao also stood up and smiled, nodding in greeting. Speaking to this point, the woman leaned close to Chen No, pretending to be secretive, saying, let me tell you, Katao opened his own company, managing dozens of people. He earns tens of millions every year and has already bought a car and a house. Saying this, she turned to Katao and asked, Qitio, what kind of car do you have? Hearing this, he said modestly, it's not a very good car, just a BMW 5 Series. Hearing this, Chen No smiled lightly, replying, not bad. She thought, whether the car is good or not is fine. At least I have to save face for the other person. Meeting the blind date Dong Katao, without hesitation, immediately made his move. He took out a small box. Inside was a sparkling gold ring, saying, Auntie, In addition to buying cigarettes and alcohol for Uncle, I also bought you a small gift. I hope you like it." Chenna's mother, hearing this, was surprised. "There's a gift for me too." He handed it to Chenna's mother, saying, "I specially chose it for you at the old gold shop in the village. It's more than 3,000 yuan, not too expensive." Chenna's mother replied, "Oh my God, more than 3,000 and you say it's not expensive." The aunt also came over, adding fuel to the fire. "Look, Qita is really thoughtful. He'll definitely be a filial son-in-law in the future, right?" Chenna's mother laughed and agreed. That's right. Chenna's father then called Katao over, saying, "Don't stand there, come over and sit down." On this side, Chenna grabbed her mother's hand, pulling her inside, saying, "Mom, go to the bedroom, I have something to say." As soon as they entered the room, her mother showed dissatisfaction, saying, "This child, Katao, is still waiting outside. Isn't it too rude to say such things to guests?" Chenna said with dissatisfaction, "What's rude? You two used this to trick me. Didn't you think about my feelings?" Chenna's mother, hearing this, said with a worried and thoughtful voice, "Aren't your dad and I worried about you? Look at your colleague, she's a year younger than you and is already the mother of 2 children. Chenna said unhappily, her voice tired, "Why do I have to compare myself to them? Forget it, Mom, I don't want to talk to you anymore." Saying this, she took out her phone and texted Shenyuan, "Shenyuan, I'm really angry with my mom. It turns out my dad wasn't hospitalized, they deliberately tricked me into coming back to set me up. Don't worry anymore, I'll be back this afternoon." Shenyuan then texted back, "I'm about to get on the highway, send me your home's location." Chenna, after reading it, couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. "Shenyuan wants to come to my house," she thought suspiciously. What is he planning to do? Could it be that he wants to? Thinking this, Chenna immediately felt happy and turned to tell her mother, "Mom, I have a friend coming later." Her mother asked in surprise, "A friend? A boy or a girl?" She smiled, saying vaguely, "You'll know in a little while." Outside, Auntie was still trying to matchmake, saying, "Brother, this Katao and Nana are very compatible. They have the face of a married couple." Chenna's father, hearing this, raised his glass of wine, saying, drink wine, everything is in the glass of wine." Katao, hearing this, clinked glasses, replying, "Come on, uncle, I'll toast you a glass." Time passed quickly. 15 minutes later, Shenyuan had arrived at Chenna's house. Seeing him carrying so many things, Chenna asked, "Shenyuan, why did you buy so many things?" Shenyuan smiled, replying, "It's the first time I'm visiting uncle and auntie. How can I not bring some fruit?" Chenna's mother then spoke, asking, "Nana, who is this?" Without hesitation, Shenyuan handed the pile of things to Chenna's mother, saying, "Hello, auntie, I'm Chenna's boyfriend. My name is Shenyuan, I have a small gift, I hope you'll accept it." Hearing these words, the entire room fell silent. Qitao was speechless. The aunt couldn't believe her ears, asking again, "Really, Nana, what are you saying?" Her father opened his mouth in surprise, stammering, boyfriend, I've never heard you mention it." Her mother also widened her eyes in surprise. "What?" After the greeting, Shenyuan placed the pile of gift boxes on the table. Seeing the pile of shiny gold rings and jewelry, Chenna's mother said politely, "Shenyuan, it's so kind of you to come. Why did you bring so many gifts? You're too polite." Shenyuan smiled, replying, "I wouldn't dare to be polite with you two. Nana is my girlfriend, we are all family now." Sitting and looking at the pile of things in the box, Chenna's parents' eyes lit up, unable to close their mouths, stammering, "So much. How much did it cost?" Shenyuan smiled, replying, not much, only about 300,000." Hearing these words, all the people shouted in unison, "About 300,000. In their hearts, they thought, "Only, is this something a human can say?" After a moment of shock, Don Katao finally spoke, "Auntie, why does Nana have a boyfriend? Didn't you say she was single?" Auntie, seeing his confusion, replied, "Katao, don't panic. I just found out too. Why didn't Nana bring such a rich boyfriend home earlier or later, but chose this exact moment?" Katao thought, coming to the house for the first time with gifts worth over 300,000 yuan makes me feel like a clown. Then he asked again, Auntie, do you mean this boyfriend is fake? He thought, meeting the parents and spending so much money, if it's really an act, the cost is too high. Auntie covered her mouth and whispered, let me check his background. Saying this, she walked over to Shen Yuan and asked, hello, Shen Yuan, I'm Nana's aunt. You look younger than Nana. How old are you this year? Shen Yuan smiled and replied, hello, Auntie, I'm 21 this year. Hearing this, she leaned closer to Chen Na's mother and whispered, only 21. So he's 6 years younger than our No. In her heart, she thought, it looks more and more like an act. A 27-year-old girl finding a boyfriend 6 years younger than her, and that boyfriend is extremely rich. Who would believe that? Hearing these scheming words, Chen Na's mother couldn't help but worrying, then looked at her husband meaningfully. Chen Na's father also couldn't help but ponder, his eyes twitching. Seeing their attitude, Shen Yuan continued to introduce himself. Currently, I'm still in college, but I have a side job investing in finance and real estate. Hearing this, Auntie couldn't help but feel smug, confirming her suspicions, thinking, what a braggart. Anyone can do finance these days, only a ghost would believe that. Then she laughed heartily and said, I heard you just said you plan to marry Nana, right? To get married, you at least need a house, don't you? Have you bought a house yet? Shen Yuan calmly replied, of course, we have 2 houses. One is in my name, and one is in her name, both in the Star City. Hearing these words, Dong Katao gritted his teeth, looking at Auntie with annoyance. I'm sick of this kind of bragging. He's really talking without thinking. Understanding his thoughts, Auntie glanced at him and replied, Katao, don't get agitated. Show some class. Let me worrying about exposing the lies. Then she covered her mouth and sneered, Shen Yuan, it's fine to have high self-esteem, but pretending to be strong when you're not capable is really unnecessary. In a relationship, sincerity is the most important thing. She thought confidently, a house in a big city costs at least over 1 million yuan. Even if he has money, he definitely can't buy one for Chen Nana before marriage, right? Hearing her instigate, Chen Na's parents remained frozen, looking at each other speechless. Without wasting words with her, Chen No immediately took out photos of the house deeds and said, Auntie, Shen Yuan bought me a house. Yesterday, I completed the contract signing procedures. I also took photos of the house purchase contract and the invoice. Everyone, look here. At this point, both Auntie and Chen No's parents huddled together to look. Auntie continued to sneer, he's really good at acting. He even prepared the house purchase contract. If you have money, play like you have money. Shen Yuan didn't bother to explain much. He took out his phone and said, Chen No, you're probably about to receive the house, right? I'll transfer 1 million yuan to you for furniture. If it's not enough, just tell me. He thought, she probably thinks I'm a scammer, but since they're an ANAS family, it's best to reassure them. Chen No, hearing this, couldn't help but ask in surprise, 1 million yuan. But soft furnishings don't need that much money. As soon as she finished speaking, a message arrived on Chen No's phone, Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 5,854 has received 1 million yuan at 12:18 on May 19th. Looking at the transfer message on the screen, Chen Na's parents couldn't believe their eyes. Her mother mumbled, counting, 100,000. Oh million, 6 zeros. Her father's mouth dropped open in surprise. It's really 1 million. Hearing them say this, Auntie quickly interjected, no way, let me see. As soon as she saw the number on the screen, her face immediately turned pale. Oh my God, it's really 1 million. And he transferred it in front of everyone, and I even doubted him. You can casually transfer 1 million yuan to your girlfriend for furniture like that. How big of a family background do you have to dare to do that? Seeing their reaction, Shen Yuan smiled and replied to Chen No, it's just a small amount of money. If you don't use it all, just consider it pocket money. Hearing these words, Dong Katao froze, thinking, how lucky. 1 million and it's not even enough for pocket money. If it weren't for them rushing forward, this slap would have landed on my face. Thinking this, He quietly walked over and packed his things, telling himself, it seems there's no chance. I should stop in time to minimize the damage. This time, I'm really unlucky. I haven't even made a move yet, and I've already been played. But even if the blind date failed, I can't let this trip be in vain. Who knows, this kind of rich family might become a beneficial connection in the future. Thinking this, he walked over to Shen Yuan, smiling awkwardly. Brother Shen, if you spent 1 million just on furniture, those 2 houses must not be cheap, right? Hearing him ask this, Shen Yuan thought, this guy is really clever. He's giving me an opportunity to show off. I'll just show off decisively. Then he smiled and replied, it's not that expensive. Nana's house is about 3 million, and my villa is about 10 million. Don Qatar, hearing this, scratched his head and replied, more than 10 million and you say it's not expensive. Compared to you, my house is really not worth mentioning. Seeing him wagging his tail in front of Shen Yuan, Auntie showed her disgust, thinking, this kid is really good at going with the flow. How despicable, she also thought, but Shen Yuan is considered family now. I should seize what I can early. Then she laughed heartily and said, Shen Yuan, no, I should call you President Shen. I was really rude just now. I apologize. Shen Yuan, hearing this, smiled lightly and replied, Auntie, don't be so polite anymore. We're all family now. It's nothing. Shen's father then felt a burden lifted from his heart and smiled warmly. Oh, Shen Yuan, don't be so polite when you come to visit in the future. Her mother also smiled in agreement. That's right, Shen Yuan is thoughtful. Suddenly, from outside the door, a girl who looked somewhat like Chen ran in, carrying 2 large speakers, calling out, Mom, Dad. This girl was none other than Chen's biological sister, Chen Xie. As soon as she saw Chen Na, she happily said, Sister, you're back. Then she ran over and hugged her sister. Chen Na then reached out to Shen Yuan and introduced him. He's your brother-in-law. Shen Xiyu, hearing this, turned to greet him. Hello, brother-in-law. Shen Yuan smiled and replied, hello. Looking at her slightly larger chest than her sister's, Shen Yuan thought, she's really like Nana, though she lacks a bit of intellect, she has a bit more innocence. They're both born from the same mother, so why is she so much better nurtured than her sister? Uncle and Auntie are too biased. Just then, Chen's father's voice rang out, okay, everyone's here. Let's start eating. A moment later, everyone sat down at the dining table. Shen Yuan picked up the wine bottle, poured a glass, and said, Uncle and Auntie, I'd like to toast you too. Raising Nana wasn't easy. I'm really happy to have such a wonderful girlfriend. After dinner, let's go look at cars and houses. Chen's aunt couldn't help but sweat, thinking, no wait. Buying for Nana is one thing, but now I have to buy for the future in-laws too. Is this son-in-law an immortal or something? Chen's parents on this side weren't much better. Their faces were blank, their minds full of question marks. After an unknown amount of time, after dinner, Shen Yuan and Chen's family also bought both a car and a house. Chen's father said with a slightly reproachful tone, Shen Yuan, we're old now. We don't use cars often. Why do we need such an expensive car? Xinyu then said, Dad, brother-in-law is filial. Why are you still complaining? Her mother also added, the new house is 280 square meters. You and your sister rarely come home. A house that's too big makes us feel empty inside. At this point, her voice choked up a bit. Seeing this, Chen No walked over and held her mother's hand, saying, Mom, I'll visit you more often in the future. Seeing the 2 mother and daughter being so emotional, Chen's father smiled and said, when my daughter didn't have a boyfriend, she mumbled. Now that she has one, she cries though. Don't cry anymore. Go upstairs and cook dinner for Shen Yuan. After dinner, Chen No took Shen Yuan to a room, arranging a place for him to sleep. She leaned her head on his shoulder, smiling happily. Shen Yuan, thank you. Shen Yuan replied, thank you for what? You're my woman. This is nothing to thank me for. I only have one question. Hearing him say this, Chen No looked up nervously and asked, what? Shen Yuan replied, tonight, your parents won't let us sleep in the same room, right? Chen No blushed. You sleep in the guest room. After my parents go to sleep, I'll sneak to your place. The plan was set. At 11 p.m., as soon as her parents went to sleep, Chen-no crept to his room. She gently nudged him, calling, Shen-yuan, Shen-yuan, are you asleep? Shen-yuan suddenly turned around, grabbed her hand, and whispered, I haven't even had a deep exchange with you yet. How could I be asleep? He pushed her onto the bed, reaching his hand down, saying, Nana, you're not wearing anything. You really understand me? Saying this, Shen-yuan reached into the cave, his emotions surging. Chen-no trembled, quickly covering her mouth, moaning softly. At this moment, Xinyu woke up. She stumbled sleepily towards the bathroom. Hearing the moaning, she couldn't help but be suspicious. Then she leaned against the door. From inside, soft moans came out. Shen-yuan, as soon as she peeked in, her eyes widened in shock. What met her eyes was the sight of Shen-yuan and Chen-no doing exercise with all 70 to martial arts poses. She blushed, thinking, although I've watched this kind of movie with friends, the loud thumping sounds at such close range, brother-in-law, he's so strong. Seeing Shen-yuan's attitude, Ho-jun no longer held back. He turned to Menglu and said bluntly, let me tell you, girl, you know people by their faces, but it's hard to know their hearts. That kid is two-timing, you absolutely shouldn't let him deceive you. Menglu immediately showed annoyance, turning back to say, even if he's three-timing, I'm willing to be with him. You don't need to worry. Ho-jun still wouldn't stop. He continued to nag, let me tell you, that guy even bought that other girl to bags, over 100,000. I'm reminding you because I want what's best for you. Menglu turned to Shen-yuan, giving him a flirtatious glance and saying, so what? It's his money. He can spend it however he likes, as long as he's happy. If he's happy, I'm happy too, she thought to herself. So what if he bought 2 bags for someone else? Shen-yuan even bought me a car worth over 2 million. Hearing these words, Ho-chan's face wrinkled like a dried date, thinking, what's going on? This girl knows she's being played, but is still so happy. What exactly is their relationship? Not letting him continue to bark nonsense, Menglu, while wiping Shen-yuan's sweat with a towel, glared and said, please move a little further away. Your face is really affecting our workout. Hearing these words, Ho-jun left grumpily, grinding his teeth and cursing. What kind of people are these? Absolutely unreasonable. Seeing his demeanor, Shen-yuan thought to himself, Coach Liu is my personal trainer and private housekeeper. Her position is very clear. Why would she care about these things? Next time I want to play, please do your research first. Don't come here to be a nuisance. Menglu turned to Shen-yuan and said, Shen-yuan, let's continue. And so, the two of them trained for 2 hours, and the session finally ended. Menglu encouraged him, saying, you performed excellently today. All your movements were very precise, but tomorrow, we'll have to increase the intensity. Shen-yuan heard this and said playfully, I increase the intensity for you at night, and you increase the intensity for me during the day. Are you taking revenge? Menglu blushed and replied, no, today was mainly to get used to the movements and equipment. Once you're used to it, you definitely have to lift heavier weights. Seeing her so serious, Shen-yuan stopped joking. Okay, my muscles are almost fully stretched, let's go show her. A moment later, both had returned to the room. As soon as they entered the bathroom, Shen-yuan pulled Menglu back and said, Coach Liu, there's one more place we need to get more familiar with. She was startled. Before she could say another word, Shen-yuan pulled out his divine weapon, pushed her against the wall, and continuously squeezed while saying, I'm talking about this place. Menglu could only helplessly endure it at this point. You bad boy. Who knows how long passed. After emptying his magazine, both had finished showering. While drying her hair, Menglu called out, Husband, no, Daddy, are you going back to school tonight or? Before she could finish her question, Shen-yuan interrupted, I have something to do tonight, you can sleep here. Menglu heard this and said, this room is too big. I don't feel comfortable staying alone. I'll go back to my small apartment to sleep then. Shen-yuan smiled and replied, okay, you arrange it yourself, and say it again. Menglu heard this, sat down at the table, washed her hands, and put on a provocative pose, saying, "What?" Then she sweetly called out, "Daddy." At the same time, her favorability rating above her head increased to 88. Seeing this result, Shen Yuan thought to himself, since last night, the favorability has increased by 2 more points. It seems the 90-point favorability level isn't far off. I'm really looking forward to the system's magical reward. A moment later, after showering and getting dressed, Shen Yuan left the Junhua Hotel and returned to school. As soon as he entered, he saw Feng Zhegui clinging to Yingzi. He couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking, this obsessed guy, he's like a lingering ghost. Thinking this, he opened the door and walked straight into the room without a word. Yingzi saw this and quickly ran over, saying, "Shen Yuan, I'm sorry. He saw me in the cafeteria and insisted on following me. I told him several times, but he wouldn't listen." Feng Zhegui also quickly interjected, "Don't blame Yingzi, I wanted to come see if there was anything I could help with. After all, an extra person means an extra pair of hands." Hearing these words, Shen Yuan stopped and said coldly, "No, really, you can't help with this." With that, both walked inside and slammed the door shut in front of Zhegui. Not only that, the curtain next to them was immediately drawn. He was startled, thinking, only Shen Yuan and Yingzi are inside, and they closed the door and drew the curtains. What exactly do they want to do? It's just a common room. Why would it need curtains? Thinking this, a scene of intimacy between the two appeared in his mind. He instinctively covered his face, panicking, "My Yingzi, could it be?" At the same time, inside the room, as soon as he sat down, Shen Yuan asked, "How's the publicity progress?" Yingzi looked down at a pre-written report and said, "Posters and promotional content have all been posted. Public accounts, Weibo, Quian, and even the school's confession page have them. Views and interest are good, but new startup plans still need some time." Hearing this, Shen Yuan said, "I plan to create another publicity climax to boost the popularity even further." Yingzi heard this and asked in surprise, "How exactly do you plan to do it? Do you need me to cooperate further?" Shen Yuan raised a finger and said, "Link my image with the startup zone so that all international students know that this startup zone is invested by me. You should post some eye-catching articles or captions. For example, 'Oh my God, our school's startup zone actually has someone investing 10 million. Unbelievable, the startup zone is invested by a student from our own school. Crazy, our school really has a hidden super rich person. But absolutely don't reveal who that person is, just create curiosity first.'" Hearing him say this, Yingzi immediately guessed, "We'll slowly release bits of information, making everyone extremely curious and guessing, and then when expectations reach their peak, that's when you'll appear, right?" She thought to herself, "Although I don't understand why Shen Yuan wants to put himself at the forefront, that's not my concern. My job is just to follow his instructions." Hearing these words, Shen Yuan said contentedly, "That's right. Doing this will definitely make the popularity skyrocket, and the number of startup registrations will explode. By then, with a large enough data sample, we can more effectively filter out excellent startup projects." He thought to himself, "I'm doing this firstly to accumulate reputation in the school and the education sector. Secondly, to conveniently recruit high-quality senior and junior students. Thirdly, after investing 10 million, I will receive an industry reward from the system." Then he continued, "Also, to achieve the best results, absolutely no news should be leaked in the initial stage. Are there any difficulties in implementation?" YINGZI replied, "Okay, we can have unofficial accounts post first, then use secondary accounts to comment and create buzz." Shen Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, let's decide on that now. Let's talk about you." Shen Yuan looked up and asked, "What do you want to get from me?" Hearing this unexpected question, YINGZI was startled. She thought to herself, "I didn't expect Shen Yuan to ask this directly. At first, I did want to try to develop a romantic relationship with him, but now it seems he not only already has a girlfriend, but also doesn't seem to have any interest in me." After a moment, she replied cheerfully, "Next semester is when internships start. But as you know, for students from private schools like us, it's not easy to find a job outside, especially with my major like marketing. So I thought if I could follow you, maybe I could earn a higher salary than normal jobs out there. Shen Yuan heard this and thought, after all, she's a university student, still a bit shy. If she had directly said she wanted me, we could have taken another step forward. Then he asked, how much specifically is a higher salary? Yingzi hesitated for a moment and then replied, 8,000. She thought to herself, my major usually only gets about 3,000 to 4,000 a month after graduation, and 8,000 is 2 or 3 times the salary of a fresh graduate. While she was still worried about being rejected, Shen Yuan spoke up, I'll add another 2,000 to make it a round number. If you do well, there will be additional bonuses and in-kind rewards. You will work for me from now on. Hearing these words, Yingzi's eyes widened in surprise. Shen Yuan is paying me such a high salary. Wait, does work for me have another meaning? The atmosphere in the room was reaching a climax when Feng Zigui's crying voice came from outside. Yingzi, are you two done talking? Why is it taking so long? Hearing these words, Shen Yuan couldn't help but curse in annoyance. That obsessed stalker is really an embarrassment to men. Yingzi heard this and said, sorry, let me go talk to him. Shen Yuan saw this and stopped her. Wait, I'll take a small loss so we can resolve this thoroughly once and for all. Yingzi turned back, surprised. What? Before she could react, Shen Yuan lunged forward and immediately gave her a hickey on her neck. Looking at the hickey he had just left on her neck, he said contentedly, let's go. Then the two walked out hand in hand, embracing. As soon as the door opened, Shen Yuan spoke up, Yingzi, from now on, put a sign on the door, no obsessed stalkers allowed. Seeing this scene, Feng Zigui's small heart felt like it was shattering. With tears in his eyes, he asked, Yingzi, what is this? She replied coldly, don't come looking for me anymore, I have a boyfriend. Hearing this, Feng Zigui's tears streamed down his face. He questioned loudly, boyfriend, when did you two get together? Yingzi replied coldly, just now. From now on, I hope you keep your distance from me, otherwise both Shen Yuan and I will find it very troublesome. Hearing this confirmation, Zigui's small world completely collapsed. He fell to the ground with a thud, tears rolling down his face as he cried, Yingzi, no way, Yingzi isn't like that. After a period of crying, Feng Zigui also stood up and dejectedly walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Shen Yuan smiled and thought, sorry, my friend, face the truth. The power of money is unbeatable. Yingzi then pointed to her waist and looked up, asking, that, Shen Yuan, is almost done, right? Shen Yuan then let go of her hand and replied, he probably won't bother you anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. With that, he turned and left, leaving Yingzi behind, silently watching Shen Yuan. A moment later, Shen Yuan had returned to his room. He sat down on the bed, thinking, honestly, Vice President Yingzi is truly capable as a secretary, but currently, I don't have the ability to manage a company well. Thinking this, Shen Yuan opened the business management skill panel and thought, if I don't have professional competence, even with a lot of money, in the eyes of others, I'll just be a parvenu. I need to quickly activate all this knowledge to improve my abilities. Let's start with it. Although the compulsory courses at school provided a foundation in management and an introduction to management, when he recalled what he had learned, he couldn't help but feel a bit lacking in confidence. Just then, the system displayed a notification, ding, detected that the host has begun a study plan in business management. To effectively manage an enterprise, one must master a wide range of specialized knowledge. The host has actively recognized the need to improve personal abilities. Business Management Control Panel successfully activated. Time-limited mission. Within 1 month, if the host masters the important knowledge in basic management, the system will embed all the knowledge of the advanced MBA program from the Chinese University of Hong Kong into the host's brain. Shen Yuan heard this, stroked his chin, and thought, an MBA emphasizes the combination of theory and practice, and it's from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, one of Asia's top business schools. But to master this important knowledge within a month, the difficulty is not low. Thinking this, Shen Yuan suddenly remembered Lizzie. That's right, the academic advisor is a top student with a double degree. Her first degree is in business administration. Just then, Shen Yuan's phone received a message. Looking at the sender's name, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is it Miss Lin? She messaged. Are you there? Can you have a few drinks with me tonight? Shen Yuan read it and chuckled to himself. I knew last time there would be a next time. Then he messaged back, busy tonight, tomorrow. Miss Lin read it, feeling a little disappointed. She ran her hand over her wine glass and thought, tomorrow night. I have to wait another long day. Returning to Shen Yuan's room, time quickly passed to an hour later. Minhui had just arrived. She winked playfully and said, Shen Yuan, I finally got to see you. Do I look good in this today? Shen Yuan heard this and gently stroked her hair, replying, Of course, my Minhui looks good in anything. With that, Minhui wrapped herself around Shen Yuan, hugging him tightly and kissing him passionately. Shen Yuan remembered Miss Lin's message and thought, no choice, Miss Lin, dates like this have a waiting list with me. Then the two passionately embraced. Who knows how long passed, only to see Minhui limp, her clothes disheveled, and her favorability score increased to 93 points. Shen Yuan saw this and smiled, thinking, Minhui's favorability has increased from 91 to 93. It seems I've discovered a pattern. After exceeding 90, increasing favorability becomes slower, and the difficulty increases. But if I look at it from another perspective, the higher the difficulty, the richer the corresponding rewards, just like dungeons in a game. Thinking this, he leaned down, kneading her plump breasts while placing a kiss on Minhui's cheek, saying, Last time I said I'd help you look for a house. If you're free this weekend, I'll take you to see some. Minhui heard this and jumped up, hugging him tightly and saying, Okay, I love you. The scene shifts to the next morning at school. As soon as she opened the door and walked in, Minhui heard discussions. Have you seen the posters and promotional articles about the startup zone that the school account is posting? The girl in the red shirt heard this and said, Are you kidding? The rich kids in this school are all the type who spend their parents' money on partying. How could they invest in a startup zone? The girl in the green shirt also agreed, I don't believe our school has a student that good. A billionaire's son actually came to apply for admission. That's too crazy. As someone who knew the truth but couldn't gossip, Chen Ling felt annoyed and itchy all over. She whispered, I really want to tell them. What should I do? Minhui put her finger to her lips, signaling silence, and replied, Just bear with it. Shen Yuan doesn't want us to say anything right now. Chen Ling then turned and winked playfully. I wonder what Shen Yuan is planning. Isn't he just showing off his wealth in secret? You're really lucky. You caught a golden turtle like Shen Yuan. Minhui, can you ask him if they still need housekeepers or maids? I don't want to work hard anymore. Minhui heard this and patted her shoulder, laughing. Are you talking about the intimate live in nanny type? Chen Ling heard this and replied, You're good. Minhui, do you think I want to be a mistress? I do, but why would he even look at me? Saying this, Chen Ling poked Minhui's to balls and said playfully, You're still number one. Big Minhui, I can imagine, he must have been crazy happy last night. Minhui heard this and blushed, replying, Who's fake? Stop messing around. Chen Ling didn't stop, rubbing her own twin mountains against Minhui's to balls, smiling slyly. Don't you think so? Don't you? Minhui helplessly replied, You're annoying. At the same time, inside the library, a girl with a tomboy style walked in and called out, Yu Ping, have you heard that a student invested 10 million yuan in the startup zone? Yu Ping heard this and replied, I saw it. I'm not stupid. Do you believe everything rumors say? The tomboy girl continued, I thought so too. That's 10 million yuan. To invest 10 million yuan in a startup zone, your family fortune must be at least hundreds of millions. If our school really has a tycoon of that size, I'd be willing to turn things around. Yu Ping heard this and said, Are you dreaming in broad daylight? Someone that rich wouldn't even look at you. The tomboy girl then cleared her throat and said, If someone really invested that much money, they would have shown off. 10 million yuan. Not everyone can show off like that. Besides, what do people like that gain by not showing off? It's really confusing. Yuping heard this and agreed. Exactly. Look at Shen Yuan, he has a little money and acts arrogant and looks down on people, dating all sorts of women, and even helping those older women open coffee shops. The other girl also nodded. That's right. Last time I just gave a few suggestions, and he embarrassed me. Oh my God, let's not talk about that kind of bad man anymore. At the same time, small discussions of all kinds erupted on campus. Everyone was talking about a new super-rich second-generation heir who had appeared at school. Some believed, some didn't, each with their own opinion. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan continued to diligently follow his plan. He opened the car door, still on the phone with Li Zi, advisor. I have something I need your help with. I want to study business management, and I need you to guide me on the important knowledge in this subject. Li Xio heard this and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Shen Yuan, what are you planning to do now? Shen Yuan sat down in the car, buckling his seatbelt, and replied, I really want to study seriously. Li Zi heard this and said, I see, okay. Shen Yuan then said, I'm almost at your house. Li Xio heard this and couldn't help but feel suspicious. At my house? You're not planning to cause trouble again, are you? Shen Yuan replied seriously, you know me, I absolutely won't do anything wrong. Seeing her still hesitant, Shen Yuan continued, don't worry, advisor. A moment later, Shen Yuan arrived at Li Xio's doorstep. She opened the door, saying anxiously, Shen Yuan, before you come in, you have to promise me, absolutely no repeat of last time. Without a second's thought, Shen Yuan immediately replied, okay, I promise. Li Zi asked again anxiously, are you sure? Shen Yuan looked at her with sincere eyes and replied, I'm sure. Li Zi then opened the door and said, okay, come in then. As soon as he entered the house, Shen Yuan walked to the table and sat down. Li Xio took out a stack of documents and said, this is the business management textbook I used when I was in college. I've marked the important knowledge points in the first 3 chapters. Then she handed it to Shen Yuan. This kind of knowledge can only be memorized. When you study, try to relate it to practice as much as possible. That way, you'll remember it faster. Shen Yuan took it and replied, okay, I'll memorize it. And so, Shen Yuan sat seriously studying for the entire session. Li Zi sat silently observing him. Who knows how long passed. Shen Yuan stopped. He looked intently at Li Zi. She saw this and asked, why aren't you studying anymore? What are you looking at me for? Look at the book and memorize it. Shen Yuan rested his chin on his hand and replied dreamily, advisor, how can a book be as beautiful as you? Li Zi heard this and blushed, scolding him again. Didn't you promise me you came here to study seriously? Shen Yuan, quick as a flash, leaned in and said, I came here to study seriously, but I also want you to be my girlfriend. These two things aren't contradictory. Hearing this, Li Zi immediately stood up, looking displeased, and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Yuan immediately ran behind her, hugged her tightly, and said, I'm not talking nonsense. I'm very serious, advisor. Li Zi saw this and said in a panic, don't be like this, Shen Yuan, my sister is sleeping in the room. Shen Yuan heard this and smiled slyly. It's even better if she's home. We can announce our relationship right away. Li Zi resisted weakly. Let go, Shen Yuan, I haven't agreed to you yet. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Yuan turned her around, kissed her on the lips and said, you'll agree sooner or later. Watching what was happening, Li Zi thought to herself, he clearly promised before entering the room, and it's only been one study session. Men are indeed all promise breakers. At this moment, Shen Yuan's mischievous hand began to explore. Li Zi saw this and decisively pushed him away. She said firmly, no, Shen Yuan, absolutely not there. Suddenly, the door opened, and Li Meng, rubbing her eyes, walked in, only to freeze. On the other side, Shen Yuan and Li Zi were entangled, him on top of her. She couldn't help but exclaim to herself, what are they doing? Is my sister really rolling around with Shen Yuan on the sofa? They've lost all self-control. Since when did my sister become so unrestrained? With that thought, She quickly slammed the door shut. Li Zi then hurriedly pushed Shen Yuan away and said, "What are you doing? My sister saw everything." Seeing this, Shen Yuan leaned in to comfort her. If she was going to find out eventually, wouldn't it be better to tell her sooner? Li Zi replied unhappily, "No, it's not." She continued, "I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend yet, and now I don't even know how to explain this to my sister." Hearing her words, Shen Yuan pulled her to face him and asked directly, "Academic advisor, do you like me?" Caught off guard, Li Zi was a bit taken aback and hesitated. She thought to herself, "I do like him a little, but there's the teacher-student relationship between us." At this moment, her affection level rose to 71 points. Seeing this, Shen Yuan rejoiced inwardly, thinking her feelings for him had improved a bit. An increase of 2 points wasn't bad, no need for gifts or money, just sincerity and persistent effort, and she would eventually understand his feelings. He didn't press further and said, "It's okay, I won't give up." Hearing these words, Li Zi was a little surprised, her cheeks blushing, unsure what to say next. Seeing her reaction, Shen Yuan couldn't help but be pleased. He stood up and walked to the door, saying, "I'm leaving now, see you later." As soon as Shen Yuan left, Li Zi called out, "You don't have to hide in your room anymore, come out." Li Meng then poked her head out. She walked over and asked, "Are you done?" Li Zi bent down to pick up the documents and replied, "Yes." Li Meng then leaned in and asked, "Sister, have you and he made it official? Should I start calling him brother-in-law now?" Li Zi replied shyly, clutching her fists, her voice hesitant, "Actually, not yet." Hearing this, Li Meng asked in surprise, "Not yet? Then why did you to do that without making it official?" Li Xio hesitated and replied, "We haven't reached the final step yet." Li Meng then asked, "So what do you really think?" Li Xio's mind was a jumble, and she replied with a hint of shyness, "I don't know either." Seeing her expression, Li Meng understood her perfectly and thought with a knowing smile, she's clearly fallen for him but doesn't even realize it herself. Time flew by until evening. Shen Yuan had arrived at the MS Cafe. Du Cheng was already there, having arrived earlier to prepare for the evening. She had chosen a delicate spaghetti strap dress, revealing her ample cleavage. As soon as she saw Shen Yuan, she said, "Shen Yuan, I don't know if this is convenient, but I haven't been feeling well lately and wanted to talk to you. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Shen Yuan sat down opposite her and replied, "It's all right, Du Cheng, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy." Du Cheng lowered her head slightly, a look of melancholy on her face, and hesitated before saying, "Tang Xuanyong is becoming more and more unreasonable. He frequently doesn't come home and spends the night elsewhere. Lately, he doesn't even bother to hide it anymore. Every time he comes home, he reeks of other women." She thought to herself, if he's doing shady things outside, I can go out for drinks and chat. It's not like I'm doing anything extreme. Even if I give him a cuckold's heart, so what? He's already got one on his head. With that thought, she asked, "Shen Yuan, is Chen Na your girlfriend?" Shen Yuan nodded and replied, "Let's just say so." Du Cheng then asked, "Does she know you're going out for drinks with me?" Shen Yuan replied, "She doesn't know, but even if she did, she wouldn't mind." Hearing this answer, Du Cheng thought to herself, "So, I understand now. I won't feel guilty anymore. After all, I don't want to affect anyone else's relationship." Then she lowered her head, her cheeks flushing, and tentatively said, "Shen Yuan, can you hug me, just for a little while?" Shen Yuan didn't hesitate. He gently shifted to the side, leaving an empty space on the seat, and said, "Then come here." Hearing this, Du Cheng immediately stood up. Looking at her, her figure became even more alluring. Immediately after, she walked over to Shen Yuan, not sitting on the chair, but directly onto his lap. Shen Yuan didn't hesitate either, wrapping his arms around her waist. She asked, "Does he know you're going out for drinks with me?" At that very moment, Du Cheng reached up and hugged Shen Yuan's neck, pressing her breasts against him, and kissed him passionately, saying, "Don't mention him." Caught in this unexpected situation, Shen Yuan was taken aback. He thought to himself, "I'm at an ANAS cafe with another woman. I feel so guilty towards her." But then again, faced with such temptation, who could resist? Shen Yuan quickly cooperated with her, telling himself, damn it, I'm a scumbag, why am I overthinking this? His hand quickly moved down to her lower half. As soon as he reached for her underwear, Du Cheng stopped him, holding onto her last shred of dignity, holding his hand and saying, no, you can't. Shen Yuan asked, why? Are you going to make me abstain? Du Cheng replied, blushing, Shen Yuan, let me help you. Shen Yuan then decisively pulled off her underwear and replied, no, I want to have some meat today. Then he began to thrust himself into her. She could only manage a surprised cry. Du Cheng felt a torrent of water flowing through her body, reviving her youthfulness. She thought to herself, is this heaven? Half an hour later, Du Cheng was still lost in the sensation, moaning repeatedly. Afterwards, Shen Yuan pointed down at himself and said, help me clean up. Hearing this, Du Cheng immediately knelt down. The subsequent licking and caressing we'll omit for brevity, but Shen Yuan's face was filled with enjoyment. He remembered a saying to himself, youth doesn't know to cherish married women, and instead thinks young girls are treasures. It couldn't be more true. Afterwards, Du Cheng still seemed to linger in the afterglow. She licked her lips, her expression utterly blissful. Her affection level also started to show a score of 63 points. Shen Yuan was surprised by this, thinking it was strange. Previously, other women had reached this level of intimacy only when their affection exceeded 60 points, but hers appeared after everything was over. The system immediately displayed a congratulatory message. Host has achieved an affection level above 60 with 5 NPCs. Phase mission completed. A perfect life should have enough romantic encounters with the opposite sex. System rewards. Effective learning card by 2. Special skill pack exchange card X1. Perfect life lucky draw X2. Looking at the notification, Shen Yuan was overjoyed, thinking, I didn't expect the system to not only evaluate affection levels, but also the number of NPCs. With that thought, he told himself, let's see what's good this time. With that, Shen Yuan clicked to view the effective learning card. While reading, you can remember instantly, imprinting it into your memory. Each card has a usage duration of 1 hour. He was delighted, thinking, this is great. Learning from textbooks is too slow. With this learning card, I can complete the business administration major's limited time tasks in just a few hours. Thinking about this, Shen Yuan clicked on the next item, the Perfect Life Lucky Draw, which offers a chance to draw various rich cards, attribute points, items, and industry cash. After reading, his eyes lit up, thinking, this is awesome. Oh my god, the feeling of being able to draw a prize is even more explosive. It would be great if I could draw a girl. At this moment, Du Cheng also shook herself out of her euphoria. She stood up, tucked her hair behind her ear, and said, it seems you're very happy. The emotions between people can indeed be contagious. For the past half hour, I've also been very happy, a happiness I've never experienced before. Hearing these words, Shen Yuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Du Cheng then turned and left, continuing, let's go, Shen Yuan. We should head back now, we'll meet again next time. Hearing these words, Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Next time, she means long term. After the rainy cloud with Lin Du Cheng, Shen Yuan returned home. As soon as he took off his clothes, a message arrived. He opened it to see a series of screenshots were sent. There is no one driving a G-Class car at our International Trade University. If you want to make up stories, at least do some research first. Don't say International Trade University or Business School, not even the foreign language school has students driving glass cars. This person is really bragging without thinking. Everyone should just take this as a joke. Bragging doesn't cost anything anyway. Looking at these comments, Shen Yuan muttered, these are the online comments that Fu Yingzi sent back. After sending the photos, she continued to text, it's a good thing that some people are scolding. Doubt causes controversy and creates buzz. Seeing this, Shen Yuan texted back, you can reveal some details slowly. For example, which department, major, and year I studied in, as long as you don't reveal my name and class. Yingzi replied after reading, okay. After finishing, Shen Yuan put his phone down on the table and said to himself, put the project aside for now, let's see what other surprises the system has. With that, he opened the system panel to check. Immediately, A notification popped up. The host currently has 2 lucky draw chances. Do you want to draw now? Choose yes or no. Shen Yuan replied, I choose yes. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations to the owner for receiving a 500 square meter store in the YUNQA Elegant urban area. Please go to the YUNQA Elegant Business Center within a week to claim your prize. Looking at this reward, Shen Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. He exclaimed with joy, it's a street-facing store in the YUNQA Elegant area. This is the most high-end residential area in Star City. Having a street-facing property means another source of income. Even if I don't open a store, I can rent it out as a landlord. After congratulating himself, he continued to tap the screen. There's still one more draw. Continue. The system displayed another notification. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 attribute points, editing on the physique panel. Shen Yuan rubbed his chin and said to himself, editing physique attributes, so if I edit body fat or weight, won't the physique mission be completed immediately? Thinking of this, Shen Yuan opened his personal attribute panel to check. Physique panel information. Height 182 centimeters, weight 70.6 kilograms, health index 70, body fat percentage 19.5%. He said to himself that it's harder for skinny people like him to gain weight, then I'll edit the weight. The system immediately displayed a notification, adjusting attribute index for the host. 1 attribute point increases weight by 2 kilograms, editing progress 1% to percent. 3% 99%. At the same time, the image of Shen Yuan in the mirror began to change. After a while, the system announced, attribute editing complete. He heard this and smiled happily, saying to himself, it's done, let me see. Plus the weight gained from Coach Liu feeding me earlier, a total of 10 kilograms of muscle gained. Although there is still a gap to the physique goal, the change is clearly visible to the naked eye. Attribute points are indeed amazing. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan began to summarize. Currently, according to observation, there are 2 points about the system's rules. 1. When favorability increases, a large reward will be received. 2. When the number of NPCs reaches a certain level of intimacy, a reward will definitely be triggered. In other words, I still need to continue expanding my harem. After thinking, Shen Yuan continued to check the system's rewards. Originally, I planned to study and get acquainted with the advisor, but now using this high-efficiency learning card, I will have more topics to talk about with the advisor. In the following days, Shen Yuan continued to study with Li Zi and exercise with Menglu. Additionally, he bought Chen No an MC20 and also bought himself a G63. It quickly came to the day of the International Student Job Fair. People came partly out of curiosity, partly to find an opportunity for themselves. One person said, there is no one in the whole school like that. That car costs 3 million. Another person said, did you all see? They said the investor of the startup zone is a student of international trade from the business school, driving a glass, just like the previous comment, bragging is free. Why would someone driving such an expensive car attend a second-tier private school like ours? Stop joking, let's focus on the fair. The person next to him replied, but the companies attending the fair at the international school are not large enterprises or state-owned corporations. They are all local small and medium-sized companies in Star City. At this moment, inside the small auditorium of the school, the Slot Yu Ping and the short-haired girl from before also appeared. She saw someone and asked, brother, don't you have a company? Why are you also attending this job fair? On the other side, a young man with blonde hair in a suit, his face parallel to the ground, replied that he came to learn from the experience and strategies of other companies. After all, managing a company cannot mean closing oneself off and must keep up with the times. The girl tomboy next to him also came to strike up a conversation. She asked, Senior, if I can't find an internship unit, can I come to your company? The young man heard this and replied with a confident smile, if you are interested, you can submit an application. With my recommendation, it will be no problem. Hearing this, the eyes of the 2 girls immediately turned into hearts, and they said in unison, really, thank you very much, Senior. The blonde-haired guy then pointed to other girls, tilted his head up and said, "If you haven't found an internship place yet, you can also try applying to my company. We are all classmates, and I will definitely try to take care of you." Hearing his boastful words, Li Zonpeng and his group standing nearby were angered. The person on the right gritted his teeth and said, "Why is this guy attending the introduction fair? He's clearly here to pick up girls." The other two agreed. "Yes, this scoundrel is pretending to be a senior. He's so annoying with his showing off, and he even wants to drag us down with him. If Shen Yuan were here, it would be great. He would definitely give him a good beating." At this moment, the girl tomboy whispered to Yu Ping, "Our senior is both professionally skilled and humble, unlike Shen Yuan, who only knows how to open a cafe and pick up girls. Opening a cafe is vastly different from opening a company. Shen Yuan truly has no vision and is pathetic and rustic." As soon as Shen Yuan was mentioned, Yu Ping remembered the embarrassing incident last time and said with annoyance, "Don't mention him anymore. He treated us like that last time. It was so ungraceful. My good impression of him has been shattered." On this side, the blonde-haired guy and his grandson continued to brag. "Classmate Tan, are you free this afternoon? Let's go out for a meal after the introduction." The girl enthusiastically replied, "Yes, yes." At this moment, a very aggressive-looking car drove in from outside. It was a G63. It's obvious who was showing off. No need to say more. Upon seeing it, people were surprised. "Aren't cars not allowed to be driven into the campus? What's going on?" Immediately after, their eyes changed, widening in astonishment. "Wait, that's a G-class car." Hearing these words, Yu Ping and Tomboy immediately turned their heads to look. G-class, it's all anyone has been talking about lately. The student who invested 10 million in the startup zone is the one driving that G-class. Tomboy whispered, "If that rich guy is really a student of our school, he would be even more worth befriending than our senior." Yu Ping also thought to herself, "If I could get to know him, I could dump the senior this afternoon." As she thought of this, Shen Yuan lowered the car window, poked his head out and said, "Huang Heibao, old cow, what are you two doing? Aren't you coming back to the dorms in my car?" Upon seeing the person, the two girls were dumbfounded with surprise. Yu Ping thought to herself, "Shen Yuan, why is Shen Yuan driving the car?" Then they both said loudly in unison, "Shen Yuan is driving the luxury car." The one happiest right now is none other than Huang Heibao, who has been enduring that guy's boasting all this time and could no longer hold back. Seeing Shen Yuan, he cried tears of joy. He's here, he's driving a G-class. That damn dog appeared at the right time." At this moment, Yu Ping strode over and then pressed her face against the rear window, peering in and thinking, "I don't believe it. It can't be Shen Yuan. There must be someone else in the car. Shen Yuan is probably just the driver." Old cow saw this and leaned over to ask, "What are you whispering about?" Sneaking around, acting suspiciously, Huang Heibao also felt smug at this moment. The young man stepped forward and opened the door, his eyes full of arrogance, saying, "Get out of the way. My brothers need to get in the car." Watching the car drive away, the girl who had been rejected was filled with regret, thinking that such a top-tier mogul was right beside her, yet she had no idea. Then, she disappointedly said, "What do you think? If we went to apologize to Shen Yuan, would he accept us?" The girl Yu Ping, still dazed, replied, "I don't know." Immediately after, the news that the driver of the G-class was Shen Yuan spread throughout the campus, and discussions could be heard everywhere, especially in the female dormitories. One girl said, "Enough talk. My goal from now on is only Shen Yuan." The person behind her replied, "What's there to say? If it were a 50 or 60-year-old man, maybe many girls would hesitate, but Shen Yuan is a 21-year-old young man, tall, handsome. What else is there to think about? Just go for it." In another room, another girl excitedly boasted, "I found his WeChat. Watch me seduce him." Her roommate heard this and asked, "Don't you have a boyfriend?" The girl casually replied, "So what? If I can be with Shen Yuan, I'll immediately turn my current boyfriend into an ex-boyfriend and tell him to get lost as far away as possible." At this moment, inside Fu Yingzi's room, a girl approached and softly called out, "Sister Yingzi, this is Long Jing'an. a junior from Yingzi's year. As soon as Yingzi saw her, she asked, "Jing'an, what can I do for you?" The girl lowered her head, blushing, and asked, "You're currently working with Shen Yuan on the startup zone, right? Can you introduce us?" Yingzi heard this and asked, "You're only in your second year. You should focus on taking over the radio station and doing a good job as the successor station manager." "Why are you thinking about startups?" Jing'an replied. "The job market isn't good right now, so I have to prepare in advance." Hearing these words, how could Yingzi be fooled? She thought to herself, "I almost believed you." Then she told herself, "But Jing'an is called Little Dragon Girl. She's 1.68 meters tall, well endowed where it counts, slender where it counts, with delicate features and a good temperament. In fact, she's very suitable to be Shen Yuan's girlfriend." In her mind, she imagined Shen Yuan as the emperor sitting on the throne, Jing'an as the gentle and graceful empress, and herself as the eunuch standing beside them serving. Then, she couldn't help but feel helpless with this imagination and told herself, "Wait a minute, how did I end up imagining myself as a eunuch selecting consorts for Shen Yuan?" After the news spread, Shen Yuan's phone rang incessantly, a flood of messages poured in. "Senior, I'm Miajan, a sophomore from the Spanish department at the Foreign Languages University. Can we get acquainted? Hello, I'm Jai Changling, a senior in the sports department. If you have free time, let's go for a run or play badminton. Shen Yuan, I'm Jukiao Feng, from Human Resources Management Class 1, Cohort 20 at the business school. Can we get acquainted, Mr. President? Do you have a girlfriend? My bust is 36. Would you like to get to know me? Shen Yuan, I study ballet. Please accept my friend request. I'll send you a video right away. Height 168 centimeters, bust 85 centimeters, waist 63 centimeters, hips 80 centimeters. Hope you'll accept. Do you want to relax?" Hearing the constant ping of messages, the guy with the last name Gao turned to Shen Yuan and asked, "Your phone keeps ringing. Aren't you going to check it?" Shen Yuan replied from his bed, "I don't want to see them. They're a bit much." The guy with the last name Gao then asked, "Are there so many girls adding you that you're fed up?" Shen Yuan held up the pile of messages and replied, "Don't be silly. If it were girls, what would I be fed up about? There are also a lot of guys. I don't have that preference. It's really annoying." As he said that, Heibao held up a message and said, "Shen Yuan, all these girls looking for you are now adding me on WeChat." Shen Yuan replied, "Don't bother with those girls." Hearing this, Wang Heibao got angry and scolded, "Shen Yuan, you're going to be the death of me. This guy and I have been single for 3 years in college and haven't gotten close to any girls, while you're soaring like a kite in the wind." Hearing this, Shen Yuan opened the system interface to check. Accumulate 500 reputation points to receive a reward spin. You have a chance to get attribute points, special abilities, notes. Reputation is the prestige admired by everyone, reflecting the recognition and respect others have for you. Note: reputation in this mission only counts from teachers and students within the university. Current reputation points, 33. Shen Yuan looked at it and thought to himself, if it weren't for the reputation mission, I wouldn't bother with this stuff. Even if I'm talked about or become famous, if it doesn't bring real benefits to friends, I won't receive their sincere recognition and respect. To significantly increase reputation, I'll probably have to wait until a specific project is successfully completed." He then said, "Well, first I need to meet with Fu Yingzi." Then he took out his phone and texted, "Deputy Secretary, let's meet in the office later." She texted back, "Yes, sir." Just then, Shen Yuan's phone rang. It was Minhui calling. He picked up and asked, "Baby, what's up?" Minhui replied, "Shen Yuan, I heard you're back at school. Where are you? Are you free to come with me today?" Shen Yuan said, "Come to the office at school and wait for me there." He thought to himself, I'm a public figure now, involved in external affairs. To avoid any misunderstandings from the senior and junior female students, I can't go around with Minhui on campus anymore. As soon as the phone call ended, Shen Yuan dragged himself up and said, "I have to go out for a bit. Don't wait for me to play games anymore. He then walked out the door, waved and said, "Also, hey Bao, your spring will come too." Hearing this, Hey Bao gave him the middle finger and replied, "What spring? It's summer already, and I still have to shoot fireworks by myself." A moment later, Shen Yuan arrived where he was meeting Minhui. As soon as she saw him, she threw herself into his arms and said, "Shen Yuan, I missed you so much." Hearing this, he urged, "Let's go inside and talk." He then led Minhui into the office. As soon as they entered, she said, "You're famous now. All the girls in the school know about you." Shen Yuan asked in surprise, "Really?" Manhui sat down on the chair and replied, "Yes, your personal information has been posted online by people." Hearing this, he sighed, "Those people are really so idle, they have nothing better to do." As they were talking, Minhui stood up, walked over, and drew the curtains, saying, "When you go out, you need to know how to protect yourself, understand?" Shen Yuan naively replied, "Minhui, I know how to protect myself, but what does that have to do with closing the window?" She slid her hand under her skirt and gently pulled off her underwear, replying, "It does, of course, it does. I can do it here too, Shen Yuan. Do you want to?" Shen Yuan replied, "No, Minhui, I have other appointments to discuss." Minhui pulled him up and said, "Shen Yuan, please stand up." As the young man stood up, Minhui reached down and gently pulled down the zipper. Shen Yuan froze at the sight. Then she turned her backside towards him and said, "Do you like this pose?" Shen Yuan replied, "Well, at the same time, outside, for YINGZ, I had arrived." Hearing the sounds coming from inside the room, she thought to herself, "This sound isn't right at all." She leaned closer, listening to the increasingly rapid sounds, thinking, "I can clearly hear the sounds of playing cards. The boss asked me to come over just to listen to this." After listening for a while, Yingzi blushed and moved aside, thinking that her boss was very powerful, but not very decent. At this time, a secretary's job was to watch carefully to ensure no one heard the boss's sounds. This continued until the end of a class, YINGZI's legs were already tired. She bent over and thought, "Hasn't the boss finished yet? He's really amazing, my legs are numb." Just as she thought this, the office door finally opened and Manhua walked out. As soon as she saw Yingzi, she cleared her throat twice and then walked straight past YINGZI, smiling smugly and thinking, "You heard everything just now, didn't you? Since you heard it, you should know that Shen Yuan is mine. Don't have any fanciful dreams." After Minhui left, Yingzi also entered the room. She asked, "Boss, why did you call me?" Shen Yuan replied, "You've been doing a great job these past few days, making quite a splash." Hearing this, she humbly said, "It's mainly thanks to your good leadership. Otherwise, I couldn't have come up with these ideas on my own." Shen Yuan nodded and said, "With this level of popularity, many people will probably apply to the startup zone. But when you receive those applications, please filter them for me first. This way, it will be easier to select projects that can be launched soon." YINGZI hesitated and asked, "Who should I filter out?" Shen Yuan smiled and replied, "The criteria are to select outstanding individuals who can showcase our university's new style. Although our university is a second-tier private institution, and the teaching quality and student level are not as good as key universities, we have a great advantage compared to them." Yingzi asked again, "What advantage? Please clarify, boss." Shen Yuan replied, "Our female students are very beautiful." Hearing this, YINGZI's eyes widened in astonishment. She thought, "Oh my God, how much money did the boss spend just to invest in beautiful, sexy university girls? But openly recruiting concubines within the school like this is too blatant, and I've truly become a eunuch specializing in selecting concubines." Thinking this, she hesitantly asked, "Boss, is this really okay?" Seeing her reaction, Shen Yuan explained, "We are providing startup opportunities for the students. This is a good opportunity that can change their future and destiny. With so many people applying and more to come, why shouldn't we choose a few who are pleasing to the eye?" Yingzi replied, "I understand, boss. I'll filter them first and then send them to you." She thought to herself, the boss really is a boss. Talking about recruiting concubines sounds so ethical. Speaking of which, Shen Yuan asked again, has the re-examination test paper I asked you to design earlier been completed? Yingzi replied, yes, that's almost done. At this moment, she finally understood his intention. The boss could actually be so calculating. He initially asked to design a re-examination paper, but it turned out to be to create a reason to disqualify those who were not selected, thus preventing them from causing trouble at the school or superior authorities. Thinking of this, Yingzi leaned over and asked her boss if, at that time, among those who knew about the leaked test answers, he would give them to the people he wanted, so they could get high scores. Seeing her quick-wittedness, Shen Yuan praised her, calling her smart. At this moment, she was struggling internally. One side said, "Yingzi, by doing this, aren't you no different from the despicable officials of ancient times who offered beautiful women to the emperor? Are you worthy of the education you've received over the years?" The other side argued, what if those girls fell into the hands of other men? Would the outcome be better if they stayed with Shen Yuan? This is a two-way choice. If they didn't register, they would never enter the boss's fish tank anyway. With this internal struggle, she thought to herself, besides, the boss pays me 10,000 yuan. Therefore, it is natural to think for him and share his worries. If that's the case, let's first offer the boss the first beautiful girl. Thinking of this, she immediately said, "Boss, I have a younger sister who studies at the same school and wants to get to know you." Shen Yuan heard this and asked, "How old is your sister?" Yingzi pointed to her chest and replied, "About the same as me." Hearing this, Shen Yuan said helplessly, "Secretary Fu, what are you talking about? I'm asking her age." Hearing this, she became embarrassed and quickly opened her phone, saying, Sorry. Then she handed her phone to him and introduced, "Boss, she is a sophomore, 19 years old, and her nickname at school is Little Dragon Girl." As soon as Shen Yuan saw the photo on the screen, his eyes whitened. He thought to himself, there's still a chance to experience being a dragon rider, and then said, "Well, you can add this girl as a friend first, send me her WeChat." Suddenly, his phone chimed with a message notification. It was from Du Cheng. "Shen Yuan, are you free tonight? Let's go for a drink." After reading the message, Shen Yuan thought to himself that she had said they would continue next time, but he hadn't expected it to be just a few days later. He smirked to himself, is it really just for a drink? Then he replied with a few words. 9 p.m. Seeing how fast he replied, Du Cheng was amazed. This Shen Yuan actually replied instantly. She happily thought, I can't believe that after just drinks with Shen Yuan, that happened. Plus, with him, I rediscovered the feeling of a student romance. Thinking this, she lay down, her hands caressing her own body, thinking impatiently, I wish time would fly faster. Hurry up and get to 9 p.m. Meanwhile, on Shen Yuan's side, after finishing his business, he left the school office. As he got to his G63, the windshield was covered with a pile of love letters and all sorts of notes. He picked up a piece of paper with a red lipstick mark and read it. Can we be friends? My bust is size 36 East. Contact info has been blurred. After reading it, Shen Yuan was left speechless and helpless. Just then, 2 young women walked up, waving and saying, Hi, Shen Yuan, my sister and I are going out shopping. Could you give us a ride? Shen Yuan opened the door, got into the car, and said, Sorry, I have to pick someone up later. There's no more room. The girl with the ponytail heard this and asked, Really? Then can we add you on WeChat? We can hang out next time you're free. Shen Yuan rolled down the window and replied, Sorry, too many people have added me on WeChat. I can't add any more friends now. Hearing this, the 2 girls were left speechless. This scene happened to be witnessed by 2 male students nearby. One of them spoke up, See, that's what a rich person is like. We suck up to them and they don't even give us a glance. Isn't that infuriating? The other one replied, Isn't he just a little taller, more handsome, and richer than us? Why do so many girls like him? The first guy sighed. Is it really just because of the money? That Mercedes G-Class costs 3 million. We probably couldn't earn enough to buy his car in our entire lifetime. The other guy then looked up at the sky and sighed. Hearing that, it's not just the girls, even I want to jump him. Hearing these words, the buzz-cut guy was startled. No way, man, you're a man. Don't you have any boundaries? The other guy wiggled his butt and replied, so what if I'm a man? If I could really achieve financial freedom, I'd pledge my loyalty to. Hearing that, the buzz-cut guy was immediately swayed, blushing and saying, on second thought, it's not that bad. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. It was now 9 o'clock, as arranged. Shen Yuan and Du Cheng were now at the coffee shop. As soon as he sat down, Shen Yuan asked, "Are you having trouble at home again?" Du Cheng didn't answer. She picked up her wine glass and said pensively, "Shen Yuan, I want to ask you a question." Shen Yuan replied, "Okay, go ahead." Du Cheng asked shyly, in a low voice, "Do you believe in love?" Shen Yuan replied, "You could say I do, and you could say I don't." He recalled a romance from his high school days. "I truly believed in love. The fluttering feeling I had with my first love was definitely pure love." Then he thought of wanting Minhui, Chen No, and Menglu. After we broke up, he thought, I couldn't find that feeling again with Zhou wanting. Even with Chen No, Menglu, or Minhui, I still felt something was missing. Hearing his answer, Du Cheng said, a little dissatisfied, "Shen Yuan, your answer is too vague." Just then, her phone rang. Du Cheng answered the phone. "Yes, I need to find an air conditioner repairman." The person on the other end asked, "Okay, may I ask when you're free? We will arrange for someone to come and repair it." Du Cheng replied, "Tomorrow morning or afternoon is fine." The person on the other end said, "All right, the repairman will contact you by phone tomorrow." Du Cheng replied, "Yes, thank you." Then she hung up. Just then, Shen Yuan asked, "Is the air conditioner at your place broken?" Du Cheng smiled and replied, "It's been broken for a few days. I've been sleeping with a fan these past few nights." Hearing this, Shen Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, you don't need to call a repairman. I'm familiar with this kind of work." She was surprised to hear that. "You even know how to fix air conditioners?" At this point, Shen Yuan called upon the system. "System, I want to use the skill exchange card from last time." The system immediately displayed a notification. Host can choose beginner cooking skill, beginner wrestling skill, beginner home appliance repair skill, beginner race car driving skill. Shen Yuan decisively chose the beginner home appliance repair skill, then pressed exchange. The system immediately displayed a notification, "Exchange successful." Host can use this to repair TVs, refrigerators, range hoods, and air conditioners. After hearing the notification, Shen Yuan looked down at his hands and thought to himself, "My fingers suddenly feel much more nimble. Perhaps this is the proficiency in using a screwdriver, wire stripper, or other tools." He then turned to Du Cheng and replied, "Of course, I know how to fix it. I've learned this trade before." He asked if her husband was home. Du Cheng replied, "No, wife." A moment later, Shen Yuan had followed Du Cheng back to her home. He was busy fiddling with the air conditioner in the room. Seeing this scene, Du Cheng thought to herself, because then Shenyong said he wouldn't be home tonight, and our child is with their grandparents in the countryside, bringing Shen Yuan home. Although it's supposedly to fix the air conditioner, it still feels very exciting. While she was lost in thought, Shen Yuan suddenly turned around and said, "It just hasn't been cleaned in a long time, so a lot of dust has built up. We just need to clear the dust and wash the filter, and it'll be fine." After saying that, he went back to working on the air conditioner. Seeing him so focused on the air conditioner, Du Cheng couldn't help but doubt her own attractiveness. "Before I came home, I was worried he would make a move, but it seems I was overthinking it. A man and a woman alone in a room, does he really just want to fix the air conditioner?" Thinking this, she stepped out and said, "Shen Yuan, sorry to trouble you. I'm going to take a shower first." She thought to herself, "My mind is a bit of a mess. I'll take a shower to sort out my thoughts." 15 minutes later, Du Cheng finished her shower, changed into a set of loungewear, and walked in. Feeling the temperature in the room, she couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. Shen Yuan smiled and said, "It's done, look, cold air." Du Cheng replied, "It really is cold air. You've worked so hard, Shen Yuan. I really don't know how to thank you enough." Waiting for just that, Shen Yuan grabbed her hand. pulled her closer and said, "You want to thank me? Come here." Then he walked straight to the bed and sat down. Seeing this, Du Chong thought worriedly, what if Xianyong comes back now? Then she said decisively, "No, we can't." Without a wasted motion, Shen Yuan pushed her onto her back on the bed and said, "Why not?" He reached down and pulled off Du Chong's shorts, saying, "From now on, if anything in the house is broken, just let me fix it. Your heart and your body, you can let me fix those too." With that said, Shen Yuan immediately took out his usual cudgel and began to poke and prod. Du Chong could only blush and moan softly, "Shen Yuan, Shen Yuan." She gripped the bedsheet tightly, telling herself, "Consider this payment for fixing the air conditioner today. Besides, it's not like he hasn't done it to me before." After a while of the cudgel rubbing against her, Du Chong melted, her eyes glazed over as she thought, "So this is what it feels like to be completely into it." Thinking this, she wrapped her arms around Shen Yuan's back. Compared to this, being with Zheng Xianyong before was such a waste of time. Then she just closed her eyes and enjoyed this feeling of pleasure while cursing Zheng Xianyong in her heart, "He's just too weak." At that moment, outside the apartment, the elevator doors opened. Zheng Xianyong loosened his tie and cursed, "Damn it, I can't breathe." He mumbled as he walked, going out for drinks and acting all high and mighty. Wouldn't even do it for more money. As he said this, he had reached the apartment door and reached out to open it. Hearing the noise, Du Chong's eyes immediately froze. No, that's the sound of the door opening. Both of them stopped immediately. She looked towards the door, full of worrying. Zheng Xianyong is really back.